Chapter 717. A dense crowd of angels and martyrs poured into Yangfeng's divine country like a tide. Under the leadership of the gods, they went on a killing spree and slayed the second-generation battle robots. The corners of Yangfeng's mouth rose into a frigid smile. Have you poured all your forces in? Now let's start the real feast. Inside the divine kingdom, the ground cracked, and countless enhanced third-generation and fourth-generation battle robots surged out like a tide, flying towards the angels. A Type 2 undying flickered and appeared behind a dozen-plus angels. The dozen-plus angels disintegrated and turned into countless fragments that scattered on the ground. Even their angel hearts were cut into pieces. A feeble divine force rank Great Sword God of Titan Pantheon activated a divine spell halo, and the sharpness of the swords wielded by the Titan Pantheon's martyrs rose wildly, reaching the point where they could easily cut through the energy shields and super alloy armor of Yangfeng's second-generation battle robots. With a flash of afterimages, 6 Type 2 Undyings appeared in front of the god of the sword and slashed at him from 6 different directions. Ding! Ding! The Great Sword God only managed to block 2 saber strikes before the saber lights flashed across his body and instantly sliced him into countless pieces. As soon as the 4th-generation battle robots and 3rd-generation battle robots entered the battlefield, the situation on the battlefield became one-sided. When the 4th-generation battle robots rushed into the battlefield, countless angels and martyrs were cut like cakes and then drowned by the 3rd-generation battle robots. Star Destroyer interstellar battleships also flew out of the divine kingdom, and a dense number of secondary cannons turned into a rain of light that rained down on the divine legions. Tens of thousands of divine soldiers were turned into ashes by the artillery fire of the Star Destroyer battlestars. Seeing this scene, Maganat felt a chill in his heart. He realized that they were tricked by Yangfeng. Damn it, we were tricked. This is his true strength. Everything that happened before was just to lure us into his divine country. Ruler of the night Maganat, who is 1 minute away from killing all the human warlocks inside the archaic sacred dragon, turned into a black ray and flew out of Yangfeng's divine country. As long as Maganat can escape from Yangfeng's divine country, then even strong divine force rank gods will find it very difficult to kill him. At this moment, a vast and seemingly endless divine power suddenly gushed out from Yangfeng's location and soared into the sky. A barrier covering Yangfeng's divine country suddenly appeared and completely cut off the connection between Yangfeng's divine country and the starry sky outside. Open for me! Ruler of the night, Maganat flew in front of the divine kingdom boundary. Before the divine kingdom boundary was completely formed, he let out an angry roar and brandished the divine artifact Dagger of the Night, stabbing at the divine kingdom boundary. A terrifying dark night divine power gushed out of the Dagger of the Night and blasted a huge hole in the boundary of the divine kingdom. Ruler of the night Maganat's figure blurred as he flew towards the exit of the divine kingdom barrier. The corners of Yangfeng's mouth rose into a smile. Idiot! In the starry sky, a resplendent beam of light blasted into the hole in the divine kingdom barrier, and a blazing sun battlestar appeared in the void. The resplendent beam of light slammed into Ruler of the Night Maganat and engulfed him. Night shift. At the moment of imminent peril, Ruler of the Night Maganat cast a life-saving divine spell and forcibly transferred himself to a patch of night in Yangfeng's divine country. When the beam of light capable of slaying infinity warlocks slammed into the ground of Yangfeng's divine country, it blasted open a huge hole 100 meters deep. After the blast, Yangfeng's divine country barrier quickly healed. A bloody ray suddenly shot out from the cracked ground beside the female giant massacre angel. Yangfeng's kindred Grand Duke avatar slashed the female giant massacre angel with a monarch-grade secret treasure god bloodsword in hand. The female giant massacre angel is far weaker than Alexia, who is equipped with the fallen angel armor, to begin with. She is already riddled with scars, and all her energy is focused on Alexia. Caught off guard, Yangfeng's kindred Grand Duke avatar launched a sneak attack and slashed her. A long wound suddenly appeared on her body, and she screamed in pain. That's a top giant for you. The defensive power of your fleshly body is really strong. This sword strike didn't cut you in half. Unfortunately, you're dead for sure after being struck by my sword. Blood summon. Yangfeng's kindred Grand Duke avatar waved the god blood sword in hand and pointed at the female, giant massacre angel. As if summoned, a copious amount of blood gushed out from the wound of the female, giant massacre angel and was absorbed by the god blood sword in Yangfeng's hand. Each kindred Grand Duke has mastered the law of blood. As long as they urge the law of blood slightly, the blood of powerhouses below the Great Warlock rank will automatically fly out and be easily absorbed by the kindred Grand Duke. Even if it is a powerhouse of the same rank, kindred Grand Dukes can use the law of blood to a small extent to manipulate the blood flow of powerhouses of the same rank. Originally, kindred Grand Dukes can't make the blood of powerhouses of the same rank spray out of their bodies. However, God Bloodsword is a monarch-grade secret treasure and possesses incredible power. Once hit by God Bloodsword, even if it is an Infinity Warlock rank powerhouse, more than 1/3 of their blood will be extracted. The female giant massacre angel faced upwards and roared. Her wound squirmed, and she locked the blood inside her with a fearsome force. At the moment when the female giant massacre angel stopped, an afterimage flashed past, and Alexia appeared on the head of the female giant massacre angel and slashed at the neck of the female giant massacre angel. A black sword ray flashed, and the head of the female giant massacre angel, who has lost 1/3 of her blood and spent a lot of power to control the blood flow inside her, was sent flying by Alexia. Yangfeng's kindred Grand Duke avatar with the god bloodsword in hand blurred into motion, appeared in front of the female giant massacre angel's heart, and slashed open the chest of the female giant massacre angel. As if they have a life of their own, countless bloody threads stabbed into the chest of the female giant massacre angel and pulled out a beating angel heart, which fell into Yangfeng's hand. Yangfeng, you dare to kill my angel. I'll tear you apart. The eyes of God of Massacre Gamma flashed with a touch of madness. With a roar, he suddenly shot out with the scimitar of Massacre in his hand and shot towards Yangfeng, sitting in the center of the temple. The Scarlet Flame Feng Wang, the Gale Giant, and the archaic Sacred Dragon attacked Maganat. Ignoring the entanglement of the 3 Infinity Warlock rank weapons, Maganat turned into a black ray and flew towards the center of the Divine Country. Yangfeng's Divine Country has been sealed. If you want to leave, you must either destroy the Divine Country's barrier with absolute power, destroy the Divine Country with peerless power, or kill Yangfeng's God Clone, who controls the center of the Divine Country. Once Yangfeng's God Clone dies, the entire Divine Country will be pulled into the astral boundary by astral force. The Divine Force barrier that shrouds the Divine Country will naturally collapse in an instant. Yangfeng sighed slightly. Sure enough, there is still a huge gap between Infinity Warlock rank weapons and strong Divine Force rank gods. They are far too lacking in all aspects. Only by crushing weaker existences can they display Infinity Warlock rank destructive power. When Yangfeng's 10 Infinity Warlock rank weapons dealt with the 4 strong Divine Force rank gods, the result was that they were completely crushed by the 4 strong Divine Force rank gods. If the battle continues like this, then without interference, the 4 strong Divine Force rank gods can destroy the 10 Infinity Warlock rank weapons one by one. Of course, after Yangfeng invested the 4th generation battle robots and the strengthened 3rd generation battle robots, the Divine Legion's reinforcements were cut off. If the battle continues like this, then the 4 strong Divine Force rank gods will die in Yangfeng's Divine Country. Yangfeng ordered coldly, "Activate Skynet." In an instant, countless crystal pillars extended from the ground in Yangfeng's Divine Country. Countless rays of light intertwined in the crystal pillars and formed a giant net. Countless chains extended from the giant net and, as if sealing off the entire world, swept towards the Divine Legions and the gods on the battlefield. The Skynet that can suppress infinity warlocks throughout Yang Feng's divine country is one of Yang Feng's strongest trump cards. What is this? My power is gone. Curses, what are these strange chains? Almost in the blink of an eye, many martyrs, angels, and gods were pierced by the chains. The chains pierced their bodies and frantically extracted their power. Even though they struggled desperately, they couldn't break free from the chains. On the contrary, the more they struggled, the more power they consumed. The densely packed heavenly net chains swept towards the ruler of the night, Maganat, and the god of massacre, Gamma, like a tide. Chapter 718. Get out of my way. Maganat roared and spread the fingers of a hand. An endless night suddenly enveloped the land, as if to devour all light. Inside the night, created by Maganat's divine spell, all power would be corroded and transformed into the power of the night. In the dark night, the champions who had been killed by the ruler of the night, Maganat, suddenly appeared, absorbing the divine power of the night to construct their bodies. Hundreds of god spirit experts emerged from the dark night. Each of them cast a powerful secret technique and bombarded the countless chains, forcibly blocking them. God of Massacre, Gamma, brandished the scimitar of massacre, and dazzling blade rays shone. As if wanting to cut open the divine country, the shackles were cut apart, and he rushed towards Yangfeng. Although Maganat is very strong in close combat, but he is an assassin after all. He is most proficient in assassination. The strongest powerhouse in head-on combat is God of Massacre Gamma. The sound of engines roaring could be heard as thousands of mistwalkers charged towards the God of Massacre Gamma. Gamma brandished his blade, and a slash that contained an extremely overbearing killing intent caused the thousands of mistwalkers to collapse. They transformed into a dense fog that enveloped the entire area. In the thick fog formed by the mistwalkers, all divine power would be absorbed. Even a powerful divine power ranked god would not be able to pry into information from afar. After the mistwalkers turned into fog, Yangfeng's god clone that Gamma locked on has suddenly disappeared from Gamma's perception. Wretched bastard! Eyes shot with blood, God of Massacre Gamma roared, operated the law of massacre, and slashed at the mistwalkers with his blade. A dazzling blade, ray, slashed into the thick fog the mistwalkers have turned into, and strange vibration force diffused from the dazzling blade ray and spread towards the mistwalkers. Even though the mistwalkers had turned into mist, the slaughter god's slash, which was filled with the law of slaughter and boundless vibrating power, shattered the nanomachine units that formed them. They lost their vitality and turned into dust that fell from the sky. With a single strike, God of Massacre Gamma obliterated more than 1,000 mistwalkers at the molecular level, showing the terror of strong divine force rank gods. Yangfeng, I'm a primary god of Titan Pantheon. How dare you kill me? Titan Pantheon will not rest until you are dead. On the battlefield, Titan Pantheon's god of war, Amigo's roar of alarm and anger came. Maganat looked in the direction of the voice, and countless runes appeared in his eyes. He forcibly passed through the chains and saw what was happening in the distance. Amigo, the god of war, had a long sword wound on his waist. A large amount of blood gushed out of the wound, as if it could not be stopped. Alexia turned into a black stream of light and fought Amigo to the death. Yangfeng's kindred Grand Duke avatar also fought Amigo with the god Bloodsword in hand. A resplendent divine force beam rose from behind Amigo. Burning divine force frantically, he forcibly resisted the siege of Alexia and Yangfeng's kindred Grand Duke avatar by himself. After traveling to many planes, gods are the most perfect and powerful existences that human warlocks have discovered. Not only do they have a long lifespan that makes human warlocks envious, but as long as they practice cultivation a little and burn divine force in battle, they can become a terrifying powerhouse, virtually invincible in the same rank. Alexia and Yangfeng's kindred Grand Duke avatar have top Infinity Warlock rank battle prowess, and each of them can easily defeat junior Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses. Yet even when the two of them join forces, they still couldn't defeat Amigo quickly. From this, it can be seen how terrifying Amigo is. Besieged by 6 Infinity Warlock rank weapons and supported by countless 4th-generation battle robots, God of Fire Tames is still at a disadvantage even though he is frantically burning divine force and urging violent flames to burn everything that approaches him to ashes. As for the Divine Legion, the angels facing Yang Feng's Mechanical Legion are practically one-sided. Only the goddess of toxicity Charlotte, god of madness Edmonton, and a few other intermediate divine force rank god commanders and the remaining angels are barely able to resist. But it is only a matter of time before they are defeated. Maganat barked. Yang Feng, let us out at once. Let's just forget about this matter. Otherwise, the reinforcements from the Xalia Pantheon and the Titan Pantheon will arrive soon. When that time comes, you'll die. The god of fire, Tames, and the god of war, Amigo, were the 2 great divine power level gods of the Xalia Pantheon and Titan Pantheon respectively. They were also the pillars and main gods of the 2 pantheons. The 2 pantheons won't give up on powerful existences like them easily. They will definitely send countless experts to rescue them. Although the strength of strong divine force rank gods is slightly beyond my expectations. However, I have prepared enough fighting force to wipe you out in a short time. Yang Feng's voice reverberated in the divine country. The earth cracked, and the ultimate form, 6-winged, sun-devouring centipede suddenly flew out and belched a pillar of fire formed from sun god fire, barreling towards Amigo. Amigo frantically burned divine force and brandished the Titan shield of war in his hand to block the pillar of fire. When sun god fire, which can seriously injure an Infinity Warlock, slammed into the Titan shield of war, the pillar of fire was forcibly blocked by Amigo. Alexia and Yang Feng's kindred avatar blurred into motion and slashed at Amigo from 2 different directions. Amigo burned divine force and unleashed a terrifying battle technique that he has refined over countless years. The Titan Sword of War in his hand turned into 2 sword rays that hit Alexia's fallen angel sword and Yang Feng's kindred avatar god bloodsword almost at the same time and diverted the 2 powerful forces to the side, causing them to brush past him. The 2 powerful sword rays brushed past Amigo. After their power was mostly weakened by the Titan armor of war, they left 2 wounds that were neither light nor heavy. Alexia and Yang Feng's kindred avatar Grand Duke are fearsome powerhouses on par with Amigo. Amigo can only barely resist their attacks. It is impossible for him to resist the attacks of the 2 powerhouses unscathed. At the moment when Amigo barely blocked the attack of Alexia and Yang Feng's kindred avatar from the other side of the Shield of War Titan, Marshal Yu Yan of Great Cloud Dynasty's 8 marshals stabbed towards Amigo with the black Feng Wang spear in her hand, exuding boundless might and enveloped in black Feng Wang flames. Amigo gritted his teeth and desperately burned divine force. The Titan Sword of War in his hand burst out with terrifying power, hit the black Feng Wang spear, and forcibly jolted the black Feng Wang spear together with Yu Yin away. Amigo pushed Yu Yin back with his sword, and countless heavenly net chains pounced on him like maggots, pierced into his body, and frantically extracted his power. Almost at the same time, Yu Tianling, wearing the Feng Wang holy armor and holding the Feng Wang spear, flew out from behind Yu Yin like a noble and powerful Feng Wang, turned into a resplendent ray, and stabbed the Feng Wang spear in her hand into Amigo's forehead. Terrifying phoenix flames erupted and completely enveloped Amigo, burning everything about him in a frenzy. Amigo roared and burned his divine force, and a beam of divine force suddenly emerged inside him in an attempt to send Yu Tianling flying. As soon as the beam of divine force appeared, it was entangled by the endless Skynet chains and completely extracted. Within Yang Feng's divine country, a primary artillery comparable to a blazing sun battlestar shone brightly, and a resplendent beam shot out in an instant, slammed into Amigo, and vaporized half of Amigo's body. Alexia appeared in front of the remaining half of Amigo's body, stabbed it with her sword, and cut it into pieces and burned it to ashes. At the same time, she grabbed his godhead. Titan Pantheon's strong divine force rank god Amigo has died. At the moment when Amigo died, the statues of Amigo and the countless temples of Titan Empire cracked, and the believers of the god of war lost their connection with Amigo. What's going on? Damn it! Did the great god of war Amigo die? How is that possible? The great god of war Amigo is a strong divine force rank god. Our great Titan primary god. The entire Titan Empire fell into a state of panic. Everyone was in a state of panic and fear. On the Titan Pantheon's divine kingdom, 10,000 Gods Mountain, a mountain suddenly collapsed. That mountain was the god of war Amigo's divine kingdom. After the mountain peak collapsed, it turned into a beam of light and flew out of the Titan divine system's divine kingdom, arriving outside the divine kingdom's barrier. A huge black hole suddenly appeared, and the aura of astral boundary spread from the black hole. The mountain flew directly into the huge black hole and disappeared from this world, entering the astral world. Chapter 719. The god of war, Amigo, died. He really did it. What a dangerous guy. Within the divine country of the dark elven pantheon, the queen of spiders Lolth looked up at the sky. Countless runes appeared in her eyes, and she looked into the distance and sighed faintly. The beautiful goddesses of the dark elven pantheon subordinated to the queen of spiders Lolth were startled, and incredulity shimmered in their beautiful eyes. Maiden of pleasure, Gabriella uttered in surprise. He died? How is that possible? The god of war Amigo is the primary god of the Titan pantheon. Back then, in the War of the Gods, he had withstood the siege of two great divine force-level deities. The feeble divine force rank mushroom, Maiden Ada uttered with a look of surprise on her face. The god of war Amigo is a god with almost no weaknesses and has experienced countless wars. How could he die so easily? This time, for strong divine force rank gods besieged Yangfeng's divine country. Lolth uttered flatly, "It's very simple." This shows that Yangfeng is not a simple person. His divine country is definitely one of the most dangerous places in the world. To be able to suppress countless genius warlocks in the Tsangji Plain reminds me of the warlock emperors of the Tsangji Plain in the past. When everyone in the divine country heard the term warlock emperor, their countenance flickered and their eyes revealed looks of worship. Ever since the emergence of the 8 warlock emperors, except for the Dawn Lord, the other 7 warlock emperors have been recognized as the strongest powerhouses. When warlock emperor rank powerhouses who have existed since ancient times, or even the Age of Eternals, fought the 7 warlock emperors, they were basically defeated, suppressed, or killed. Even the slightly weaker Dawn Lord was a peerless genius who shook an era. He was rarely defeated, suppressed countless Holy Spirit warlocks, and founded the brilliant and prosperous Dawn Dynasty. At the thought that Yangfeng may promote to a warlock emperor that may only appear once every 100,000 years, or even hundreds of thousands of years, the delicate bodies of the dark elven gods heated up, and their pretty faces overflowed with spring, exuding an enchanting temperament. The Queen of Spiders Lolth glanced at the beautiful twin girls and said flatly, "Surely, Susan, prepare yourselves." "Yes, Mother." The twin goddesses of the Dark Elves, Shirley and Susan, responded respectfully. Dark Elves were extremely dissolute. Very few adult Dark Elves were virgins. Those virgins were nurtured by them as gifts to the great gods and great figures of the various races. The many goddesses of the Dark Elven divine system were also unrestrained. Each of them kept countless handsome men in captivity and indulged in debauchery every day. Shirley and Susan were virgin goddesses specially cultivated by the Queen of Spiders Lolth to please the powerful gods. Only those strong divine power rank gods were qualified to enjoy the twin goddesses that the Queen of Spiders Lolth had cultivated with all her heart. Originally, the Queen of Spiders Lolth was reluctant to part with Shirley and Susan. But after seeing Titan Pantheon's god of war Amigo die at Yangfeng's hands, she made her decision. Titan pantheon inside the myriad gods mountain. Vega, the god of thunder, whose body was covered with countless mysterious lightning tattoos, had a burly figure and a handsome appearance. He exuded a domineering aura as he looked at the 10,000 divine mountain that had collapsed and disappeared. His expression was extremely ugly. With a flash of earth-yellow light, the gorgeous goddess of the earth Victoria with long brown hair, a voluptuous and sexy figure, and a feeling of intimacy that seems to be able to contain all things appeared. The eyes of the god of thunder Vega flickered with a cruel glint, and he uttered while stressing each syllable. They dared to kill a primary god of my Titan pantheon. I won't let them off. Whoever they are, they must pay the price. The goddess of the earth Victoria asked, "Do you need me to go with you?" The god of thunder Vega replied slowly, "No. You stay. The myriad gods mountain needs someone to guard it. The myriad gods mountain has a strong divine power, rank god like the goddess of the earth mother, standing guard. Additionally, there are many gods on the myriad gods mountain and countless martyrs in the martyr palace. Even if a mighty divine force rank god enters the myriad gods mountain, they will be defeated by the other gods. Once the myriad gods mountain is not guarded by a strong divine force rank god, then a warlock monarch rank powerhouse may sneak into the myriad gods mountain and steal all kinds of precious god armaments and secret treasures, turning the myriad gods mountain upside down. The goddess of the earth Victoria nodded. The figure of the god of thunder Vega fluttered, and he disappeared at once. Before long, warships full of gods subordinated to the god of thunder Vega flew out of the myriad gods mountain and flew towards Yangfeng's divine country. In the Titan pantheon, the god of thunder Vega's status is equivalent to that of the radiant primary god Prados, and the gods subordinated to him are far stronger than the god of war Migo. The Zalia pantheon within the divine country of the radiant primary god Prados. Sitting in a temple, the radiant primary god Prados gazed into the distance with a dignified look in his eyes. Amigo died. Thames is in danger as well. Formidable divine force fluctuations enveloped the divine country of the Zalia pantheon's divine country. Except for the gods who travel the astral boundary, the endless abyss, and some strange places, all the gods of the Zalia pantheon received an order from the radiant primary god Prados. Huge warships flew out of the various divine countries and flew towards the divine country of the radiant primary god Prados. In the center of a divine country, shrouded in an endless forest with countless extraordinary plants rarely seen in the outside world, there are 36 10,000-meter tall gold trees. In the center of the gold trees, there is an exquisite palace that looks like it doesn't belong to the secular world. In a divine hall at the center of the beautiful palace sat a woman in green hunting clothes. She had dazzling golden hair that cascaded down like a golden waterfall, and her figure was golden in proportion. Her skin was as white as snow, without a single blemish. She was devastatingly beautiful, like the incarnation of beauty. This peerless beauty, who exudes a noble and elegant temperament, is the primary god of the elven divine system, the strong divine force rank god Mophisaraja. Mophisaraja frowned slightly and thought inwardly, Amigo has fallen. To be able to kill him, that Yangfeng is really strong. To be able to kill a strong divine force rank god while being besieged by 4 strong divine force rank gods. This kind of power shouldn't be possessed by the battle demon sect. The 4 great divine power level gods were not just the 4 of them. They had brought with them an incomparably huge divine army, as well as countless subordinate gods and servant gods. Even if it were the powerhouses of the Great Cloud Dynasty's 10 great sects besieged by the 4 strong divine force rank gods, only death would await them. The fighting strength Yangfeng displayed far exceeded the imagination of the gods of the Feisual Plain. There was a flash of wisdom in Mophisaraja's beautiful eyes. Judging from his past, he has no malice towards us elves. He is someone who can be roped in and made friends with. Mophisaraja was an elven strong divine force rank god born in a war of the gods, as well as the protector of the elves. It was because of Mophisaraja that the elves were able to become one of the 4 empires of the Fesoal Plain and thrive on the Fesoal Plain. In the center of a seemingly spacious plain, there is a huge temple full of rugged beauty. In the center of the temple, there sits a middle-aged man with a pair of lion ears and a lion tail wrapped around his waist, exuding a domineering aura. He is the lion god Arkith. Arkith looked at the starry sky, and his eyes shimmered with a fierce glint. To dare kill that fellow amigo of the Titan divine system, he's really daring. He's really daring. He wants to lure the snake out of its hole and wipe out the hostile forces in one fell swoop. Arkith mused, but this is a human civil war. It has nothing to do with us beastmen. It would be best if they kill each other and perish together. The god of war, Amigo, died. It's really dangerous there. It's amazing that the god of half-blood beastmen, Ian, possesses such terrifying strength. Seeing this scene, the hearts of the many neutral gods hidden in the starry sky shook, and they didn't dare to attack Yangfeng's divine country. Outside Yangfeng's divine country, a large number of angels, martyrs, and surviving gods are frantically attacking the barrier of Yangfeng's divine country. But no matter how they attack, they can only set off ripples on the barrier. Within Yangfeng's divine country, our great lord has died. Damn it, my lord has actually fallen. These damn beasts. When the martyrs belonging to Amigo sensed Amigo's death, their eyes turned bloodshot, and they fell into madness, and their fighting strength surged. However, they were pierced through by the Skynet chains and nailed to the ground, becoming energy sources for the Skynet chains to absorb. When the 3 divine force rank gods fighting frantically saw this scene, their minds shook, and their eyes revealed a look of apprehension. Alexia, Yu Yin, Yangfeng's kindred avatar, and the ultimate form, 6-winged, sun-devouring centipede blurred into motion, appeared behind Gamma and besieged him. Gamma's godhead of massacre is very compatible with the path of Yangfeng's god avatar. As long as he devours Gamma's godhead and refine it, Yangfeng's god avatar will soon be able to promote to a strong divine force rank god. As for god believers, with the intelligent life forms of the Andrak plane as a source of faith, it's enough to support Yangfeng's god avatar. Chapter 720. The god of massacre, Gamma, frantically burned his divine power. Very strangely, he grew a head and 2 arms. The 2 extra arms were holding the same powerful divine power, scimitar of massacre. He brandished the scimitar of massacre, which emitted ferocious blade rays and blocked the attacks of Yangfeng's group of 4. Fearsome shock waves surged in all directions. The area where God of Massacre Gamma is located shone with blade rays, and everything in its wake was shattered. Help me. Faced with the siege of the 4 powerhouses, God of Massacre Gamma has gone all out, yet he is still at a complete disadvantage. Within a breath of time, fine wounds appeared on his body. At the same time, under the control of Yangfeng's kindred avatar's blood energy, the wounds are extremely difficult to heal. He was forced to cry for help. God of Massacre Gamma can barely withstand the siege of Yangfeng's group of 4 for a short period of time. However, he knows that he can't withstand the siege of Yangfeng's group of 4 for a long time. Yu Tianling was sent to another battlefield by Yu Yan, who loves her younger sister very much. Ruler of the Night Maganat roared wildly, "Hold on!" The Scarlet Flame Feng Huang, the Gale Giant, and the archaic Sacred Dragon caught up with Ruler of the Night Maganat and besieged him with the cooperation of a swarm of 4th-generation battle robots. Ruler of the Night Maganat's strongest ability is that he can cast night divine spells and create a night divine domain that covers an area of 10,000 kilometers in radius. In the night divine domain, Ruler of the Night Maganat can teleport to any place. In Yangfeng's divine country, the life magic energy is thin and rejects most extraordinary laws. Even if Ruler of the Night Maganat spends a huge amount of divine force to cast divine spells, but he can only cast a night divine domain that covers an area of tens of kilometers in radius at most. As soon as the night divine domain appears, it will be drained of all its power by the Skynet chains, forcing ruler of the night to spend a tremendous amount of divine force to fight head-on. The omnipresent heavenly net chains that even great divine power-ranked deities feared had completely sealed the speed that Maganat, the ruler of the night, was so proud of, as well as all sorts of bizarre divine spells. This put him at a complete disadvantage in the face of the three great weapons of war: the Crimson Flame Phoenix, the Gale Giant, and the Primordial Holy Dragon. Ruler of the Night Maganat, God of Massacre Gamma, and God of Flames Thames, the three strong divine power rank gods, were constantly moving to avoid being locked on by the Blazing Sun grade main cannon. The three strong divine power rank gods possessed incredible senses. As long as they were not entangled by the sky web chains, they would not be easily hit by the Blazing Sun level main cannon. Amazing, as expected of a deity of the great divine force level. According to the analysis of the current battle situation, it would take another 3 hours to break the stalemate and kill a great divine power rank god. However, I don't have time, so I can only do this. With a thought from Yang Feng's clone, a hole appeared in the barrier. A figure flickered, and Yang Feng's true body, who was cruising outside, entered the hole and flew into the divine country. As soon as he entered the divine country, Yang Feng beckoned with his hand, and the Shoot the Heavens bow appeared in his hand. The world ring frantically extracted world force from the 9 small worlds inside Yang Feng and poured it into the Shoot the Heavens bow, and an arrow containing endless world force condensed in the Shoot the Heavens bow. Yang Feng's eyes suddenly flickered with countless mysterious runes, and he operated the Fate algorithm, and wisps of Fate aura diffused from him. A resplendent ray shot out from the Shoot the Heavens bow. The arrow, which seems to contain the terrifying pressure of the 9 worlds, shot out like a meteor, tore stars apart, shattered the vacuum, and annihilated everything, and shot towards God of Massacre Gamma with devastating force. Gamma, who just suffered a joint attack from Yang Feng's kindred Grand Duke Avatar and the other 3, was forced to take a step back. The arrow appeared in front of him. Gamma roared and frantically burned divine force, and the space in front of him distorted and overlapped with hundreds of layers of space. When the golden ray hit the hundreds of layers of space, as if the hundreds of layers of space didn't exist, it easily pierced through the hundreds of layers of space and shot into the heart of God of Massacre Gamma, locking him on the ground. Countless chains of the heavenly net suddenly shot out and pierced into Gamma's body, frantically extracting his power. Your blood is mine. Yang Feng's kindred Grand Duke Avatar smiled gracefully and slashed open a huge crack on God of Massacre Gamma with his sword. A large amount of golden god blood sprayed out of Gamma and flew into the hand of Yang Feng's kindred Grand Duke Avatar. The god blood, god body, god soul, and godhead of gods were the embodiment of the laws of a certain plane. They were the pinnacle alchemy, materials, and the pinnacle treasures of heaven and earth. For example, if a drop of divine blood from a powerful god like God of Massacre Gamma was absorbed by an ordinary mortal, then that ordinary mortal would obtain the power to be reborn. Their soul aptitude and various other cultivation aptitudes would also increase crazily. If Yang Feng's kindred Grand Duke Avatar could absorb the god blood of 30 strong divine force rank gods, he might be able to break through the bloodline shackles and promote to a kindred Grand Prince rank existence in one fell swoop. Alexia extended her hand and dug out Gamma's godhead from his body. When Gamma died, in the Feisual Plain, in the secret churches of the God of Massacre, Gamma's idols cracked one by one. All the believers of the God of Massacre were horrified to discover that they could no longer sense anything about Gamma. God of Massacre, Gamma died. So fast. How scary. What is in Yang Feng's divine country? Outside Yang Feng's divine country, the neutral gods are speculating. After killing God of Massacre Gamma, Yu Yin, Yang Feng's kindred Grand Duke, Alexia, and the 6-winged, sun-devouring centipede blurred into motion, appeared beside Maganat and attacked him frantically. Maganat is the Emperor of the Night. If he was outside Yang Feng's divine country, he would be able to freely travel within the scope of the night in the Feisuo Plains main world. Even if it is a Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouse, without a secret treasure to restrain Maganat, they won't be able to kill Maganat in the night. Ordinary strong divine force rank existences will definitely lose against Maganat in the night, and may even die if they are careless. Maganat is the most powerful assassin in the night. If he hides in the dark, even Warlock Monarch rank powerhouses will have a headache. If it wasn't for the fact that he teamed up with 3 strong divine force rank gods and led their divine legions into Yang Feng's divine country, it would be almost impossible to kill him. Ruler of the Night Maganat's figure flickered as he madly burned his divine power. He turned into black saber lights that slashed at the Skynet chains, forcibly cutting open a space that was thousands of meters wide. His true body, on the other hand, moved freely in the space within thousands of meters wide and fought fiercely with the 3 Infinity Warlock rank weapons. When Yu Yin and the other 3 Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses joined the battle, Maganat's movement space was suddenly suppressed, and many wounds appeared on his body. Ruler of the Night Maganat barked, "Stop, Yang Feng. I admit that I lost this time. I will give you the Dark Elves. That woman Lolth isn't simple. She won't submit to you that easily. I can help you suppress her. By the way, we can also form an alliance. I am willing to be your ally and advance and retreat together with you." What an interesting proposal. Unfortunately, the promises of the darkness evil gods can never be taken seriously. So you'd better die here. Yang Feng's true body swallowed a dozen-plus vials of top recovery elixirs. Like a huge whirlpool, countless high-grade magic crystals turned into ashes, and a tremendous amount of life magic energy entered his body. The greater the power of the shoot the heavens bow, the greater the burden on Yang Feng's body. To condense an arrow that can seriously injure a strong divine force rank god, it is not a small burden for Yang Feng, who has formed 9 small worlds. Boom! At this moment, Yang Feng's divine country trembled slightly. Ripples rose on the barrier, and a tremendous rumble spread throughout the divine country. Excitement flashed in Maganat's eyes, and he frantically burned divine force and roared, "Ha ha! Our reinforcements are here. Yang Feng, you're dead. Our reinforcements are here. Let's go. We can let bygones be bygones. Otherwise, today will be the day you die." Maganat, the ruler of the night, burned his divine power without a care for anything else. The massive amount of divine power he had accumulated over tens of thousands of years rapidly disappeared, allowing him to obtain incomparably terrifying power. Within that range of several thousand meters, the ruler of the night Maganat's moving figure was everywhere, as well as the experts he had killed. With the support of the fearsome divine force, the powerhouses killed by ruler of the night Maganat are killed one after another, and then resurrected and frantically attacked Yu Yin and the other 3 Infinity Warlocks, desperately consuming the power of the 4 of them. With how crazy Maganat is, he won't be able to hold on for long. In a day at most, the divine force crystals he has accumulated for tens of thousands of years will be exhausted. However, as long as he fights for a certain amount of time until Yang Feng's divine country barrier collapses, he will be able to get a chance of survival. Chapter 721. Yang Feng looked at Maganat, who has turned into a black ray of light and shuttled back and forth within a range of thousands of meters, took a deep breath, clenched the shoot the heavens bow, and frantically extracted world force from the 9 small worlds inside him with the world ring. An arrow containing fearsome world force formed inside the shoot the heavens bow. No! Ruler of the night Maganat's eyes flashed with fear when he saw the arrow, which contained the terrifying power of the world, and he screamed. In the blink of an eye, the arrow containing the power of 9 worlds shot out towards the ruler of the night, Maganat. "Damn it! Block it!" The ruler of the night, Maganat, roared as he burned his divine power in a frenzy. With a wave of his hand, a great divine power rank shield of the night suddenly appeared and blocked in front of him. A whirlpool of night that seems to be able to devour everything emerged from the shield of the night and rotated wildly. The chute the heavens bow, which contains the force of 9 worlds, and seems to be able to pierce through all worlds and suppress all enemies, plunged into the whirlpool of the night inch by inch with great difficulty. In a spacious void, an invisible blazing sun battlestar's main cannon flashed, and a dazzling beam of light blasted Maganat's body. Maganat's body collapsed and disappeared in an instant, and then quickly condensed in the night thousands of meters away. Ruler of the night Maganat has just formed a body, when a pitch-black fallen angel sword stabbed him in the chest, and fallen angel fire burned his flesh and soul. Damn it! If it weren't for this, then even if you joined forces, you wouldn't be able to kill me. Ruler of the night Maganat issued a roar full of unwillingness. With a flash of bloody light, his head was cut off by Yang Feng's kindred avatar. The shield of the night fell to the ground, and the shoot the heavens bow arrow turned into a stream of light and stabbed into Maganat. At that moment, all the believers of the ruler of the night, Maganat, lost their connection with him, and their statues shattered one after another. The Dark Knight Divine Kingdom started to collapse, and a huge cave filled with the aura of the star world appeared, completely engulfing the incomparably huge Dark Knight Divine Kingdom. Outside Yang Feng's divine country, there are dozens of warships suspended in the air. The divine legions subordinated to Xalia Pantheon's gods poured out and frantically bombarded the barrier of Yang Feng's divine country. Standing loftily aboard a warship, Titan Pantheon's god of lightning Gaba watched coldly as Xalia Pantheon's gods attacked Yang Feng's divine country barrier. Covered in sacred light, the radiant primary god Prados stood in front of the god of thunder Vega and said solemnly, "Vega, please help me. Let's join forces to break through Yang Feng's divine country barrier." The god of thunder Vega sneered and said, "Prados, this is just a little guy with weak divine power. Your Xalia divine branch can't even break the divine kingdom of a little guy. How disappointing." The Xalia and Titan divine systems were the true overlords of the Feisual plane. The Elven divine system, the Beastman divine system, and other divine systems had to unite to be able to contend against them. In the War of the Gods tens of thousands of years ago, the gods of the Xalia and Titan divine systems fought endlessly and sowed countless blood feuds. Even though the Treaty of the Gods was concluded and the Feisual plane maintained peace, they still fought openly and covertly in the secular world for tens of thousands of years. The relationship between the two sides was naturally extremely bad. The radiant primary god Prados uttered, "Feeble divine force rank?" The amount of divine force crystals he spent to strengthen his divine country has already exceeded that of ordinary strong divine force rank gods. This divine power boundary barrier is not something that can be released by an ordinary divine power level divine kingdom. Yang Feng seized a large number of divine force crystals from the treasury of the 2 kindred Grand Dukes. He also seized a large number of divine force crystals from the treasury of the Ligui province, Yu province, and Bright Moon province. The amount of divine force crystals he possesses is no less than that of the Feisual plane's Elven divine system. To break through Yang Feng's divine country barrier in a short period of time, unless a Holy Spirit warlock rank powerhouse takes action. The god of thunder Gaba asked, "Why should I help you?" The radiant primary god Prados responded, "We can conclude a 10,000-year peace treaty. Besides, as long as you help me rescue Thames, I can promise you that I will do my best to help you with one thing while ensuring my own safety. We can conclude a Styx oath." The god of thunder Gaba couldn't help but be tempted. With the power of the radiant primary god Prados, as long as the 2 divine systems join forces, there is virtually nothing that cannot be done in the Feisual plane. The god of thunder Gaba responded promptly, "Okay, I promise you." The radiant primary god Prados first flashed with joy and then was shrouded in endless anger, and he looked into the distance. He saw a star burning with endless flames suddenly appear in the vast starry sky and illuminate the surroundings. A huge astral world cave appeared behind the star, completely swallowing it. The god of fire tames died. That's too savage. 4 strong divine power ranked deities died, just like that. How scary. Yangfeng's divine country is really a scary place. 4 strong divine force rank gods died, which means that 4 strong divine force rank godheads have fallen into Yangfeng's hands. It seems that Yangfeng will soon be able to create a human divine system with amazing strength. Neutral gods hidden in various places watch the divine country of the god of fire tames being swallowed by the astral law in the distance, and complicated thoughts flashed in their minds. The barrier enveloping Yangfeng's divine country suddenly opened, revealing a battlefield full of potholes, wreckage, and tragic aura. When the barrier around Yangfeng's divine country opened, the gods of the Xalia Pantheon and the Titan Pantheon watched helplessly. No one dared to enter Yangfeng's divine country. At this moment, a vast divine force aura spread from Yangfeng's divine country, and wisps of strong divine force rank fluctuations of power spread from the divine country. Someone is promoting to a strong divine force rank god. It's Yangfeng. It's Yangfeng's divine force fluctuations. He's promoting to a strong divine force rank god. Now, no one can stop him from promoting to a strong divine force rank god. Among the neutral gods, when they sensed the aura released by Yangfeng, an enigmatic shade flashed in their eyes. Strong divine force rank gods are existences at the apex of the Feisual plane. Each of them is extremely powerful. With divine force crystals burning, a strong divine force rank god can even resist the siege of 4 infinity warlock rank powerhouses. A strong divine force rank god can even break into the divine country of a weak divine force rank god by himself and kill the other party with absolute power. In the War of the Gods, there have been strong divine force rank gods who broke into the divine country of an intermediate divine force rank god and paid a huge price to kill the other party. The Elven Pantheon only has the protection of a strong divine force rank god. It has already allowed the elves to become one of the 4 major races of the Feisual plane. In the Feisual plane, virtually all neutral gods are eager to promote to a strong divine force rank god. However, very few can achieve this. At this moment, the fog shrouding Yangfeng's divine country suddenly parted, and everyone can clearly see Yangfeng sitting loftily on a throne in the center of the divine country. Countless mysterious runes rose in his eyes, and wisps of strong divine force rank fluctuations of power slowly diffused from him. In front of Yangfeng, Alexia, dressed in the fallen angel armor and holding the fallen angel sword, looked loftily into the distance, looking like a powerful guardian goddess. Prados' eyes are calm, but his face revealed a trace of anger, and he said coldly, "How arrogant! He's inviting us to go in and fight him." At this time, Yangfeng chose to promote to a strong divine force rank god. If the gods of Xalia Pantheon and Titan Pantheon don't want him to promote to a strong divine force rank god, they can only enter his divine country and fight him. However, 4 strong divine force rank gods have already died in Yangfeng's divine country. Although the radiant primary god Prados and the god of thunder Gaba are far stronger than ordinary strong divine force rank gods, yet they don't dare to rashly enter and fight Yangfeng. The god of thunder Gaba sighed regretfully. Interesting. Unfortunately, this is his divine country. Otherwise, I would really like to go in and fight him to the death. The divine country of any god is a dangerous place. Without an absolute advantage, few gods will step into another god's divine country and start a fight. On the Feisual plane, for strong divine force rank gods were virtually invincible existences. Even if they encounter a warlock monarch rank powerhouse, the 4 of them can fight them together. Even if they can't defeat them, they can still retreat unscathed. The fact that the 4 strong divine force rank gods died in Yangfeng's divine country proves that there is a terrifying danger in his divine country. The radiant primary god Prados said, "Yangfeng, return Tame's godhead to me. Otherwise, our Xalia Pantheon will fight you to the death." Inside the divine country, Yangfeng said coldly, Since Tame's godhead is in my hands, then it's impossible for me to return it to you. If your Zalia Pantheon wants to fight me to the death, then you can all go to hell. In this way, we can easily sever the chain of hatred. Chapter 722. The Divine Thunder. Shell took a deep look at Yangfeng, then blurred into motion and appeared on a thunder warship. Rays of light flickered as the lightning warship flew towards the Titan Divine System's Divine Kingdom, Myriad God Mountain. If there are two or more strong Divine Force rank gods resisting Yangfeng's Divine Country, Gaba is willing to go all out and pour all his power into Yangfeng's Divine Country to fight him to the death. However, Yangfeng's Divine Country is calm and tranquil at this time. The Divine Legions have been suppressed. That kind of terrifying combat power made Gaba, the god of thunder, extremely fearful. The radiant primary god Prados uttered coldly, "Very well, Yangfeng, I will remember your words. You human warlocks will all die on the Feisual Plain, just like the previous human warlocks. Our Feisual Plain will never be conquered. The one who will die is you, Prados." After saying that, Yangfeng's clone closed his eyes and frantically absorbed the surrounding divine force crystals, condensed god blood, god body, and comprehended the laws of the god of Massacre's godhead. In the divine system, it was both difficult and easy to advance to the level of a divine power level god. If an ordinary mid-level divine power rank god wanted to advance to a strong divine power rank god, even if they meditated for 100,000 years, they might not be able to advance. However, as long as one had a strong divine power rank divinity, enough divine power crystals, and enough believers, a weak divine power rank god could easily be promoted to a strong divine power rank. In order to obtain a godhead of a great divine force, one had to kill a great divine force existence. The difficulty was extremely high. Therefore, no matter which plane it was, the divine power rank godhead was definitely worth an astronomical price. It could cause countless powerful beings to fight over it. Yangfeng, who possesses a strong divine force rank godhead and has obtained a large number of divine force crystals from several wars, was able to promote to a strong divine force rank god so smoothly. Outside Yangfeng's divine country, the radiant primary god Prados stared at Yangfeng. In the end, his figure fluttered, and he flew into his warship and flew towards his divine country. The gods can only watch helplessly as Yangfeng's divine force clone's aura becomes stronger and stronger and evolves towards the strong divine force rank. Those who dared to interfere with Yangfeng's promotion to a strong divine force rank god have been eliminated by him. On the Feisual Plain, unless all gods joined forces, no god of divine system could suppress Yangfeng and his party by themselves. In the countless temples of the Morant's empire, huge bells rang, and the temples of the gods displayed miracles. Holy War. Our Lord's Oracle. The Holy War has officially begun. Holy War. The enemy of my Lord is the heretics of the Red Earth Wasteland. Inside the temples of the gods, the archbishops had solemn expressions as they announced the decree of the gods. Thanks to the oracle, the Morant's empire, which exuded a smell of decay, finally began to operate at full speed. Like a slowly awakening war beast, it began to prepare for war. Dazzling starlight fell from the sky, landed in the Morant's empire, and possessed the bodies of priests with excellent aptitudes chosen by the churches. Illuminated by the starlight, the strength of the priests with excellent aptitudes suddenly increased geometrically. Most of them broke through and promoted to legend rank powerhouses, and some even advanced to demigods in a single bound. In the Titan Empire, many shrines also shone brightly. Holy War. Our Lord's Oracle. The Holy War has officially begun. The entire Titan Empire was mobilized. Countless warriors were conscripted and added to the legions. The war machine of the Titan Empire was launched at once. Silver light fell from the sky and landed on the warriors with excellent aptitudes of the Titan Empire. When the warriors received the silver light, their strength suddenly soared, and they broke through to the legend and demigod realms. The war machines of the two most powerful empires of the Feisual Plain were fully operational, and terrifying armies began to advance towards the border of the Red Earth wasteland. What a bunch of idiots! You're not my opponent in the starry sky of the gods, so you start with the secular world? Unfortunately, you're not my opponent in the secular world. Sitting in his divine country, Yang Feng observed the changes in the Feisual Plains world through the laws of the Nether and the vision of countless believers, and the corners of his mouth rose into a smile. According to the agreement between the gods couldn't directly intervene in the secular world's wars. Those who betrayed the agreement would be jointly suppressed by the gods. The agreement between the gods was an agreement jointly signed by the gods of the Feisual Plains divine systems, neutral gods, and the Dark Chaos Camp. Anyone who violated the agreement would be punished by the gods. The reason why the agreement of the gods appeared was that the gods were too powerful. Take the goddess of venom, Charlotte, for example. If she went all out, it would take her less than 10 years to poison all the life forms in the Feisual Plains secular world. The foundation of the gods who became gods on the Feisual Plain was the life forms in the secular world. Even if the gods still had believers on other planes, but due to the planar laws, the faith power provided by 10,000 believers on other planes could barely match the faith power provided by one believer on the Feisual Plane. Moreover, once a god became a god on the Feisual Plane, the number of believers on the Feisual Plane would decrease to a certain extent, and their strength would slowly weaken. Even if they had more believers on other planes, they couldn't prevent their strength from weakening. Eventually, they would be weakened to the feeble divine force rank, and then rely on the faith power of believers on other planes to linger on. Even if it was a strong divine force rank god, their strong divine force rank godhead would gradually decompose and degrade during this process. This was the weakness and limitation of gods. In the Red Earth wasteland, Catherine began to quickly mobilize the soldiers of the Half-Blood Beastman Empire to go to the Lightning Fortress. The Lightning Fortress was a strategic location located at the junction of the Red Earth wasteland, the Morance Empire, and the Titan Empire. Only by capturing the Lightning Fortress would the Morance Empire and the Titan Empire be able to march straight into the Red Earth wasteland. Otherwise, they would be in danger of being attacked from both sides. The human force established by Yang Feng in the Red Earth wasteland, when he was still immortal, had developed into a kingdom called the Great Thunder Kingdom. The king of the Great Thunder Kingdom was Yang Feng, who lived high above the stars. As for the operation of the kingdom, it was handed over to the Council of Elders. The Great Thunder Kingdom and the Half-Blood Beastman Empire were Yang Feng's right-hand men in the secular world. They immediately launched a general mobilization and quickly began to prepare for war. A few days later, outside Yang Feng's divine country, ripples flickered and a completely invisible warship filled with a strange aura and surrounded by countless weird vines suddenly appeared. Lolth requests an audience with Sir Yang Feng. The Queen of Spiders Lolth, who was dressed in a purple dress that revealed a large area of her snow-white skin and a pair of slender legs, exuding an aura of endless temptation, smiled flirtatiously and spoke in a voice full of charm. The upper body of the Queen of Spiders Lolth was a terrifying freak with the upper body of a stunning beauty and the lower body of a big spider. However, she used the divine spell god rank metamorphosis to transform into a human form. In her human form, she was a genuine human goddess. If she gave birth to offspring, they would definitely be purebred humans. By relying on the god rank metamorphosis and her charm, the Queen of Spiders Lolth bewitched a high elven monarch of the Sander Plane and tempted an elf subordinate of the high elven monarch to degenerate into a dark elf and flee to the Feisual Plane. Please come in. The barrier of the divine country suddenly opened, revealing a huge cave. With a flash of black light, the flying ship flew into the huge cave. Gold light enveloped the flying ship and guided it to land next to the central temple. Charlotte, as soon as Rose walked out of the flying boat, she saw a beautiful woman in black leather clothes with a humiliating slave collar on her neck. She looked flirtatious and humiliating at the same time. She was immediately shocked. The beautiful woman in front of her was the goddess of toxins, Charlotte. Behind Lolth, the gorgeous and enchanting dark elven goddesses looked curiously at the goddess of toxins, Charlotte, with contempt and ridicule in their beautiful eyes. The goddess of toxins, Charlotte, was once the woman of ruler of the night, Maganot, and an intermediate divine force rank god. She was arrogant and despotic under Maganot's command, looking down on others. The dark elven goddesses once went to serve Maganot, but she made things difficult for them in every possible way. Now that they saw the aloof goddess of toxins, Charlotte, fall from heaven to hell and become a lowly slave welcoming guests, the dark elven goddesses were filled with a sense of superiority. The beautiful eyes of the goddess of toxins, Charlotte, flashed numbly, and she bowed respectfully to the many goddesses and uttered, "Greetings, goddess." The corners of Loltha's mouth rose slightly. Looking at her former competitor in front of her, she loosened her grip, and a bag fell to the ground. A large number of precious gems spilled out of the bag. Lolth looked condescendingly at the goddess of toxins, Charlotte, and said with a smile, "Use your hands to help me pick them up one by one." "Yes, goddess." A deep look of humiliation streaked past the beautiful eyes of the goddess of toxins, Charlotte. She bent down, squatted on the ground, picked up the precious gems that were priceless in the mortal world, and handed them to Lolth. Chapter 723. Well done, Charlotte. Lolth took the gem, gently patted Charlotte's pretty face, and revealed a smile full of superiority. A look of humiliation streaked past Charlotte's beautiful eyes, and she lowered her head and said respectfully, "Thank you for your praise, goddess." Behind Lolth, the dark elven goddesses looked at each other and loosened their grip, and all kinds of things fell to the ground. Gabriella smiled sweetly and pointed at the handkerchief that fell to the side and said, "Pick it up." Another dark elven goddess said with a smile, "That's my favorite gem. Charlotte, pick it up." The dark elven divine systems goddesses arrogantly issued orders to poison goddess Charlotte, brimming with joy and delight. The goddess of poison, Charlotte, was a powerful mid-level divine power rank god. She wielded the law of toxicity and wielded the authority of toxicity on the Fesual plane. She was one of the most promising existences to promote to a strong divine force rank god. In the past, the dark elven goddesses had to carefully flatter and curry favor with the goddess of toxicity, Charlotte. Some dark elven goddesses were even punished and humiliated by the goddess of toxicity, Charlotte. Now that there was a chance to humiliate the goddess of toxicity, Charlotte, the narrow-minded and vengeful dark elven goddesses naturally wouldn't get tired of it, and used various methods to humiliate the goddess of toxicity, Charlotte. Clenching her teeth, the goddess of toxicity, Charlotte, silently picked up the things dropped by the dark elven goddesses, and then respectfully returned them to the dark elven goddesses. Lol smiled at the goddess of toxicity, Charlotte, who endured the humiliation, and said, "Surely, Susan." "Yes, mother." The dark elven twin goddesses, Shirley and Susan, with temperaments that were diametrically opposed to the licentious dark elves, slowly walked over. Lol smiled affectionately at Charlotte and said, "These are my two obedient daughters, as well as the gifts I prepared for the great Sir Yongfeng. Charlotte, from now on, you should get close to each other. Remember to take care of my two lovely daughters." The pretty face of the goddess of toxicity, Charlotte, suddenly turned pale. Once the dark elven twin goddesses, Shirley and Susan, serve Yongfeng, it would be almost impossible for the goddess of toxicity, Charlotte, to rise again. In front of Yongfeng, the two dark elven goddesses, Shirley and Susan, who looked pure and beautiful, were gentle and considerate bunnies. However, they were definitely palace fighting experts who had been meticulously trained by Rose to be proficient in countless plots and schemes. With them around, it was almost impossible for Charlotte, the poison goddess, to stand out. Charlotte became even more respectful. "Yes, I understand. Please follow me." In the center of Yongfeng's divine country, there is a dazzling and magnificent palace. As soon as Lol stepped into the center of the huge palace, she saw Yang Feng's god clone sitting on a luxurious litter made of countless gems and all kinds of rare treasures. Beside the luxurious litter, there are several dark elven beauties kneeling. They are Tyrannid Subcontinent's two great matriarchs, Cheyenne and Joanna, Tyrannid Subcontinent's top dark elven assassin Romulage, and Fesual Plains' former Pope Gleistar. The top dark elven beauties watched the Queen of Spiders Lolth gracefully step into the temple, a fragrance wafting from her, and a queer feeling welled up in their hearts. In the past, the Queen of Spiders Lolth was the god most worshipped by the dark elven beauties, who believed that she was omnipotent. Deterred by fear, massacre, and all kinds of inhuman punishments, they didn't dare to betray her. This was a method evil gods used to dominate their believers. Divine grace as vast as the sea, divine might as deep as the prison. Gods of the righteous faction mainly absorbed human faith force. Gods of the evil faction, on the other hand, gained power from human fear, pain, envy, massacre, and other negative emotions. As an evil god, the Queen of Spiders Lolth could absorb negative divine force from the despair, fear, and depravity of her believers, which was why she incited her dark elves to kill each other and carry out all kinds of evil rituals to please her. The Queen of Spiders Lolth, who used to be aloof, looked up to, worshipped, and seemed to possess infinite power, actually appeared in this palace and had an audience with the top dark elven beauties. This made them feel like time and space were in disarray, and their faith was collapsing. When the Queen of Spiders Lolth saw Yang Feng casually sitting in the litter with his arm around Gleistar, she suddenly felt a frightening aura emanate from Yang Feng, and her beautiful eyes revealed a look of envy. Strong divine force rank. She has promoted to a strong divine force rank god. How enviable. It has been hundreds of thousands of years since the Queen of Spiders Lolth advanced to an intermediate divine force rank god, and she has experienced several wars of gods. Even though she was an intermediate divine force rank god, but in wars of gods, she was treading on thin ice. Only those terrifying existences at the divine power level were the ones in control of the divine wars. She had no choice but to attach herself to the ruler of the night, Maganot, in order to occupy a place in the Fesual Plains underground world. The Queen of Spiders Lolth bowed to Yang Feng and uttered respectfully, "Lolth greets the great god of massacre, Sir Yang Feng." Yang Feng glanced at the Queen of Spiders Lolth with an enigmatic smile and uttered, "Lolth, you really dare to come to my divine country to see me. Aren't you afraid that I will take action and keep you here? In my divine country, even a strong divine force rank god can't escape. As long as I suppress you here, the entire dark elven race will be mine." The Queen of Spiders Lolth uttered with a sweet smile, "Great Your Majesty, you are a peerless overlord destined to rule over countless plains in the future. Countless powerhouses will come to seek refuge with you and serve you. I came here to seek refuge with you wholeheartedly, Your Majesty. You won't undermine your credibility for the sake of a mere intermediate divine force rank god like me." Yang Feng showed a smile of appreciation and uttered, "You're quite smart." Yang Feng announced his decision very calmly. "However, I am determined to obtain the Dark Elves. I want to become the primary god of the Dark Elves." Several of Yang Feng's active subordinates were Dark Elves. Moreover, Dark Elves were spread across countless plains, making them the best eyes and ears. By taking control of the Dark Elves, he would obtain a huge source of information. Dark Elves were also one of the races most suitable for gathering information. Yes. This is the divine authority, primary god of Dark Elves, separated from my godhead. Please accept it. I will cooperate with you to subdue the entire Dark Elven race." Lolth extended her lily-white hand, and a black ball of light, exuding strange fluctuations of divinity, appeared in her hand. The divine authority of gods could be separated from their godhead. When they were weak, many gods would absorb various divine authorities that involved many fields. When they were strong enough, They would separate those divine authorities and become purer and more powerful. The main divine authority of the goddess Lolth was primary god of dark elves. After the divine authority was separated, her strength dropped from the pinnacle intermediate divine force rank to the junior intermediate divine force rank. Seeing Lolth so cooperative, Yang Feng couldn't find any reason to deal with her. He pointed with his hand, and the divine authority of the primary god of dark elves flew into his hand, and then was sealed by countless divine force seals. At the time, the Queen of Spiders Lolth had plotted against a warlock monarch rank High Elven Lord, lured a High Elven subordinate to the other party to degenerate, and survived until now. Naturally, Yang Feng had to go through countless tests before using the thing she gave him. Lolth said, "Your Majesty, these are my daughters, the twin goddesses of the Dark Elves, Shirley and Susan. Here, I offer them to you as a token of my loyalty. Please accept them. Shirley, Susan, greets your Majesty." The twin goddesses, who looked almost identical, had snow-white skin, sexy and enchanting figures, and exuded a pure and charming aura, stepped forward and bowed to Yang Feng, saying in a sweet voice, "Dark elves were originally beings that degenerated from high elves. Lolth could degenerate high elves into dark elves. With a lot of resources, she could transform dark elves into high elves with noble bloodline. Shirley and Susan were the twin goddesses Lolth used to transform dark elves into high elves. They were the most outstanding beauties among the dark elves. Cheyenne, Joanna, and Romulage were the top beauties among the dark elves. But compared to Shirley and Susan, they were still slightly inferior. All right, I'll accept them." Yang Feng's eyes lit up, and he revealed a smile and beckoned with his hand. Shirley and Susan flew to his side and knelt beside him, exuding a fresh and moving fragrance. Yang Feng flicked a finger, and a magic cube flew towards Lolth. "This is a gift in return." As soon as the Rubik's Cube flew in front of Lolth, it suddenly disintegrated into a silver armor that covered her entire body. In the center of the silver Zhan armor, there was a mid-level divine force rank godhead. A massive amount of energy flowed from the silver armor into Lolth's body. Lolth sensed the changes in her body, and excitement streaked past her beautiful eyes. What an amazing god armament! After equipping this god armament, my fighting strength is much stronger than before. Without concealing her joy, Lolth thanked Yang Feng. "Thank you, your Majesty." Yang Feng suddenly looked up, and countless runes appeared in his eyes. "It seems that we have a new guest." With a flash of golden light, a golden pillar of light formed in the divine hall. A young man with blonde hair, blue eyes, and an extremely handsome appearance appeared in the divine hall. He gave people a good impression of him with a single glance. Chapter 724. Mighty God of Massacre, I am the god of diplomacy of the Zalia divine system, Avalai. This is the treaty of the gods drawn up by the gods of the Feisual Plain. Please sign it. This is the will of the gods of the Feisual Plain. Avalai smiled gracefully and spread his hands, and a golden scroll suddenly flew out. Countless threads of divine force linked the golden scroll. Yang Feng beckoned with his hand, grabbed the golden treaty of the gods, and examined it carefully. The golden treaty of the gods recorded all kinds of taboos. Apart from blasphemy, dealing with experts from other planes and other extreme situations, gods were not allowed to descend with their true bodies and participate in wars between mortals. The means by which gods interfered in the secular world could be bestowed with god armaments, bestowed with power to mortals, guided by divine decrees, combined with mortals to give birth to divine descendants, and other indirect means. Those who violated the treaty would be jointly suppressed by the gods of the Feisual Plain. All the gods who signed their names on the treaty of the gods were bound by it. Only after the treaty of the gods did the Feisual Plain recover from the chaos of the War of the Gods. Before the implementation of the treaty of the gods, the main plane of the Feisual Plain was practically barren due to the divine force of the gods. All mortals hid in the shelters of the gods, struggling at death's door, and were in danger of being assimilated into petitioners at any time. Once the mortals, the foundation of the gods, were assimilated into petitioners, the gods would lose their foundation of existence on this plane, slowly weaken, and even die. Gods had long lifespans, were extremely powerful, and possessed astonishing explosive power. However, their only weakness was that they didn't have as much freedom as human warlocks. Yang Feng grabbed the Treaty of the Gods and said with a faint smile, "What if I don't sign it?" Avalai replied with a smile, "We will only tell this fact to all the gods." Yang Feng took a deep look at Avalai, then suddenly revealed a smile and signed his name. "It seems that I have no choice." Gods who refuse to sign the Treaty of the Gods will become the public enemy of all the gods of the Feisual Plain. Once Yang Feng refuses to sign the Treaty of the Gods, not only the two human divine systems, but also the neutral divine system, elven divine system, dragon divine system, beastman divine system, and many other gods will become his enemies. Currently, Yang Feng didn't have the power to go against the gods of the Feisual Plain. As such, he could only choose to sign the treaty. Seeing this, Avalai's eyes flashed with a hint of regret. He smiled and said, "Great god of massacre, our god king's daughter, the goddess of love, Mavis, will be celebrating her birthday on the 9th of next month. I hope you can do me the honor and attend her birthday party." Yang Feng said, "If I have time, I will consider it." Avalai smiled and said, "Then goodbye." A gold beam descended from the sky, enveloped Avalai, and teleported him away from Yang Feng's divine country. Rose said, "Your Majesty, I have a lot of experience in wars between mortals. Please allow me to explain to you the rules of the war between gods of the Feisual Plain." Yang Feng responded, "All right." As the largest barrier of the Red Earth wasteland, the Lightning Fortress was surrounded by the Morince Empire and the Titan Empire. Outside the Lightning Fortress, there were various tents stretching for more than 100 kilometers, and powerful auras were faintly discernible inside the tents, as if terrifying beasts were hiding inside. A convoy slowly entered the barracks. Most of the people in the convoy were tall and beautiful dancers. As soon as the convoy entered the barracks, it attracted the greedy gazes of countless warriors. However, when the warriors saw the carriage with the god of dance's crest in the center of the convoy, their eyes shimmered with apprehension, and they didn't dare to act rashly. Sitting in the carriage, Florence looked at the barracks through the window, her heart filled with complicated emotions. Wizard Ian, Marshal Ian, god of half-blood beastmen, god of massacre Yang Feng. He's changed a lot. Back then, he was just an ordinary wizard, but now he has become a strong divine force rank god, an enemy of the gods. The affairs of the world are really unpredictable. When Florence and Yang Feng met for the first time, Yang Feng was just a wizard from the wilderness. In order to become an aristocrat, he went to the imperial capital of the Morince Empire to be conferred a title by the emperor. At that time, Yang Feng wasn't even taken seriously by the gods. But now, a strong divine force rank god of the Azalea divine system and a strong divine force rank god of the Titan divine system died at Yang Feng's hands, forcing the two divine systems to join forces and launch a holy war against Yang Feng's mortal forces. Florence, a chosen of the god of dance Frederica, couldn't help but feel that the affairs of the world were somewhat unpredictable. After Florence and her convoy stopped within the sphere of influence of the temple, she went to the headquarters of the two allied forces. As soon as she entered the headquarters of the two allied forces, Florence saw legend heroes emerging from the Democalypse. Dragon Bloodline Wizard, Ruby Prince, Red Dragon Duke, Black Dragon Widow, Giant Grand Duke, Fiend Assassin, Devil Summoner, Storm Swordsman, Lightning Swordsman, Fiend Killer, Shield Prince, Fortress Duke, and other human heroes emerging from the Democalypse were all legend rank powerhouses or above, and there was even no lack of demigod rank powerhouses with god armaments. The human heroes were originally scattered in various areas of the Morince Empire and the Titan Empire, but under the summons of the Church, they finally gathered together. For the sake of the legendary qualification to become a god, they came here to serve the two empires. The headquarters seemed to be divided into two by an invisible blade. On one side stood the heroes of the Morinth Empire, and on the other side stood the heroes of the Titan Empire. Every single one of those human heroes was an unruly, powerful, and unruly figure in their own territories. However, in the High Command Department, he restrained all his arrogance and obediently sat in his seat. In the seats of honor, there were two people sitting respectively. One was tall, handsome, dressed in a white priest's robe, and shrouded in white divine light. He was the son of a god Franz, born from the union of the radiant primary god Prados and a princess of the Morinth Empire named Barbara. The other person was a tall man dressed in white bear fur. His face was covered with a beard, and he looked like a human bear. He was the son of a god Otto, born from the union of the god of thunder Gaba and the shepherdess Aphrodite. Whether it was Franz or Otto, they were the most legendary human heroes of the two empires. They both had frightening physiques and a trace of divinity. They were the most powerful demigods. They also had many blessings bestowed upon them by the gods. With the blessings of the gods, Franz and Otto were definitely the strongest human heroes. Even some weak divine power rank gods might be slain by them, using god armaments if careless. Franz said, "The Lightning Fortress is our target for this battle. It's also the core of the heretics. If we break through Lightning Fortress, the cities of the heretics in the Red Earth Wasteland will be completely exposed to our troops. This is our first battle, so we must win. Who is willing to be the vanguard and capture this city for the great gods?" A peerlessly handsome ruby prince with a head of red hair and eyes like a pair of beautiful rubies interrupted. "Franz, in this war, the person who performed the most outstandingly obtained a mid-level divine power godhead and became a true god under the protection of the gods, right?" As soon as he said that, everyone's gazes focused on Franz and Adu. Their gazes were filled with anticipation and doubt. A mid-level divine power rank god was a high-level existence among the gods and had a huge status. Even the great divine power-level gods needed to consider their opinions before they acted. It was because of the temptation of an intermediate divine power rank godhead that the ambitious and ruthless people from the two empires gathered here to serve the two empires. Otherwise, with their shrewdness, they wouldn't have come here to participate in the decisive battle between the newly risen half-blood beastman empire and the two empires. Franz said, "That's right. This is what the gods promised." And it wasn't just one, but two. The two people with the most outstanding performance in this battle will be qualified to promote to an intermediate divine power rank god. In addition, there are also 10 weak divine power rank gods and 48 feeble divine power rank gods. In the venue, the breathing of the human heroes became rapid, and their eyes revealed traces of greed. Gods are the most powerful existences on the Fesoa plane, as well as the most revered existences. A god, even a feeble divine power rank god, had an extremely long lifespan and enjoyed life beyond that of ordinary people. However, due to the control of the gods, it was extremely difficult for gods to be born on the Fesoa plane. People who could promote to gods within thousands of years were as rare as phoenix feathers and Chelan horns. Now that there were 52 more places to promote to gods, the human heroes immediately became excited. The 3-meter-tall, bald giant Grand Duke engraved with strange runes stepped forward and said, "I'll be the vanguard to capture Lightning Fortress for the mighty gods." Franz said decisively, "Okay, then you'll be the first vanguard." The handsome devil summoner, who was wearing a long black wizard robe and holding a book in his hand, gave off a mysterious aura and said with a graceful smile, "I'm also willing to be the vanguard and take down the lightning stronghold for the great gods. I'm willing to be the vanguard to capture Lightning Fortress for the mighty gods." A trifling lightning fortress. It only takes me a week to raise it to the ground. I only need 3 days. In the Commander-in-Chief's department, the heroes from the two empires were quarreling. For the position of the vanguard, they fought until their heads bled and they almost came to blows. Chapter 725. Outside the lightning fortress, banners fluttered in the wind as the human armies formed neat phalanxes. These were the most elite human warriors who could form neat phalanxes. Outside the neat phalanxes, there were some aristocratic private soldiers of varying strength, exuding a valiant temperament. On the Fesual plain, due to the planar tide, the interference of gods in the secular world was reduced to a minimum. A large number of abyssal fiends poured into the Fesual plain, forming a terrifying democalypse. After the Fesual plain's aristocrats experienced the baptism of the democalypse, the survivors were all experts. Even if they weren't experts themselves, but they still had countless experts under their command. At the forefront of the human army stood 2,000 warriors who were more than 2 meters tall. They were wearing pitch-black enchanted armor called black giant armor, and their formation was loose. They held huge shields and axes in their hands, exuding an iron-blooded aura. The 2,000 warriors wearing the black giant armor were the strongest elite black giant warriors under the Giant Grand Duke's command. The Giant Grand Duke was a hybrid between a giant and a human. During a fortuitous encounter, he stimulated his giant bloodline and obtained formidable power. Furthermore, he gathered all the giant and human hybrids and formed an elite black giant warrior army. During the democalypse, he made great contributions and was conferred the title of Duke. Each of the 2,000 warriors wearing the black giant armor was terrifyingly strong. Once the power of their bloodline was stimulated, coupled with the enchanted black giant armor, they could even erupt with level 2 or level 3 warlock rank battle prowess. The Giant Grand Duke was the commander of that incomparably terrifying army that crushed countless demon legions along the way and even beheaded an abyssal demon baron. Beat the drum. The Giant Grand Duke came to in front of the elite black giant legion he created and barked in a heroic spirit. A tall, wheat-colored female warrior with rough skin and a ponytail, who had an ordinary appearance and was wearing a full set of battle armor, raised a silver hammer and struck a black battle drum crazily. Every time the female warrior beats the black war drum, black halos will envelop the feet of the black giant legion. The black battle drum was a demigod-level treasure called the Drum of Valor. Once it was beaten continuously, it would form a halo of valor that enveloped the warriors on the battlefield, stimulating the fighting will of those warriors who were enveloped by the halo. The warriors shrouded in halos were immune to low-grade spirit spells. Charge with me, kill them all. We will use their blood and bones to exchange for our homes. The Giant Grand Duke wore a demigod-tier treasure called Giant Armor and held a 2-meter-long demigod-tier longsword called Giant Sword. He pointed at Lightning Fortress and roared, "Kill! Kill them all!" The elite black giant corps roared like wild beasts and followed the Giant Grand Duke towards Lightning Fortress. 2 armies from the Titan Empire and the Morinth Empire attacked Lightning Fortress from 2 different directions with various siege weapons. The armies from the Titan Empire and the Morinth Empire totaled 40,000 people. They were cannon fodder to attract the attention of Lightning Fortress. The real trump card was the elite black giant corps of the Giant Grand Duke. Fire. Tyrannid Subcontinent's great matriarch of the Dark Elves, Joanna, wore a silver military uniform, looking valiant and formidable. She stood on the city wall of Lightning Fort, overlooking the armies of the 2 empires rushing over, and coldly ordered. The large-caliber heavy artillery in the fortress flashed, and heavy artillery rained down on the armies of the 2 empires. Boom! Boom! Amidst a series of earth-shattering explosions, hundreds and thousands of soldiers from the 2 empires were blasted into countless pieces. Incomparably mournful cries resounded from the armies of the 2 empires. When they saw such a cruel scene, the morale of the warriors of the 2 empires collapsed, and they fled in disorder. At this moment, in the camp of the Morinth Empire, a cardinal with a holy text in hand recited a sonorous hymn. Hundreds of bishops gathered around the red-robed archbishop, chanting the incomparably loud hymn as well. Golden ripples spread out from the Holy Scripture and enveloped the remaining warriors of the two empires. When the warriors of the two empires were enveloped by the gold ripples, they were filled with courage, and they turned and charged towards Lightning Fortress. Romulage was lying prone on a hidden high platform on the wall of Lightning Fortress. She was holding an extended Gauss sniper cannon that was almost as long as her and brimming with a sci-fi aura. She aimed at the cardinal and calmly pulled the trigger. With a flash of light, one divine spell shield after another appeared around the cardinal. The divine spell shield shattered in an instant, and the head of the cardinal exploded, turning him into a headless corpse that fell to the ground. Seeing this scene, the faces of the clergymen reciting the hymn flashed with fear, and they fled in all directions. Romulage grabbed the elongated special edition Gauss sniper cannon, her beautiful eyes flashing with a touch of excitement. Her figure shook slightly, and she disappeared into the darkness. Awesome. This assassination secret treasure is really fearsome. It suits me so well. As a top assassin, Romulage kept in mind the rules of assassination. Every time she assassinated an important target, she would quickly leave. She would never stay in one place for long. After the cardinal died, another cardinal quickly came to replace him and continued to cast divine spells, enhancing the fighting spirit and courage of the armies of the two empires. After Lightning Fortress fired several rounds of artillery fire at the ordinary soldiers, under Joanna's command, the artillery fire crazily shrouded the elite Black Giant Legion. Amidst the roar of the cannons, the elite Black Giant warriors nimbly avoided the bombardment of the cannons. From time to time, the elite Black Giant soldiers were shrouded by the shock waves of artillery fire. However, relying on their terrifying fleshly strength and the protection of the Black Giant armor, they forcibly rushed out of the artillery fire. After paying the price of more than 200 casualties, they appeared 100 meters away from Lightning Fortress. Fire at full force. When the elite Black Giant soldiers arrived 100 meters away from Lightning Fortress, Joanna smiled coldly and ordered. 10,000 half-blood Beastman soldiers armed with strengthened Gauss rifles and wearing strengthened battlesuits appeared on the city wall and fired wildly at the elite Black Giant soldiers. A dense rain of light enveloped the elite Black Giant soldiers. The fearsome Gauss rifle bullets tore apart the defense of the Black Giant armor, pierced into the elite Black Giant soldiers, and blasted open huge holes. Swept by the dense rain of light, the bodies of the more than 1,700 elite Black Giant warriors burst into pieces, and they died powerlessly and miserably. They couldn't even fight back. So scary. What weapons are those? How can they be so ferocious? Those are elite Black Giant soldiers, the most powerful ground infantry. Even the Earth Dragon Knights were no match for them. How could this be? How could those elite Black Giant soldiers die at the hands of those weak half-blood beastmen? When the experts of the two empires saw the more than 1,700 elite Black Giant soldiers easily killed by the half-blood beastman soldiers without any resistance, they were dumbstruck, unable to believe their eyes. Each of the elite Black Giant soldiers possessed level 2 Warlock rank battle prowess. 100 elite Black Giant soldiers could easily break through a 10,000-strong human legion. The battle prowess of the human legion was far greater than that of the half-blood Beastman legion. But now a half-blood Beastman legion easily killed more than 1,700 elite Black Giant soldiers, which was simply appalling. Damn it, you bastards, you dare to kill my compatriots. Go to hell. Seeing this, the giant Grand Duke's eyes turned red, and he let out a furious roar as he activated the giant bloodline in his body. He suddenly turned into a 7-meter-tall giant that gave off a ferocious and tyrannical aura. The semi-god artifact, giant armor, and semi-god artifact, giant sword, also grew along with him. Joanna said coldly, "It's you who's going to die? Magic Cube troops attack." Silver rays shone, and 20 Magic Cube troops covered in silver armor and exuding fearsome auras suddenly flew out and turned into 20 swift streams of light, rushing towards the giant Grand Duke. The bulging chests showed that they were all female soldiers. The silver magic cube armor was called Silver Storm. As long as a connection was established with the Silver Storm, even an ordinary person could obtain demigod rank power within an hour. The 20 magic cube troops wearing Silver Storm burst out with demigod rank power and frantically besieged the giant Grand Duke. 20 demigod rank powerhouses. How could this be? It hasn't been long since the Red Earth Wasteland was established. So how could there be so many demigod rank powerhouses? Where did these demigod rank powerhouses come from? In the distance, a human powerhouse looked at the 20 Silver Storm troops that suddenly appeared and was dumbstruck, his heart filled with shock. Chapter 726. On the Fesual Plain, demigod rank powerhouses were famous bigwigs who dominated a region. During planar tides, demigod rank powerhouses were the most powerful in the world. Ever since Yangfeng ascended to godhood under the name Ian, the Red Earth Wasteland became the target of research by many forces. Numerous spies sneaked into the Red Earth Wasteland to investigate. The experts in the Red Earth Wasteland have been thoroughly studied by the many forces. As such, they couldn't find any traces of the 20 demigod rank powerhouses that suddenly appeared. The giant Grand Duke was indeed a battle-hardened powerhouse. Faced with the siege of the 20 fake demigod rank powerhouses, he brandished the giant sword and fought them, forcibly suppressing the 20 soldiers of the Magic Cube Squadron. Fortunately, they have demigod rank strength, but no corresponding fighting strength. The fighting strength of these people is too weak. It seems that they lack combat experience. When the human heroes watching from afar saw this scene, they heaved a sigh of relief. Suddenly, sharp invisible ripples flashed beneath the giant Grand Duke, and the giant Grand Duke's 2 thick legs were cut off. No! The giant Grand Duke issued a miserable scream. The 20 Silver Storm soldiers brandished their swords and unleashed silver sword blades that enveloped the giant Grand Duke. After a breath of time, the giant Grand Duke was chopped into countless pieces. The 20 Silver Storm soldiers quickly grabbed the giant Grand Duke's corpse and his treasures and transported them back to Lightning Fortress. What happened? What the hell happened? The giant Grand Duke has been killed. When the heroes of the 2 empires saw that the giant Grand Duke had been killed in an instant and that he couldn't even be saved, their eyes flashed with shock. Full artillery fire. Joanna's beautiful eyes shimmered with a chill, and she ordered coldly. In an instant, the 100,000 heavy artilleries hidden in Lightning Fortress opened fire and enveloped the armies of the 2 empires. The neatly arranged phalanxes of the 2 empires were completely engulfed by the terrifying artillery fire. Tens of thousands of soldiers were turned into fragments by the artillery fire. The gates of the Lightning Fortress opened, and 200 enhanced tanks charged out. Their cannons roared as they bombarded the troops of the 2 empires. 30,000 half-blood beastman warriors riding electric motorcycles, wearing strengthening suits, and carrying Gauss rifles galloped out of Lightning Fort and closely followed the strengthened tank. 200 assault helicopters flew out from the Lightning Life Fort, their cannons roaring, slaughtering all life on the ground. Griffin Legion. Quick, send out the Griffin Legion. Flying Dragon Army. Quickly send out the Flying Dragon Army. As the high-ranking generals of the 2 empires roared, more than 200 Griffin riders and 300 Wyvern riders flew up from the rear. How could this be? The Griffin Legion was an elite legion of 10,000 men. How could there only be so few left? Flying Dragon Legion, what's going on? Why are there only so few people left? When the high-ranking generals of the 2 empires saw their trump card turn out like this, they were dumbstruck, unable to believe their eyes. Franz's face was ashen as he gnashed his teeth and explained, "Damn it, our Griffin Legion and Wyvern Legion were bombarded by those damn half-blood beastmen's cannons. Only these people barely survived." The Griffin Legion and Wyvern Legion were arranged 25 kilometers away from the battlefield. In the Fesual Planar War, this was the rear. In front of the 2 flying legions, there were countless barracks of the 2 empires, where countless experts of the 2 empires gathered. It was almost impossible to be attacked. Franz never expected that the range of the enhanced heavy artillery could reach tens of kilometers. Before the elites of the Griffin Legion and the Wyvern Legion could play a role, they were smashed by the terrifying artillery fire. A dense rain of air-to-air missiles shot out from the assault helicopters and slammed into the warriors of the Griffin Legion and the Wyvern Legion. Boom! 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 The warriors of the Griffin Legion and the Wyvern Legion were blasted apart by the terrifying missiles and fell from the sky. Temple Knights charge! The Temple Knights, who were blessed with all kinds of divine light and wearing enchanted armor, let out angry roars and charged towards the tanks one after another. The automatic Gauss cannons installed on the tanks roared, and the charging Templars were blasted into pieces. Even if some escaped, they were shot dead by the half-blood beastman mechanized infantry around the tanks. Break! Accompanied by an angry roar, a vice commander of the Temple Knights with short blonde hair and exuding pinnacle legend rank aura shot out of the rain of light, appeared in front of a strengthened tank and slashed out a terrifying crescent sword ray that slashed at the front armor of the strengthened tank. When the crescent sword ray slashed at the front armor of the strengthened tank, it cut open a 30-centimeter deep sword mark, yet failed to cut the strengthened tank in two. The eyes of the vice commander of the Temple Knights shimmered with despair, and he shouted, "How is this possible?" There was virtually nothing that a pinnacle legend rank sacred swordsman couldn't cut. They could even wound demigod rank powerhouses and even had the chance to kill them. However, his sword had not been able to cut the reinforced tank in half. This caused his faith to collapse, and he fell into despair. The half-blood beastman infantry around the strengthened tank fired at the pinnacle legend rank sacred swordsman with Gauss rifles. A dense rain of light enveloped the pinnacle legend rank sacred swordsman in an instant. In an instant, the vice commander of the Temple Knights was blasted apart by the tank and turned into a pile of minced meat. The charge of the valiant Temple Knights collapsed under the integrated attack of the half-blood beastman infantry and tanks. The Temple Knights had a lot of powerhouses, with nearly 100 legend rank sacred swordsmen among them. They killed nearly 1,000 half-blood beastman warriors, but they were still blasted into dregs by the terrifying half-blood beastman warriors. Under the assault of the half-blood beastman empire, the allied forces of the Morance Empire and the Titan Empire collapsed and suffered heavy casualties. Haha, everyone, let's go. Now is the time for us to show our strength. Eyes bloodshot, the Red Dragon Duke smiled excitedly, recited an incantation, pointed at the sky, and conjured the demigod rank spell Dragon Covenant. A huge portal appeared in the sky, and huge red dragons exuding evil auras flew out of the portal. A total of 21 adult red dragons flew out of the portal, including a Starry Sky Warlock rank ancient red dragon. On the Fesual plain, the strength of heroes was extremely terrifying. In many wars where the weak prevailed over the strong, heroes reversed the tide of the battle by themselves. The Red Dragon Duke had the terrifying trump card to reverse the tide of the battle by himself, which was the legendary spell Dragon Covenant. With 21 red dragons, plus a Starry Sky Warlock rank ancient red dragon, even a demigod would be killed by him. The ancient red dragon stared at the Red Dragon Duke with its huge eyes and said in a thunderous voice, "Luo Ji, are you ready for the sacrifice I want?" "I'm ready, Sir Gurin. This is what I've prepared for you." The Red Dragon Duke had just put his hand into his bosom when a bright light flashed and his head exploded, turning into a headless corpse that collapsed to the ground. Another one was killed. This one looks like the Red Dragon Duke. How exciting. This weapon is amazing. Enlightening Fortress, Romulage, who had her eyes blessed by Eagle's sight, smiled excitedly. She stuck out her pink tongue and licked the strengthened version of the super long-range Gauss sniper cannon in her hand. Her figure slightly shook, and she disappeared into the darkness. When the Red Dragon Duke died, the bodies of the 21 red dragons, as well as the ancient Starry Sky Warlock rank ancient red dragon Girenswade, and they spat out a large mouthful of blood. Their vitality was severely damaged. At the same time, the portal disappeared. Dragons wouldn't easily sign a dragon covenant with others, because once the person who signed the dragon covenant died, the dragon who signed the covenant with them would also be seriously injured and even lose their lifespan. With their long lifespans, dragons naturally wouldn't be willing to sign such a covenant with ordinary humans. The Red Dragon Duke had also obtained a divine artifact and paid a huge price to sign the dragon covenant with the greedy red dragons. Of course, every time he summoned the greedy red dragons, the Red Dragon Duke had to pay a huge price. Now that the Red Dragon Duke was dead, the 21 dragons that had signed the Dragon Alliance with him were struck by the backlash of the Alliance and were heavily injured. The dense hail of Gauss cannons turned into a terrifying barrage that enveloped the 21 red dragons. The 21 red dragons that had just suffered a backlash were blasted with numerous, huge bloody holes. Their frightening scales, with astonishing defensive strength, couldn't resist the Gauss cannons in the slightest. We're from Dragon Island's red dragons. Before the demigod rank immemorial red dragon could finish speaking, its body was blasted by countless Gauss cannons, and countless fist-sized bloody holes appeared on its body. Its wings were pierced, and it fell to the ground. The muzzles of the 3 strengthened versions of the tanks turned, flames flashed, and 3 shells slammed into the demigod rank immemorial red dragon, blowing it apart. Chapter 7:27. When the human heroes saw this, their faces turned ashen, and their eyes shimmered with fear. The demigod rank immemorial red dragon could contend against any one of them. As soon as such an immemorial red dragon appeared, it was slain by the half-blood beastman army of Lightning Fortress, which made the human heroes feel a chill in their hearts. Franz shouted, "Everyone, let's attack together. Those half-blood beastmen are definitely the most fearsome enemies we have ever encountered. Even abyssal fiends aren't as fearsome as them. I'll also use our strongest trump card." At this moment, light shone from the Morinth Empire's camp, and 10 100-meter-tall giants engraved with countless runes and exuding demigod-rank fluctuations of power emerged. A 1,000-meter-tall giant god soldier engraved with countless runes, exuding demigod-rank fluctuations of power infinitely close to the feeble divine force rank, stood up from the Morinth Empire's camp. In the Titan Empire's camp, a 200-meter-long ancient dragon engraved with countless runes suddenly opened its eyes, and frightening fluctuations of power infinitely close to the feeble divine force rank diffused from its body. Along with flashes of black light, hundreds of legend-rank specter dragons appeared beside the ancient dragon and exuded fearsome might. The Morinth Empire's giant god soldier and the Titan Empire's ancient dragon were the ultimate strategic weapons of the two empires. Whether it was the giant god soldier or the ancient dragon, both possessed terrifying power. Even if it was a feeble divine force rank god, they would be killed if they were careless on the battlefield. When the dense rain of light slammed into the giant god soldier, it set off ripples on the surface of the giant god soldier. When countless shells and guided missiles slammed into the ancient dragon, they exploded, unable to approach within 10 meters of the ancient dragon. Giant god soldier. The Morinth Empire's giant god soldier is invincible. Haha, you lowly half-blood beastmen, you're dead. In the Morinth Empire's camp, many generals looked at the mountain-like giant god soldier with excitement and fanaticism in their eyes. The giant god weapon was a treasure obtained by the founder of the Morinth Empire. It was developed by the 7th Warlock Dynasty, the Magic Note Dynasty, and was a powerful weapon that even ordinary people could use. The first emperor of the Morinth Empire relied on the giant god soldier and the god armaments he obtained through various fortuitous encounters to stand out in the war of countless powerhouses, and finally founded the Morinth Empire. At this moment, a 100-meter-tall, 20-meter-long cannon engraved with countless mysterious runes, with a caliber of 3,900 millimeters, appeared in the center of Lightning Fortress. Countless rays of light shone, and the magic stones and magic cores on the huge cannon were drained of their energy in an instant. Suddenly, a fearsome beam of light shot out and slammed into the energy core in the center of the giant god warrior. Rumble! The energy core of the giant soldier god was instantly smashed into smithereens, and a terrifying explosion swept out in all directions. The hundreds of soldiers beside the giant soldier god were also caught up in the terrifying explosion and suffered heavy casualties. It's destroyed. Our giant god warrior was destroyed. When the powerhouses of the Morin's empire saw the giant god warrior destroyed, despair appeared in their eyes. After the blast, hundreds of half-blood beastman soldiers quickly came to the huge cannon with magic stones and magic cores, began to clean up the dust, and installed the magic stones and magic cores on the cannon. The primordial dragon flapped its wings and soared into the sky under the protection of the hundreds of specter dragons, clashing with the assault helicopters. The hundreds of specter dragons were extremely fast and could spray fearsome dragon breaths. As soon as they joined the battle, the armed helicopters in the sky were destroyed one by them with their terrifying fleshly body. The sound of huge explosions rang incessantly in the sky, and countless parts of the armed helicopters splashed about. At the same time, specter dragon breaths full of negative energy fell from the sky. Even though the half-blood beastman soldiers wore strengthening suits, when hit by the specter dragon breaths, they were corroded in an instant and turned into dried corpses. Audu roared loudly. Follow them and destroy that huge cannon. Don't give a chance to recharge. Audu erupted with demigod rank breath, and with the 2-meter-long god armament blade of courage in hand, his body suddenly swelled by a size, and he shot towards Lightning Fortress at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Tyrannical breaths rose from the rear, and black dragons, devils, fiends, and other powerful extraordinary life forms appeared in the camp of the two empires. The human heroes revealed their trump cards one by one, activating their terrifying powers. Even the weakest of the human heroes who dominated a region possessed terrifying strength comparable to a low-level demigod, and the strongest even had the strength of a peak demigod. From the Morin's empire, hundreds of powerhouses with angel wings on their back fused with angels flew out. Every powerhouse who fused with angels possessed legend rank cultivation base, and 10 of them even possessed demigod rank strength. Among the Titan Empire's clergymen, more than 30 peerless powerhouses exuding demigod rank fluctuations of power and who have merged with the martyrs emerged. With nearly 100 demigod rank powerhouses gathered here, even if the avatars of gods descended here, they would be besieged and killed. Sensing the changes in the surroundings, the human heroes felt reassured, and their eyes filled with excitement as they stared at Lightning Fortress. Although the conventional legions of the two empires suffered heavy casualties and collapsed, and the defeated armies of the two empires were everywhere, but the nearly 100 demigod-rank powerhouses had the terrifying power to reverse the situation. "Charge with me! Kill them all!" Odo roared excitedly and charged forward. Halfway through his huge roar, he froze slightly. He saw half-blood beastman female warriors dressed in silver storm flying out of Lightning Fortress. Each of the half-blood beastman female warriors dressed in silver storm exudes demigod-rank fluctuations of power, and there are more than 10,000 of them. Demigod-rank powerhouses. 10,000. 10,000 demigod-rank powerhouses? How is this possible? How can 10,000 demigod-rank powerhouses defeat them? The human demigod-rank powerhouses looked at the dense crowd of half-blood beastman female warriors dressed in silver storm in the sky, dumbfounded, unable to believe their eyes. Countless half-blood beastman female warriors dressed in silver storm pounced on the ancient dragon and the hundreds of specter dragons. Resplendent sword rays sliced through the void, and under the siege of more than 1,000 half-blood beastman female warriors dressed in silver storm, The hundreds of legend-ranked specter dragons crumbled inch by inch and fell from the sky. Those female half-blood beastman warriors wearing the Silver Storm were the elites among the half-blood beastmen. They had also received strict combat training. Although they couldn't precisely grasp the terrifying power of a demigod, they were still able to control it. Although they couldn't precisely grasp demigod-rank power, but by relying on their numerical advantage, they still slayed the specter dragons one after another. Besieged by 1,000 half-blood beastman female warriors dressed in Silver Storm, cracks continuously appeared on the ancient dragon's body. The half-blood beastman female warriors were also seriously injured from time to time. Whenever they were seriously injured, they would turn into silver rays and shoot towards Lightning Fortress. The Silver Storm Magic Cube has an automatic savior function. Once the user's life is in danger, it will take the user away from the battlefield and return to a designated location. The remaining 8,000 half-blood beastman female warriors dressed in Silver Storm flew towards the demigod-rank powerhouses of the two empires. With a flash of red light, the Ruby Prince plunged into the ground and fled into the distance. When the Ruby Prince fled, the rest of the human heroes also decisively unleashed various secret methods and fled into the distance. If the human heroes didn't understand this, they would have already died in the Democalypse and turned into a pile of bones. When the human heroes, who were the mainstay of the two empires, fled, the warriors of the two empires collapsed. Only some true believer and fanatic-rank clergies fought the half-blood beastman female warriors dressed in Silver Storm. After the half-blood beastman female warriors dressed in Silver Storm killed all the powerhouses, they immediately returned to Lightning Fortress to replenish their energy and rest. After all, most of the half-blood beastman female warriors were ordinary people. Using Silver Storm was a huge burden on them. Under the attack of the 200,000 half-blood beastman mechanized troops, the elite legions of the two empires suffered more than 1 million casualties. At the same time, more than 500,000 troops surrendered to Yangfeng. Yangfeng's main force took this opportunity to launch an attack on the Morin's Empire and the Titan Empire. Sweeping away all obstacles along the way, they easily captured the cities in front of them. Large tracts of territory of the Morin's Empire and the Titan Empire fell into Yangfeng's hands. All the races of the Feisuo Plain were alarmed by the outcome of this battle. Before the battle, no one was optimistic about Yangfeng. After all, the time Yangfeng established his force in the secular world was too short, his foundation was insufficient, and the number of powerhouses he had could be counted on one hand. The Morin's Empire and the Titan Empire were both veteran human empires with numerous powerhouses. Besides, they had the guidance of the gods of the two divine systems. However, the outcome of the battle was a crushing defeat of the two empires, with virtually all of their elites wiped out. This naturally caused a huge shock. Chapter 728. In the center of Yangfeng's divine country, inside the temple of the god of massacre, Yangfeng's true body is sitting in the soft litter. Shirley, Susan, and a dozen plus dark elven and half-blood beastman girls are kneeling beside him, massaging his legs and peeling fruits. Yangfeng's god clone is hiding in the depths of the temple and continues to comprehend the law of massacre and the ruler of the night's law of night. For ordinary strong divine force rank gods, they only have a glimmer of hope to promote to a mighty divine force rank existence by relying on the divine authority and laws they have mastered. Yangfeng, on the other hand, is not in a hurry to promote his god clone to a mighty divine force rank expert, because he wants to improve his fighting strength. Two beautiful half-blood beastman swan girls with a pair of swan wings on their back are dancing in the center of the temple, and melodious music is reverberating in the hall. With a fragrance wafting out from her, Shirley giggled, blew softly in Yangfeng's ear, and said coquettishly, "Big brother, they don't dance as well as me and my little sister. When it's just the two of us, we sisters will dance for you, okay?" The corners of Yangfeng's mouth rose slightly. "Okay." Susan's eyes gleamed coquettishly, her plump breast pressed against Yang Feng's arm, and she said coquettishly like a cat, "Why don't we let them leave now, and then we sisters will dance for you. Okay, big brother." "Of course." Yang Feng smiled heartily, hugged the twin sisters Shirley and Susan, and kissed them. Shirley and Susan are the twin goddesses that the Queen of Spiders Lolth spent countless energy and painstaking effort to cultivate. They are a pair of peerless beauties. After tasting them, Yang Feng was deeply attracted by them and doted on them very much. Unfortunately, some guests have arrived. Yang Feng raised his eyebrows and clapped his hands, and veils immediately appeared on the dozen-plus beautiful women, completely covering their charming bodies. The two beautiful girls from the Swan clan quickly flew to the carriage and knelt on one side. With a flash of gold light, the god of diplomacy, Avalai, appeared in the center of the hall. Yang Feng looked at Avalai with an enigmatic smile and said, "Avalai, we meet again." Avalai's gaze swept past the twin goddesses Shirley and Susan, and he revealed a look of amazement. Shortly after, he saluted Yang Feng respectfully and said, "Great god of massacre, I came with the sincerity of the Zalia divine system's gods to negotiate with you. We hope that you can stop the war in the mortal world and restore peace to this world." Yang Feng smiled faintly and flicked his finger, and a list of materials flew out and fell into Avalai's hand. "No problem. As long as the Zalia divine system sends me a copy of the list of materials, I'll accept the sincerity of the Zalia divine system and restore peace." Relying on the power of magic cube mechanical armors, Yang Feng's mortal army defeated the Morance Empire and the Titan Empire in one fell swoop, shocking the entire Feisual Plain. At the same time, it caused the other races and divine systems of the Feisual Plain to feel uneasy. If Yang Feng's mortal army was allowed to attack without restraint, the Feisual Plain's world might be flattened by his mortal army. This was something that the other races and divine systems of the Feisual Plain didn't want to see. If Yang Feng stubbornly persisted and the war continued, the races and divine systems that had always remained neutral might side with the Morance Empire and the Titan Empire. It was because of this that Yang Feng decisively chose to accept the peace proposal of the Morance Empire and the Titan Empire. Avalai took the list of materials and glanced at it, and then secretly heaved a sigh of relief. This is the list of materials for the top angel pool. The angel pool was a god armament that every god would spare no effort to build. Only by establishing an angel pool could the gods transform the souls of their believers into battle angels. However, the establishment of an angel pool was very difficult. It required a lot of precious materials, many of which could only be found in the astral boundary. On the Feisual Plain, only the powerful human divine systems had the financial resources to build an angel pool. Feeble divine force ranked gods like the god of kobolds and the god of vampires who didn't even have their own divine countries couldn't have angels. In theory, as long as one had an angel pool and a holy rank soul, it was possible to transform into a blazing angel. Even if it was a feeble divine force rank god, if they had an angel pool, they could get a blazing angel. Moreover, the blazing angel would be far stronger than them. When humans attacked other planes, there was once a Bright World Warlock who was besieged and killed by 7 Bright World Warlock rank blazing angels while dealing with a feeble divine force rank god. Avalai responded respectfully. "As you wish, we will prepare the materials for you." Yang Feng gave Avalai a meaningful look and said faintly, "By the way, I admire the goddess of dance's chosen Florence very much." Avalai replied with a smile, "Yes, I think she will be very happy to come and serve you." If Yang Feng had taken a fancy to a goddess of the Zalia divine system, then Avalai would have to go back and negotiate with the gods. But she was a trifling divine chosen of the goddess of dance. Even if she was the goddess of dance's favorite chosen, in the eyes of the gods, she was just a plaything that could be given away at will. When Yang Feng saw Avalai easily agree to his request, complicated feelings welled up inside him. This is the power of power. If I stop moving forward in this world, then I, Yang Feng, will be the one to be given up and sacrificed at will. When he first came to the Feisual Plain, Yang Feng was just a level 2 warlock. At that time, Florence was already a chosen of the gods with countless honors and a noble status. But now, with just a few words from Yang Feng, the Xalia divine system offered Florence to him without hesitation. This showed that the gap in status between the two sides had undergone an earth-shaking reversal. If Yang Feng was only satisfied with being an ordinary greater aristocrat in the Morince Empire at the time, it would have been impossible for him to marry Florence. It would have been blasphemy to touch the twin goddesses next to him. Someone else is here. Yang Feng beckoned with his hand, and a golden light appeared in the center of the temple. A handsome young man with blue hair, dressed in a rough and beautiful attire, appeared in the temple. The handsome young man swept Avalai with a glance. Then his pupils constricted slightly, and he bowed deeply to Yang Feng in salute, saying, "Great god of massacre, I am god of emissaries of the Titan gods, Schiller. It's a great honor to receive your audience." Yang Feng said coldly. "What's the matter? Speak." Schiller said respectfully, "The Titan gods were previously instigated by despicable people and had some unpleasant dealings with you. I came with the sincerity of the Titan gods, hoping to resolve the unpleasantness between us and restore peace in the secular world." Shirley's beautiful eyes revealed a look of excitement, and she transmitted using a spell. "Sir Big Brother, can you leave the negotiation to us sisters? As long as you give us a bottom line, we sisters will be able to complete the task you assigned us." Negotiations between gods were basically like those in the secular world. They had to go through countless intrigues and discussions and haggle over every bit of benefit. Yang Feng's mortal army defeated the two divine systems' mortal armies, which was a good opportunity to take advantage of the situation and demand an exorbitant price. Shirley really wanted to show off her skills under such circumstances. Under Loltha's tutelage, Shirley and Susan were not only proficient in all kinds of techniques to please men, but they were also experts in harem fights. They were goddesses with outstanding abilities in all aspects. Some of the gods at the level of weak divine power were no match for them in battle. They were unwilling to just be Yang Feng's favorite playthings and wanted to gain more status. Yang Feng smiled and said, "Okay, I'll leave the negotiation with the Titan Pantheon to you sisters." "Thank you, Sir Big Brother. I'm in love with you, Big Brother." Shirley and Susan's beautiful eyes flashed with ecstasy, and they kissed Yang Feng on the cheek. Next, Shirley and Susan negotiated with Schiller on the spot. Avalai stood to the side and watched as Shirley and Susan forced Schiller to sign one unfair contract after another. Cold sweat trickled down Avalai's back as he rejoiced in his heart. Although Shirley and Susan couldn't compare to the professional god of diplomacy and negotiations, but they had a huge advantage. That is, Yang Feng's mortal army defeated the allied army of the two empires. On this basis, no matter how much Schiller struggled, he still had to retreat step by step. In the end, after Schiller agreed to give Yang Feng the materials to build two top angel pools, the two sides finally signed a peace treaty. It was the gods in the starry sky who decided the start and end of the war. After Yang Feng signed a peace treaty with the two divine systems, the surface world's mortal army stopped attacking and began to carry out various constructions. At the same time, the many forces under Yang Feng's command joined together and established the Holy Moon Empire. The emperor of the Holy Moon Empire was Yang Feng, and the empress was the half-blood beastman Catherine. The Holy Moon Empire was a mixed state of humans and half-blood beastmen. Originally, half-blood beastmen didn't have a good impression of humans. But after learning about Yang Feng's history, they accepted the humans of the Red Earth Wasteland. After all, Yang Feng was also a human. If half-blood beastmen didn't accept humans, then once they were abandoned by Yang Feng, their glory would be ruined, and they would be reduced to the lowest existences of the Feisual Plain. As Yang Feng was a god, he couldn't rule an empire for a long time. As such, the Holy Moon Empire was ruled by Catherine. In the future, The Holy Moon Empire would be controlled by a divine child with Yang Feng's bloodline. Chapter 729. Teacher is calling me for an urgent matter. Bright Moon Province. In the deepest part of a small warlock group's sect, a jade card on Yang Feng suddenly flew out and radiated scorching light. He looked at the jade token with a thoughtful look on his face. After Yang Feng enjoyed himself in Feisua Plain, his true body returned to Bright Moon Province to practice cultivation in seclusion. Sangji Plain is a super grade 1 plane that has given birth to eternal sovereigns. So far, human warlocks have not discovered a super grade 1 plane apart from Sangji Plain. Sangji Plain's laws of heaven and earth are far richer and more powerful than those of other planes. Cultivation in Sangji Plain is easier for human warlocks than in other planes, which is why Yang Feng returned to Sangji Plain to practice cultivation. As one of Great Cloud Dynasty's 36 greater provinces, Bright Moon Province contains far more life magic energy than other places. This is why Yang Feng came to Bright Moon Province to practice cultivation. Ligue Province is a restricted area for warlocks. After Yang Feng obtained Fate Algorithm, he vaguely felt that it will be very dangerous for him to stay in Ligue Province. Therefore, he took the initiative to leave Ligue Province, a place full of wicked aura. Before long, Yang Feng turned into a stream of light and disappeared from his sect. Overlord C is the sphere of influence of Dulin Imperial Court, one of the 3 Merfolk Imperial Courts. Dulin Imperial Court's headquarters is located in Overlord C. Overlord C is a place that Sangji Plain's human warlocks cannot set foot in. Even if Infinity Warlocks behave atrociously in Overlord C, they will be quelled by Dulin Imperial Court's Merfolk powerhouses. The Earth belongs to human warlocks. The sea belongs to Merfolk. Except for the eras of the 8 Warlock Emperors, human warlocks cannot conquer the vast sea and make the Merfolk bow their heads. In a remote red coral reef in the Overlord Sea area, a red blood-red sea snake silently swam into the coral reef. When the scarlet blood sea snake collided with a black boulder in the middle of the red coral reef, a strange scene appeared. The surface of the black boulder distorted, forming a huge bloody mouth that ruthlessly swallowed the scarlet blood sea snake. When the scarlet blood sea snake was sucked into the maw, it passed through one narrow passage after another, and queer black runes appeared on its body. The space distorted, and the red blood sea snake appeared in a vast space rich in life magic energy, with exquisite palaces built everywhere, and human warlocks everywhere. As soon as the scarlet blood sea snake appeared in this space, it blurred and turned into Yang Feng. Yang Feng glanced at the surroundings and exclaimed in admiration. A space opened inside a deep-sea giant space beast. No wonder the Great Cloud Dynasty's Demon Hunting Division couldn't find any traces of our Battle Demon Sect disciples. Using heaven-defying alchemy and all kinds of incredible spatial spells, the Battle Demon Sect's warlocks opened up a huge space inside a Glorious Dawn warlock rank deep-sea giant void beast. This huge space was filled with powerful life-form magic energy. Although it could not compare to the Battle Demon Sect's original headquarters, it was still much faster to cultivate here than in other places. The deep-sea giant space beast is hiding in an area 30,000 meters under the Overlord Sea. From time to time, it moves to hunt. Even if Great Cloud Dynasty's Demon Hunting Division experts are proficient in tracking, they wouldn't dare to come here and cause trouble. That's right. The Sangji Plain is the root and final home of human warlocks. In any case, we can't completely abandon the Sangji Plain. Along with a sigh, the space around Yang Feng twisted and blurred, and Huang Iha appeared in front of him. Yang Feng saluted Huang Iha and uttered, "Greetings, teacher." Huang Iha glanced at Yang Feng, and then his expression suddenly congealed and his eyes shimmered with doubt. After hesitating for a while, he asked curiously, "Feng, to what extent have you cultivated? Why can't I see through your cultivation base?" Yang Feng replied calmly, "Teacher, disciple is cultivated to the junior bright world warlock realm. A look of shock on his face, Huang Iha exclaimed, Bright? Junior bright world warlock. How is this possible? After Yang Feng's soul aptitude advanced to superior level 8, Huang Iha understood that there was no suspense in Yang Feng's promotion to the glorious sun warlock realm, and even the bright world warlock realm is highly likely. But as a powerhouse who has formed a virtual world, Huang Iha understands how difficult it is for warlocks to tread the strongest warlock path. The virtual world inside a powerhouse who has formed a virtual world is like a huge, bottomless pit that devours massive amounts of resources. Except for Yang Feng, none of Huang Iha's personal disciples have formed a virtual world because the resources required to form a virtual world are too great. Moreover, the promotion from a glorious sun warlock to a bright world warlock is a huge hurdle. Countless geniuses are stuck at this hurdle, unable to break through. The success rate of a glorious sun warlock promoting to a bright world warlock is only slightly higher than that of a bright world warlock promoting to an infinity warlock. At the time, in order to promote to a bright world warlock, Huang Iha suffered who knows how much hardship and ventured into countless planes. It took him 700 years to advance from a quasi-bright world warlock to a bright world warlock. The speed of Yang Feng's advancement made Huang Iha feel that he, who has always been called a peerless genius, is just like an ordinary person. He couldn't help but feel jealous. Huang Iha was only shocked for a moment, and then he laughed excitedly. Great! Great! That was great! Bright world warlock! Ha ha! Huang Iha was able to cultivate a bright world warlock. That makes me so happy. Yang Feng asked, Teacher, why did you summon the disciples here? Huang Iha replied with a smile of excitement. A resource celestial body of the battle demon sect and astral boundary has been targeted by the Red Fury Plains Heart of Fury and the Sunken Tomb Plains Graveyard of the Dead. We have fought with the powerhouses of the two planes several times on the resource celestial body, and both sides have suffered heavy casualties. In the end, it was decided that the ownership of the resource celestial body would be decided through a competition between genius disciples. You are my most outstanding disciple, so I plan to let you fight and teach the genius disciples of the two planes a lesson. Yang Feng asked curiously, I've already promoted to a bright world warlock. Can I also participate in this competition? Huang Iha laughed excitedly. For this competition, all disciples under the age of 300 can participate. Huang Iha patted his head and said with a smile of excitement, By the way, Feng, go back to the Battle Demon Plane and take a trip to the Battle Demon Sect's headquarters. In the Battle Demon Plane's headquarters, there is a 9-story dazzling light pagoda left behind by the founder of the Battle Demon Sect. It is a demonic pagoda used to test the genius of the Battle Demon Sect's disciples. Disciples under the age of 300 can enter and take part in the trial by fire. No one has ever reached the 9th floor. At most, only disciples have reached the 7th floor. If it's you, then you should have hope of entering the 9th floor. On the 9th floor, there must be a treasure left behind by the founder of the sect. Yang Feng replied, Yes, teacher. The Battle Demon Plane is the foundation of the Battle Demon Sect, and it is a Grade 4 plane. In the Battle Demon Plane, the Battle Demon Sect has 3 strong divine force rank gods guarding it, and its defense is impregnable. In the Battle Demon Plane, the Battle Demon Sect is a legendary holy land where gods reside. In the center of the Battle Demon Plane, there's a continent floating in the clouds 100,000 meters above the ground. That is the floating continent of the Battle Demon Sect's headquarters. In the center of the floating continent, there are mountain peaks with countless palaces built on top of them. That is the headquarters of the Battle Demon Sect. The headquarters of the Battle Demon Sect, in a huge square with a floor that seems to be paved with white jade and engraved with countless runes. There are 2 distinct groups of people. One group is the warlock geniuses of the Battle Demon Plane, while the other group is the warlock geniuses of the Feisua Plane. Led by their respective leaders, the 2 sides looked at each other, and the atmosphere is very subtle. The Battle Demon sect originated from the Tsangji Plain, and the Tsangji Plain's Battle Demon sect has given birth to countless powerhouses. In the Endless Plains, all the branches of the Battle Demon sect respect the Tsangji Plains Battle Demon sect. Bai Wuqing uprooted the 10 great sects and forced them out of the Tsangji Plain. Now that the headquarters of the Battle Demon sect has returned to the Battle Demon Plain, the situation began to take a subtle turn. As a Grade 4 plane, the Battle Demon Plain is rich in resources. However, there are also many warlocks of the Battle Demon sect who have returned from the Tsangji Plain. Moreover, Moonlight warlocks and Glorious Dawn warlocks consume a tremendous amount of resources to practice cultivation. Their arrival took away the resources of the warlocks of the Battle Demon Plains headquarters. Naturally, conflicts arose between the two sides. In the center of the huge white jade square, there is a large arena. In a large arena, two warlocks are fighting using various spells. After fighting for a long time, a warlock roared, stimulated the power of his bloodline, and turned into a 100-meter-long astral python engraved with countless runes and with 8 weird eyes on its body. The 8 eyes of the astral python fired green rays that shone on the other warlock. The warlock's body swayed slightly, and then he fell to the ground. The astral python changed back into its human form. The barrier covering the large arena disappeared, and healing spells instantly fell on the warlock, who fell to the ground and rescued him. A young man dressed in a silver-white warlock robe, holding a folding fan, with sword-like eyebrows, starry eyes, red lips, white teeth, peerlessly handsome, and an otherworldly temperament, looked at a stunning beauty with long black hair, a tall and voluptuous figure, a pair of slender legs, a heroic temperament, and a domineering temperament, and said with a smile, "Junior disciple Sister Jing, 6 wins out of 9 matches, and 1 draw, it's our win." Chapter 730. The young man in a silver-white warlock robe was the fighting demonic sect's eldest senior disciple, Brother Ding Longjiang. His master was one of the fighting demonic plane's 3 strong divine force rank gods, the god of war Xingren Tu. The woman with long black hair, a heroic bearing, a domineering aura, and endless confidence and charm is Jing Xiefeng, the eldest personal disciple of Yu Wuxian, one of the Tsangji Plain's 4 great elders of the Battle Demon sect. Yuan Yi and the other powerhouses were either lurking in the Tsangji Plain or venturing to other planes in the astral boundary. In the fighting demonic plane, Jing Xiefeng presided over the overall situation. Jing Xiefeng said lightly, "What's the hurry? We true disciples haven't competed yet." The resources of the fighting demonic plane were far inferior to those of the Tsangji Plain's fighting demonic sect. In the fighting demonic plane, warlocks had to fight everywhere for cultivation resources. The low-level disciples of the fighting demonic plane had rich combat experience, far surpassing that of the Tsangji Plain's powerhouses. However, as Yu Wuxian's eldest personal disciple, Jing Xiefeng had also experienced countless battles. She had rich combat experience and fought countless powerhouses. She could represent the Tsangji Plain's fighting demonic sect's true combat power. Ding Longjiang said with a gentle smile, "This time, it's not us who will fight the disciples of Heart of Fury and Graveyard of the Dead, but the disciples under 300 years old. Let's select the best seedlings to enter the 9-story dazzling light pagoda and compete. Won't the result be clear at a glance? Besides, such a competition won't harm our friendship. Everyone is doing this for the fighting demonic sect, so why make our relationship so stiff? This time, in order to fight the disciples of Heart of Fury and Graveyard of the Dead, the 2 major forces of the fighting demonic sect had a conflict and used a spar to determine the number of participants. The disciples who went to fight the disciples of Heart of Fury and Graveyard of the Dead would get a lot of resources. At the same time, it would affect the distribution of resources for the fighting demonic sect and the Tsangji Plain's disciples in the coming years. This attracted the experts of the 2 major forces to come and preside over the competition. Warlock cultivation was inseparable from all kinds of cultivation resources. Without cultivation resources, no matter how talented you are, it would be very difficult to make a name for yourself. With sufficient resources and hard work, even a piece of trash could transform into a powerful existence. Of course, if a piece of trash wanted to grow into a powerhouse, then the amount of resources required would be more than 1,000 times that of a genius. Therefore, the various sects would naturally be more willing to nurture geniuses rather than trash. Jing Xiefeng hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement. All right, since they're the ones fighting, then they should fight amongst themselves. Although the disciples of the two factions in the fighting demon sect had conflicts, the main conflict was still the distribution of resources. There was no irreconcilable enmity between them. In the past, many of the Battle Demon Plains warlocks have gone to the Tsangji Plain to gain experience and become part of the Battle Demon sect's upper echelon. Among the four great elders, Eugene Gang is a warlock genius from the Battle Demon Plain. Moreover, both Ding Longjiang and Jing Xiefeng have many friends in the Tsangji Plain and the Battle Demon Plain. Although they had no choice but to appear as representatives of their respective factions, they had a good personal relationship and had even worked together to complete several missions. These are our three junior brothers and junior sisters. They are Qi Jiang, Jing Wuyan, and Huai Bingping. Jing Xiefeng clapped his hands, and the space behind him distorted, and two men and one woman walked out. The two men and one woman are handsome and have an extraordinary temperament. At a glance, you can tell that they're dragons and phoenixes among men, and they exude pinnacle moonlight warlock rank fluctuations of power. The woman is dressed in a gorgeous silver-white palace dress. She has snow-white skin, picturesque features, and a pair of eyes full of pride and confidence. At first glance, she will attract the eyes of anyone who sees her. When Jing Xiefeng saw the woman dressed in a gorgeous silver-white palace dress, her pretty face flickered, and she exclaimed, "Junior Glorious Sun Warlock. She's actually a Junior Glorious Sun Warlock." In the Fighting Demon sect, there were countless geniuses. However, most of the warlocks under the age of 300 were only Starry Sky warlocks. To be able to promote to a Moonlight warlock at the age of 300 was already a genius among geniuses. But Huai Bingping has already promoted to a Glorious Sun warlock at the age of 300. Even though she is only a Junior Glorious Sun warlock, she is still a freakish genius. After all, most of the Great Cloud Dynasty's Moonlight 7 stars are over 500 years old. Ding Longjiang said with a smile. That's right, junior disciple sister Huai is the most outstanding genius of our generation. I heard that the Tsangji Plains headquarters has two geniuses of the younger generation, namely junior disciple brother Yangfeng and junior disciple sister Shi Shui. I wonder if I could take a look at them? Yangfeng and Shi Shui were legends of the Fighting Demon sect's younger generation. Shi Shui was a genuine, extraordinary genius. Her cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds, and she had virtually no bottlenecks. By relying on his own efforts, before he lost contact with the Fighting Demon sect, Yangfeng had already become a Moonlight warlock, suppressing countless supreme geniuses of the Tsangji Plains Western world. Although the warlock geniuses of the Fighting Demon Plain were proud and arrogant, but they knew that the supreme geniuses of the Tsangji Plains Western world's three dynasties were not simple characters. For Yangfeng to be able to suppress the supreme geniuses of the Tsangji Plains Western world, his strength was absolutely formidable. Huai Bingping also looked expectantly at Jing Xiefeng, full of fighting spirit. She was called a genius since she was a child, and she was indeed as dazzling as a genius. She easily advanced all the way to the Glorious Dawn warlock rank before the age of 300. Filled with pride, she was naturally unconvinced of Yangfeng and Shi Shui. A complicated look streaked past Jing Xiefeng's beautiful eyes, and she said faintly, "Junior disciple brother Yangfeng and junior disciple sister Shi Shui are true geniuses. Their whereabouts are uncertain, and I can't get in touch with them. Otherwise, the fighting demon sect would have been able to defeat the disciples of Heart of Fury and Graveyard of the Dead. Qi Jiang said proudly. Senior disciple Sister Jing, junior disciple Brother Yang Feng, and junior disciple Sister Shi Shui are brimming with talent and extraordinary battle prowess. They are indeed the future stars of the fighting demon sect. However, it hasn't been long since they advanced to the Moonlight Warlock rank. In terms of battle prowess, they may not be our opponents. Yang Feng and Shi Shui both had superior level 8 soul aptitude, which was simply heaven-defying. In the entire fighting demon sect, there was no one with such heaven-defying soul aptitude. Although Qi Jiang was very proud, but he also understood that Yang Feng's future achievements would be far greater than his. But now, he was confident that he could defeat Yang Feng. After all, he has been in the Moonlight Warlock realm for more than 150 years. During these 150 years, he also worked very hard on cultivation, never slacking off for a day. If Yang Feng was here, then except for senior disciple Sister Huai, you wouldn't be his opponent. There was a spatial distortion, and 2 men and 1 woman, who looked very young, walked out of the distorted space. They were Zhang Hanshan, Zhui Yifan, and Zhou Feng. When Zhang Hanshan heard Qi Jiang's words, she couldn't help but retort. Zhui Yifan and Zhou Feng nodded and came to Jing Xiefeng's side with Zhang Hanshan. Zhang Hanshan and the other 2 were currently the most outstanding Moonlight Warlocks of the fighting demon sect's headquarters. Most of the stronger Moonlight Warlocks were more than 300 years old. Qi Jiang said with a cold smile. Junior Moonlight Warlock? It seems that the Sangji Plains headquarters has really declined, to only be able to send the 3 of you. I alone can defeat the 3 of you one by one. I admit that Yang Feng is indeed a genius. However, geniuses also need time to grow up. He may be much stronger than me in the future, but for now, he's definitely not my opponent. There was a flash of anger in the eyes of Zhang Hanshan and the other 2, and they glared at Qi Jiang. Ding Longjiang glanced at Zhang Hanshan and the other 2. Disappointment streaked past his eyes, and he said calmly, Junior disciple Sister Jing, are they the people you chose? If that's the case, then there's no need to compete, right? They're too weak. Jing Xiefeng frowned slightly and fell into an embarrassing silence. Zhang Hanshan and the other 2 were personal disciples of the 4 great elders. Furthermore, after the fortuitous encounters in the Time Sky City, they were far stronger than ordinary intermediate Moonlight Warlocks. However, Qi Jiang and Jing Wuyan were both pinnacle Moonlight Warlocks, and Huai Bingping had a junior Glorious Sun Warlock cultivation base. Their strength was far above that of Zhang Hanshan and the other 2. If they continued to tangle with them, it would seem that Jing Xiefeng and the other 2 were being unreasonable. Zhang Hanshan looked at Qi Jiang and the other 2 with a look of unwillingness in her eyes. Although they were all geniuses, but after all, their cultivation time was too short. They were far weaker than Qi Jiang and the other 2. Yang Feng, senior disciple Brother Yang Feng. Senior disciple Brother Yang Feng. It's senior disciple Brother Yang Feng. All of a sudden, excited shouts came from the Sangji Plains Battle Demon Sect's headquarters. Gazes immediately looked in the direction of the voice, and they saw Yang Feng, dressed in white and exuding a domineering aura, walk over step by step. Under everyone's gaze, Yang Feng came to Jing Xiefeng's side with a relaxed expression and said with a smile, Senior disciple Sister Jing, I'm here. Jing Xiefeng was Yu Wuxian's chief disciple. When Yang Feng went to see Shi Shui, he met her several times. Although their friendship wasn't too deep, but their relationship wasn't bad. After all, she wasn't the kind of person to annoy. I can't see through his cultivation base. He learned such a powerful concealment secret method. Jing Xiefeng took a deep look at Yang Feng and said with a smile, Junior disciple Brother Yang, are you willing to fight the disciples of Heart of Fury and Graveyard of the Dead on behalf of the Battle Demon Sect? Yang Feng replied flatly, I'm willing. Chapter 731. A dignified look in his eyes, Qi Jiang silently recited an incantation. Countless runes formed from flames revolved around him, and the law of fire condensed and twined around him. The battle demon sect's warlocks present are aware that Yang Feng is the future pillar of the battle demon sect. Now that he was devoured by the seven-color skyfire, it is natural that they were shocked. When the countless runes disappeared, Qi Jiang felt that he had regained all his strength. The seven-color skyfire is a powerful fire attribute secret method of the battle demon sect. It is only slightly inferior to the Tai E sect's 9 brilliant suns secret method. For ordinary geniuses, it would take at least 500 years to cultivate the seven-color skyfire into a dragon form. Jing Xiefeng uttered with a smile. He's a little naughty. I was shocked just now. A premonition of death welled up in Qi Jiang's mind. He suddenly shot up, his body spun, and he flew several kilometers away in a row. When he landed, he looked at Yang Feng, who had strangely appeared behind him, bewildered and uncertain. Jing Wein and Huai Bingping swayed their bodies slightly and turned into a stream of flowing light, flying into the 9-story dazzling light pagoda and disappearing into it. Yang Feng snapped his fingers, and a black rune emerged from the back of Qi Jiang's head, and countless black runes eroded Qi Jiang's limbs and bones like ants. Once devoured by the dragon-shaped seven-color skyfire, even a glorious Dawn warlock will be seriously injured or even die. With his superior level 8 soul aptitude, the battle demon sect doesn't know about him breaking through the godman boundary. Yang Feng will undoubtedly be able to promote to a Bright World warlock in the future, and even promote to an Infinity warlock is not impossible. Junior disciple Brother Yang Feng, I'll go first. Qi Jiang waved his sword, and a 100-meter-long fire dragon containing the law of fire, which seems to be burning the void, swept towards Yang Feng. Junior disciple Brother Yang, as expected of the strongest powerhouse of the younger generation. Senior disciple Brother Yang Feng is really strong. When the 4th floor of the 9-story dazzling light pagoda lit up, ripples appeared on the pagoda, and Zhou Feng flew out. Yang Feng snapped his fingers, and countless runes flew out of Qi Jiang's body, turned into black gas, and flew into his hand. Zhui Yifan and Zhou Feng took a deep look at Yang Feng with jealousy in their eyes. They greeted Yang Feng, and then blurred into motion, turned into streams of light, and entered the 9-story dazzling light pagoda. The surrounding warlocks showed looks of excitement. Whether it is the disciples of the battle demon plane or the Tsangji plane, they all shouted excitedly. Senior disciple Brother Yang Feng, teach him a lesson. The surrounding warlocks of the battle demon sect were very excited and full of pride. Yang Feng said with a faint smile, "Thanks for letting me win." When Ding Longjiang and the other top warlock geniuses of the battle demon plane appeared, their gazes focused on Yang Feng, and their gazes flickered with enigmatic light. In the Time Sky City, Yang Feng defeated the supreme geniuses of the Western world's 3 dynasties. In the battle demon sect, even many warlock geniuses from the battle demon plane worship him. Seal. When the battle demon sect disciples saw the incomparably huge fire dragon, their eyes revealed a trace of excitement. Yang Feng looked at the dragon-shaped 7-color skyfire and praised faintly. Dragon-shaped 7-color skyfire, not bad. Senior disciple Brother Yang. In a breath of time, Qi Jiang was completely eroded by countless runes. His body swayed slightly, and he fell to the ground, a look of incredulity on his face. Zhang Hanzhan and several other weaker moonlight warlocks cast spells. Runes appeared in their eyes, and they looked towards the 7-color skyfire, only to see a faint black light revolving around Yang Feng in the center of the fire. Qi Jiang barked, silently recited an incantation, operated the battle demon's secret method, and a black battle demon armor covered his body. Wisps of berserk aura slowly diffused from him and contrasted with the ferocious battle demon armor, making him look like a fearsome battle demon. Ding Longjiang took a deep look at the 9-story dazzling light pagoda and uttered, "I wonder which floor of the 9-story dazzling light pagoda junior disciple Brother Yongfeng can reach. A dignified look streaked past Huai Bingping's beautiful eyes. There was a complicated look in Qi Zhang's eyes, and he exclaimed in admiration, "Amazing! Junior disciple Brother Yongfeng, your spells are really amazing." As expected of the freak who suppressed countless supreme geniuses in the Time Sky City. A flat voice suddenly came from behind Qi Jiang, and a finger gently touched the back of Qi Jiang's head. "Amazing, junior disciple Brother Yongfeng, you're really beyond my imagination. Let me use all my strength to defeat you." Zhang Hanzhan smiled at Yongfeng, then blurred into motion and flew towards the 9-story dazzling light pagoda. "Junior disciple Brother Yongfeng, let's go first." "That's amazing. Senior disciple Brother Qi Jiang is indeed worthy of being called the little god of fire. To be able to cultivate the 7-color sky fire to dragon form, that's really amazing." In the world of warlocks, a peerless genius had the power to make a huge warlock group flourish, and a peerless powerhouse might establish a great warlock dynasty by themselves. Zhou Feng looked around, a look of unwillingness in his eyes, and he whispered, "Am I the first? Damn it, it turns out that I'm the weakest." The stronger Yang Feng was, the more powerful the Battle Demon sect under his protection would be. As disciples of the Battle Demon sect, they could naturally obtain great benefits. Yang Feng took a step forward, his figure blurred, and he appeared in front of the 9-story dazzling light pagoda and walked inside. When the 7-color sky fire touched the faint black light, it disappeared. "Amazing! That's the dragon form of the 7-color sky fire." Yang Feng was the most legendary warlock of the Battle Demon sect in the past hundreds of years. In the Time Sky City, he suppressed the supreme geniuses of the Western world's 3 dynasties. This was why the warlocks of the Battle Demon sect were so excited and wanted to see his strength. The countenances of the Battle Demon sect's warlocks changed dramatically in an instant, and they exclaimed. Although Qi Zhang's dragon form 7-color skyfire was strong, but it wasn't strong enough to insta-kill a Moonlight Warlock. Every Moonlight Warlock has mastered various secret methods to defend against the attack of the 7-color skyfire. Qi Jiang was well aware that with his talent, it would be very difficult for him to promote to a glorious Dawn Warlock. Although his battle prowess was amazing, but Yang Feng would catch up to him one day. If he could defeat Yang Feng once while he was still weak, he would be able to show off for the rest of his life in the future. "Amazing. This is senior apprentice Brother Yang Feng. He really deserves his reputation." I concede. Not long after Zhou Feng flew out, Zhang Hanzhan and Yi Fun also flew out of 9-story dazzling light pagoda. 9-story dazzling light pagoda wasn't easy to open. Generally, even true disciples of the Battle Demon sect could only spend a large amount of contribution points to enter once. Moreover, only warlocks under the age of 300 could enter. Senior disciple Brother Yang Feng agree. Yang Feng said with a smile, "In that case, senior disciple Brother Qi Jiang, I'll exchange pointers with you." Yang Feng took a step forward, his figure blurred, and he appeared in the grand arena. Ding Longjiang's pupils constricted, and the terrifying power inside him fluctuated greatly before disappearing. A complicated look in his eyes, he sighed, "Amazing. Junior disciple Brother Yang Feng is really amazing." Junior disciple Brother Yang Feng, be careful. It's over, Ding Jianglong said with a smile. That's right. However, with junior disciple Brother Yang Feng's talent, I think he will be able to enter 9-story dazzling light pagoda again. At that time, he may be able to ascend to the 8th floor of 9-story dazzling light pagoda and become the first peerless genius of the Battle Demon sect to ascend to the 8th floor. Eyes flashing with scorching fighting spirit, Qi Jiang took a step forward, stared at Yang Feng, and said solemnly, "Junior disciple Brother Yang Feng, I am Qi Jiang, a pinnacle Moonlight Warlock. Please exchange pointers with me." In the next moment, the dragon-shaped 7-color skyfire swallowed Yang Feng in an instant. Qi Jiang took a deep look at Yang Feng, then blurred into motion, turned into a scarlet ray, and flew towards 9-story dazzling light pagoda. Senior disciple Brother Yangfeng, let us see what you're capable of, Jing Xiefeng said. The 6th floor, with the combat talent he displayed, he should be able to enter the 6th floor. Unfortunately, his cultivation time is still too short. Otherwise, he would be able to enter the 7th floor. When Jing Xiefeng thought of Yang Feng's frightening advancement speed, his eyes flashed with jealousy, and he said with a complicated look, if it's him, then it's indeed possible. The Battle Demon Plains warlock geniuses also admitted that Yang Feng was recognized as the future star of the Battle Demon sect, a pillar that would support the sect in the future. However, Yang Feng was from the Sangji Plains headquarters, which made the warlock geniuses of the Battle Demon Plane have a subtle and complicated feeling about him. Qi Jiang opened his hand, and a level 6 secret treasure scarlet flame sword appeared in his hand. A copious amount of fire diffused from him and formed a fire barrier, and wisps of the law of fire diffused from the scarlet flame sword. Junior disciple Brother Yangfeng, there's still 9-story dazzling light pagoda. Let's compete in 9-story dazzling light pagoda. Overjoyed, Qi Jiang blurred into motion, turned into a stream of light, and flew into the grand arena. He looked at Yangfeng with excitement on his face. 9-story dazzling light pagoda wasn't just a pagoda used to test warlock geniuses, but it was also a pinnacle monarch grade secret treasure. Any warlock who entered it could gain tremendous benefits. Chapter 732. As soon as Yangfeng stepped into 9-story dazzling light pagoda, his vision blurred, and he appeared in a plain covering an area of tens of thousands of hectares. In the plain, the space twisted, and 10 warlocks dressed in black warlock robes, exuding advanced starry sky, warlock rank fluctuations of power appeared. As soon as the 10 advanced starry sky warlocks appeared, they recited incantations and cast various powerful offensive secret methods barreling towards Yangfeng. So this is 9-story dazzling light pagoda. Not bad. No wonder only true disciples and above can enter. Without entering the Moonlight Warlock rank, you'll be insta-killed upon entering 9-story dazzling light pagoda. Yangfeng stood still, and Bright World Warlock rank life force field suddenly appeared around him. When the various offensive secret methods cast by the 10 advanced starry sky warlocks slammed into him, they only set off ripples on his life force field. Bright World Warlocks are extremely powerful. The defensive power of their life force field alone can be rated as heaven-defying. The spells of ordinary Starry Sky Warlocks can only consume the life force field of Bright World Warlocks. Before the life force field is exhausted, they can't harm Bright World Warlocks at all. These advanced Starry Sky Warlocks possess the battle prowess of ordinary Starry Sky Warlocks, but they don't have suitable secret treasures. As such, they are slightly inferior to the Battle Demon Sect's advanced Starry Sky Warlocks. Yangfeng looked carefully for a while, then flicked his finger, and 10 black rays flashed and stabbed into the 10 advanced Starry Sky Warlocks. The 10 advanced Starry Sky Warlocks collapsed at once. 10 green auras flew out from the collapsed bodies of the 10 advanced Starry Sky Warlocks and entered Yangfeng's body. By killing the monsters in 9-story dazzling light pagoda, I can absorb this extraordinary magic energy that contains a trace of soul force. If a warlock with a soul aptitude below level 6 absorbs this extraordinary magic energy, they can change their soul aptitude. As expected of the Battle Demon Sect, Yangfeng carefully felt the changes in his body, and then smiled and praised. The 10 green auras are of little benefit to a Bright World Warlock like Yangfeng, but for a Moonlight Warlock, they are of great benefit. They can consolidate their foundation, nourish their soul, and enhance their soul force. When the 10 advanced Starry Sky Warlocks died, 5 Pinnacle Starry Sky Warlocks appeared in the square. After Yangfeng insta-killed the 5 Pinnacle Starry Sky Warlocks, 10 Pinnacle Starry Sky Warlocks spawned. After killing 10 Quasi-Moonlight Warlocks, Yangfeng stepped into the 2nd floor of Dazzling Light Pagoda. On the second floor of Dazzling Light Pagoda, Yang Feng encountered a junior Moonlight Warlock. With a spell, Yang Feng insta-killed the junior Moonlight Warlock. An orange gas flew out of the warlock and entered his body. Not bad. This breath can greatly nourish the body and soul of a Moonlight Warlock. With a casual perception, Yang Feng continued to insta-kill the Moonlight Warlocks that appeared one after another. In the outside world, the floors of the 9-story Dazzling Light Pagoda lit up. Soon, the 6th floor lit up, and the entire 9-story Dazzling Light Pagoda shone with dazzling light. When Ding Longjiang saw the light on the 6th floor, he immediately showed a satisfied smile. The 6th floor, someone has ascended to the 6th floor. It should be junior disciple, Sister Bingping. Jing Xiefeng also praised. Amazing, there should be 5 intermediate Glorious Sun Warlocks on the 5th floor. 4 junior disciples, Sister Bingping, to be able to kill 5 intermediate Glorious Sun Warlocks. That's really amazing. The corners of Ding Longjiang's mouth rose into a proud smile. I was just lucky enough to possess the power of a secret treasure. Half of a warlock's strength came from secret treasures. A powerful secret treasure can enable a warlock to display twice or even thrice or quadruple their fighting strength. The warlocks that spawned in 9-story Dazzling Light Pagoda have rich combat experience and can cast different types of spells. When they join forces, they have almost no shortcomings. The only weakness is that they don't have secret treasures. The 7th floor of Dazzling Light Pagoda lit up. The 7th floor, someone has ascended to the 7th floor. All of a sudden, the disciples of the Battle Demon sect shouted in excitement. The 7th floor of the Dazzling Light Pagoda lit up and emitted a dazzling radiance. Even the floating continent where the Battle Demon sect was located could see the dazzling light emitted from the 7th floor of the Dazzling Light Pagoda. Ding Longjiang stared at the 7th level of the Dazzling Light Pagoda in shock. 7th level. So fast. He had just ascended to the 6th floor, and now he was already ascending to the 7th floor. This was too fast. Junior disciple Sister Bingping doesn't have such strength. Could be Yang Feng? Did he promote to a Glorious Sun Warlock? Ding Longjiang was Huai Bingping's senior brother, so he was well aware of Huai Bingping's strength. Reaching the 6th level of the 9-story Dazzling Light Pagoda was already Huai Bingping's limit. It was impossible for her to reach the 7th level. The only possibility is that Yang Feng has ascended to the 7th floor of 9-story Dazzling Light Pagoda. Jing Xiefeng gritted her teeth, and her beautiful eyes flashed with jealousy. The 7th floor, he joined the demon fighting sect less than 100 years ago. Is a superior rank, 8, soul aptitude, really that heaven-defying and despair-inducing? As Yu Wuxian's chief disciple, Jing Xiefeng was also a genius among geniuses. At the time, she also came to challenge 9-story Dazzling Light Pagoda, and her best result was merely to set foot on the 5th floor. After 9-story Dazzling Light Pagoda was built, only one person set foot on the 7th floor. He was recognized as the number 1 genius of that era in the demon fighting sect. He led the demon fighting sect to suppress the 10 great sects and 8 great families, and became the most powerful force in the Great Cloud Dynasty apart from the royal family. If he hadn't been killed by an unknown powerhouse, the Great Cloud Dynasty might not have been under the control of the Bai family. When Jing Xiefeng learned that Yang Feng had a superior level, 8 soul aptitude, she knew that as long as he didn't die, he would definitely become a peerless genius and one of the pillars of the demon fighting sect. But she didn't expect Yang Feng to promote to a Glorious Sun Warlock so quickly and ascend to the 7th floor of 9-story Dazzling Light Pagoda. The 7th floor of 9-story Dazzling Light Pagoda lit up. Who actually ascended to the 7th floor of 9-story Dazzling Light Pagoda? Whose disciple is it? How could he be so heaven-defying as to ascend to the 7th floor? Formidable wills descended from the sky and enveloped the area where a 9-story dazzling light pagoda was located. The gazes of the hidden old freaks who have advanced to the god rank in the demon-fighting sect fell on the area where a 9-story dazzling light pagoda was located. Yang Feng. It's him, Huang Yihe's personal disciple. He ascended to the 7th floor of 9-story dazzling light pagoda. Yang Feng, how could it be him? He joined the demon-fighting sect less than 100 years ago. Superior level, 8th soul aptitude. That's really heaven-defying. What's going on? Even if he has superior level, 8th soul aptitude, but without enough resources, it's impossible for him to advance so quickly. Damn it, he's actually a personal disciple of that damned old bastard Huang Yihe. How hateful. Why didn't I meet him earlier? Powerful wills reverberated in the area. With the strength of the gods who had operated in the battle demon plane for countless years, they instantly guessed who was on the 7th floor of the 9-story dazzling light pagoda from the discussions of the people present. The 9-story dazzling light pagoda shone brightly, and Qi Jiang flew out. The 7th floor? Yang Feng. He actually reached the 7th floor. Is the gap between us that big? As soon as Qi Jiang flew out of the 9-story dazzling light pagoda, he turned around and looked at the 9-story dazzling light pagoda. At a glance, he saw the dazzling light shining from the 7th floor of the 9-story dazzling light pagoda. His face suddenly turned pale, and a trace of jealousy surged in his heart. He tried his best, but only barely managed to ascend to the 4th floor. Shortly after Qi Jiang flew out, there was a flash of light, and Jing Wuyan also flew out of 9-story dazzling light pagoda. Qi Jiang and Jing Wuyan looked at each other, and then their gazes fell on 9-story dazzling light pagoda and stared at it. 9-story dazzling light pagoda suddenly flashed, and Huai Bingping flew out and looked at 9-story dazzling light pagoda with a pale face. Qi Jiang asked curiously, "Junior disciple Sister Huai, which floor did you reach?" Curious gazes gathered from all directions. The warlocks of the Battle Demon sect are curious about which floor Huai Bingping, who is recognized as the most outstanding warlock genius of the Battle Demon Plane's younger generation, has reached. Huai Bingping clenched her teeth and stared at 9-story dazzling light pagoda with unwillingness in her beautiful eyes. The 5th floor. The 5th floor. That's not bad. The 5th floor, she's still young. Next time, she should be able to attack the 6th floor. The wisps of powerful wills that were gathered on Huai Bingping's body revealed traces of disappointment. For Huai Bingping to be able to ascend to the 5th floor of 9-story dazzling light pagoda, she is already a top genius in the Battle Demon sect. However, she isn't the kind of peerless genius who can dominate the world and become invincible. In the Battle Demon sect, many powerful existences originally had high hopes for Huai Bingping, hoping that she can grow into the next Infinity Warlock or even a Warlock Monarch rank existence. The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. Huai Bingping keenly sensed the changes in her surroundings. She clenched her silver teeth and stared at 9-story dazzling light pagoda. Not long after, the 8th floor of 9-story dazzling light pagoda lit up, and a dazzling beam of light shot out from the pagoda. The 8th floor. At last, someone finally reached the 8th floor. This is the first time someone from the Battle Demon sect has reached the 8th floor. That's amazing. It seems that the Battle Demon sect is going to prosper. When the powerful god wills sensed the dazzling beam of light rising from 9-story dazzling light pagoda, they were filled with excitement. Chapter 733. The 8th floor. Heavens, senior disciple Brother Yang Feng actually reached the 8th floor. This is an unprecedented record. As expected of a freakish genius with superior level, 8th soul aptitude, he's really heaven-defying. Senior disciple Brother Yang Feng is really amazing. Our Battle Demon sect will prosper in the future. Rays of light flew over from afar and arrived near 9-story dazzling light pagoda. When the warlocks of the Battle Demon sect saw the resplendent light radiating from the 8th floor of 9-story dazzling light pagoda, they revealed looks of excitement. On the floating continent, rays of light shone as the Battle Demon sect's warlocks rushed over. This was the moment when they witnessed the history of the Battle Demon sect. Naturally, it attracted countless people. Ding Longjiang looked at the resplendent light radiating from 9-story dazzling light pagoda and sighed with complicated emotions. The 8th floor. The 8th floor of 9-story dazzling light pagoda. Really, I can't be envious of him. I'm afraid that junior disciple Brother Yangfeng has already surpassed us. Ding Longjiang was the eldest disciple brother of this era of the Battle Demon sect, and one of the most powerful competitors for the position of sect master. He had always been arrogant and full of confidence. Ding Longjiang admitted that Yang Feng, who has superior level, 8 soul aptitude, would surpass him in the future, but he didn't expect it to be so fast. Jing Xiefeng said somewhat sourly, he should be one of the legendary children of the plane. He may have the potential to compete for the position of Warlock Emperor. The so-called children of the plane were existences at the center of a plane who were favored by the plane origin will. When a child of the plane went out and met a noble, they would pick up a peerless secret treasure, and then a holy grade secret treasure with a spirit would come to them of its own accord. Of course, children of the plane weren't invincible, and they could also fall. The supreme geniuses who competed for the position of Warlock Emperor could be called children of the plane. In the eyes of ordinary people, they were geniuses among geniuses, freaks among freaks. However, in the struggle for the position of Warlock Emperor, many people would die. Only the strongest could become an invincible Warlock Emperor and suppress countless planes. Ding Longjiang uttered with a smile, Warlock Emperor? It's not that simple. Unless he can ascend to the 9th floor, he has no hope of becoming a Warlock Emperor. In the history of humanity, there are as many geniuses as the stars in the sky, and as many children of the plane as the hairs on an ox. But only the 8 mighty existences can truly promote to Warlock Emperors. My fighting demonic sect has the 9-story dazzling light pagoda. Other powerful warlock groups also have more powerful trial by fire secret treasures. For him to be able to ascend to the 8th floor of 9-story dazzling light pagoda, it's indeed amazing. However, it's still far from enough to have the qualifications to participate in the Warlock Emperor contest. Jing Xiefeng pondered for a while and nodded in agreement. Ding Longjiang and Jing Xiefeng were both glorious Dawn Warlocks. They not only read the various ancient books of the Battle Demon sect, but also went to other planes to read many ancient books. They are well aware that even the greatest warlock of the Battle Demon sect is just a warlock monarch, not even a Holy Spirit warlock. It is extremely difficult to promote to a Warlock Emperor. 9th level, the 9th level. He reached the 9th level of the dazzling light tower. The 9th level. Someone actually managed to reach the 9th level. The 9th floor of 9-story dazzling light pagoda burst out with dazzling light, and the entire Battle Demon plane changed colors. Countless runes lit up on the floating continent and frantically extracted power from the entire Battle Demon plane. Before long, magic energy vortexes formed in the sky above the floating continent, and then frantically poured into the 9-story dazzling light pagoda. The 9th floor. He actually reached the 9th floor of 9-story dazzling light pagoda. What a monster! Holy Spirit Warlock. Maybe the Battle Demon sect will give birth to a Holy Spirit Warlock in the future. The powerful wills surged around 9-story dazzling light pagoda, filled with excitement and expectation. Holy Spirit Warlocks are the pinnacle existences among human warlocks. Every Holy Spirit Warlock can become the guardian of a race. Among the countless planes connected to the astral boundary, only those planes guarded by Holy Spirit Warlocks no one dares to invade at will. Unless it is a Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse, Even a great Holy Step powerhouse won't dare to enter a plane guarded by a Holy Spirit warlock at will. Otherwise, with the power of the entire plane and race, a weak Holy Spirit warlock may even be able to seriously injure or kill a great Holy Step powerhouse. Among the countless planes connected to the astral boundary, Holy Spirit warlock rank powerhouses will basically stay in their race and plane. They won't easily leave their plane. Otherwise, once a Holy Spirit warlock rank powerhouse leaves their plane, they may be killed by a great Holy Step Holy Spirit warlock rank powerhouse. Among the countless planes connected to the astral boundary, only races with Holy Spirit warlock rank protection are called superior races, while races without Holy Spirit warlock rank protection are called inferior races. If the Battle Demon sect can give birth to a Holy Spirit warlock rank powerhouse, it can even dominate the entire Tsangji plane and create a powerful warlock dynasty. On the 9th floor of 9-story dazzling light pagoda, a black devour black moon rose behind Yangfeng, and 5 intermediate bright world warlocks cast various spells barreling towards him. The devour black moon looks like a black hole that could devour everything. When the spells of the 5 bright world warlocks slammed into the devour black moon, their power was immediately devoured by the devour black moon, and they couldn't harm Yangfeng at all. 5 bright world warlocks, that's a big move. This secret treasure pagoda isn't simple at all. Unfortunately, these 5 bright world warlocks are only the weakest intermediate bright world warlocks. Their combat methods are too simple, and they don't have secret treasures. Destroy them all. Yangfeng pointed with a finger at the 5 intermediate bright world warlocks, and the devour black moon suddenly erupted, expanded wildly, and, as if it has evolved into a terrifying world, devoured the 5 intermediate bright world warlocks. When the 5 intermediate bright world warlocks were devoured by Yangfeng, they turned into scarlet gas that entered his body and nourished his body and soul. Feeling the changes in his body, the corners of Yangfeng's mouth rose into a smile. This 9-story dazzling light pagoda is really extraordinary. It actually enhanced my body and soul by 5%. Amazing! Just this alone makes coming to the War Demon plane worth it. Yangfeng has gained control of Ligui Province, Yu Province, and Bright Moon Province, and obtained a large amount of cultivation resources. However, he cultivates a top-secret method and has formed 9 small worlds. Strengthened by countless treasures of heaven and earth, his body and soul are already very powerful, far surpassing that of powerhouses of the same rank. 4 9-story dazzling light pagoda to be able to enhance Yangfeng's body and soul by 5% in such a short period of time is already terrifying. Of course, 9-story dazzling light pagoda also consumed nearly 10,000 years of accumulated power to enhance Yangfeng's body and soul by 5%. If Yangfeng is allowed to do this a few more times, the power of 9-story dazzling light pagoda will be exhausted. Amazing! I didn't expect our Battle Demon sect to give birth to a peerless genius like you. A voice filled with praise rang out in that space. With a flash of light, a middle-aged man with long black hair and dressed in a white scholarly robe with an extraordinary temperament appeared in that space. When Yangfeng saw the middle-aged man, he bowed slightly and saluted him. "Greetings, ancestor." The middle-aged man in front of Yangfeng is the founder of the Battle Demon sect, Sun Chenzi. Sun Chenzi asked with a smile, "What's your name?" Yangfeng replied, "My name is Yangfeng." Yangfeng, very good. You were able to promote to a Bright World Warlock within 300 years and defeat 5 intermediate Bright World Warlocks. Although they are aggregates of power and are far weaker than true warlocks, but this is enough to prove that you are indeed a peerless genius. You have the potential to promote to a Warlock Emperor. When I was young, I had a fortuitous encounter and was lucky enough to enter the true holy land of human warlocks, the Tsangji Plains Core world. That is the cultivation holy land of human warlocks in the Tsangji Plain. There are many powerhouses and Holy Spirit warlocks stationed there. At the same time, there is a relic of an eternal. I once entered an Eternal's relic and had a fortuitous encounter there. Then, I went to the Tsangji Plains surface world, assisted the Holy Monarch White in unifying the surface world, and established the Great Cloud Dynasty. I knew that I wasn't strong enough to explore the relic of an Eternal, so I never went there again. However, if it's you, you may have a chance to explore the relic of an Eternal and look for an opportunity to promote to a Warlock Emperor. Sun Chenzi waved his hand, and a palm-sized black box engraved with countless mysterious runes flew towards Yangfeng. There's a queer secret treasure in the shape of a black spoon and a jade box on top of the box. Sun Chenzi said with a smile, "This is the mist black spoon, which can guide you to the relic. Inside the jade box is the 10,000-year dazzling light liquid that 9-story dazzling light pagoda has condensed over the years. It takes 10,000 years to condense a drop of 10,000-year dazzling light liquid. Each drop of 10,000-year dazzling light liquid can allow an Infinity Warlock to recover all their life energy in a short period of time. At the same time, it is a top treasure for tempering the body. This is the most precious special product of the Battle Demon Plane." Yang Feng's eyes lit up, and he revealed a look of excitement. He took the mist black spoon and the 10,000-year dazzling light liquid. "Thank you, Ancestor." Yang Feng, help me guard the Battle Demon sect. Sun Chenzi sighed slightly, and then his body collapsed and disappeared. In a 9-story dazzling light pagoda, Sun Chenzi is just a soul phenomenon. After explaining everything, he fell asleep again. Chapter 734. Yang Feng looked at the two treasures in his hand with enigmatic light in his eyes, and he uttered unhurriedly, "The core world. It turns out that the true powerhouses of human warlocks are in the core world. No wonder there are no other Holy Spirit warlock rank powerhouses invading the Tsangji Plain. In the surface world, the most powerful forces are the Great Cloud Dynasty and the Western world's 3 dynasties. However, among the Great Cloud Dynasty and the Western world's 3 dynasties, the strongest powerhouses are just Infinity Warlocks. Yang Feng has never seen a Warlock Monarch rank powerhouse. Although the Great Cloud Dynasty and the Western world's 3 dynasties have Empyrean-grade secret treasures, making it difficult for Holy Spirit Warlocks to capture their royal capitals. However, outside the royal capitals, even if the 4 dynasties have Empyrean-grade secret treasures, they are not the opponents of Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses. The Tsangji Plain is a super-grade 1 plane that can give birth to eternal sovereigns. So far, Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses of the Evil God Plane, God Blood Plane, Savage Insect Plane, and other powerful planes haven't come to the Tsangji Plain. This is obviously somewhat unreasonable. However, if the essence of the Tsangji Plain's human warlocks is hidden in the core world, then it would explain why Holy Spirit warlocks of other planes don't come to the Tsangji Plain. That is because once Holy Spirit warlocks of other planes come to the Tsangji Plain, if they are careless, they will be suppressed by Holy Spirit warlocks of the Tsangji Plain. Holy Spirit warlock rank powerhouses, no matter what race they come from, are heaven-defying powerhouses, freaks among freaks. Every part of their body is a top alchemy material. The power contained in a drop of their blood is enough to slay a bright world warlock. Without prior consultation, once a Holy Spirit warlock of another race enters the territory of another Holy Spirit warlock, the other Holy Spirit warlock will never miss this opportunity to kill the other party. Yang Feng smiled faintly. Light flashed in his hand, and he put away the mist black spoon and the 10,000-year dazzling light liquid. "However, this has nothing to do with me. I won't enter the core world before I reach the limit. The Tsangji Plain's surface world also has many relics and endless resources. If you can use them all, it will be enough to promote to the Warlock Monarch realm or even the Holy Spirit Warlock realm. Although the core world was rich in resources, it was also filled with experts. Yang Feng doesn't plan to enter the core world before he reaches his limit." With a flash of light, The top of the 9-story dazzling light pagoda released dazzling white light that formed a white light path extending outward. Yang Feng slowly walked out of the white path of light. Dazzling light shone, and the true bodies of 13 intermediate divine force rank gods, exuding fearsome fluctuations of divine force, appeared in front of Yang Feng. The 13 gods who were exuding terrifying divine power fluctuations were the 13 strongest guardians of the war demon plane. The 3 leaders were all strong divine power rank gods. This was the foundation that the demonic fighting sect had accumulated over countless years. In the battle demon plane, even if the other plane development division of Great Cloud Dynasty went all out, they might not be able to take down 3 strong divine force rank gods plus 10 intermediate divine force rank gods. After all, although the Great Cloud Dynasty has many experts, but it also has many places to suppress. I am Zhuge Ding, the great elder of the battle demon sect. Yang Feng, have you promoted to a bright world warlock? The burly man in the lead stared at Yang Feng and asked solemnly. He has lion-like hair, a strange divine imprint on his forehead, and exudes strong divine force rank fluctuations of power. The other 12 great elders also stared at Yang Feng with anticipation in their eyes. 9-story dazzling light pagoda has been in the hands of the battle demon sect for who knows how many years. Although no one has climbed to the top of the 9th floor, but the Infinity Warlocks, with their terrifying analytical ability, can naturally guess what cultivation base is required to climb to the 9th floor. But in less than 100 years, the fact that Yang Feng has promoted to a bright world warlock is too heaven-defying, so the great elders had to confirm it once again. Yang Feng replied, "Yes, I have promoted to a bright world warlock." As soon as he said this, the 13 great elders of the battle demon sect gasped, and their eyes were filled with shock. The cultivation of human warlocks is different from that of other races. For example, as long as a true blood kindred devours enough true blood of a high-level kindred, they will be able to evolve into a high-level kindred. The 6-winged, sun-devouring centipede was originally just a glorious dawn warlock rank extraordinary life form. But after devouring enough sun essence, it evolved into an infinity warlock rank extraordinary life form. The reason why other races and extraordinary life forms can evolve so fast is because of the power of their bloodline origin. As long as certain conditions are met and the power of their bloodline is purified, they can rely on the power of their bloodline to evolve. Apart from bloodline warlocks, human warlocks have to practice cultivation step by step. Among human warlocks, those who can practice cultivation to the Moonlight Warlock realm within 300 years are already geniuses among geniuses. To be able to practice cultivation to the Bright World Warlock realm within 300 years, only freakish geniuses who competed for the position of Warlock Emperor in the most glorious era of the 8 Warlock dynasties could have such an experience. Yang Feng and the 13 great elders of the Battle Demon sect are shrouded in a powerful soundproofing barrier. No sound can be transmitted to the outside world. The disciples of the Battle Demon sect are very curious about what the great elders and Yang Feng talked about. Only true disciples, such as Ding Longjiang and Jing Xiefeng, vaguely guessed the conversation between the great elders and Yang Feng. Zhuge Ding showed a gratified smile and uttered, "Good, good." Yang Feng, according to the rules of the Battle Demon sect, disciples who have promoted to the Bright World Warlock rank can become a great elder of the Battle Demon sect. However, I hope that the promotion ceremony will be held after you fight the disciples of Heart of Fury and Graveyard of the Dead. What do you think? Of course, from now on, you will get the treatment that a great elder of the Battle Demon sect deserves. The other great elders of the Battle Demon sect looked at Yang Feng expectantly. Yang Feng is a peerless genius who passed the 9-story dazzling light pagoda and is a Bright World Warlock rank powerhouse. The most talented disciples of Heart of Fury and Graveyard of the Dead under the age of 300 are glorious Dawn Warlocks. If they run into Yang Feng, they will be crushed. The great elders of the Battle Demon sect are looking forward to seeing the expressions of the upper echelon of the two warlock groups after Yang Feng crushed the disciples of Heart of Fury and Graveyard of the Dead. Yang Feng is already a bright world warlock. According to the rules of the Battle Demon sect, he is fully qualified to be promoted to a Great Elder and become a true upper echelon of the Battle Demon sect. Naturally, Zhuge Ding won't treat him like an ordinary disciple. Yang Feng responded with a smile. Of course not. Zhuge Ding waved his hand, and seven-colored light descended from the sky and formed a rainbow gate. He invited Yang Feng enthusiastically. Good. Let's get together and get to know each other. Together with the great elders of the Battle Demon sect, Yang Feng entered the rainbow gate and disappeared. Senior disciple Brother Yang Feng is really amazing. He actually ascended to the 9th floor of the 9-story dazzling light pagoda. Amazing. No wonder those supreme elders would appear together to welcome him. The surrounding Battle Demonic sect disciples watched as Yang Feng was welcomed away by many great elders, and their eyes revealed looks of envy. The great elders of the Fighting Demon sect either stayed in their own divine kingdoms to relax and enjoy themselves, or cultivated in seclusion and sent their avatars to fight in other planes. They were very secretive. This is the first time that so many great elders came to greet a disciple of the Battle Demon sect. The disciples of the Battle Demon sect are well aware that from today on, no one in the younger generation of the Battle Demon sect can compare to Yang Feng. There was a flash of envy in Ding Longjiang's eyes, and he smiled bitterly and transmitted his voice to Jing Xiefeng. The 9th floor of 9-story dazzling light pagoda. That's amazing. Bright World Warlock. He has definitely promoted to a Bright World Warlock. To promote to a Bright World Warlock within 300 years, this kind of advancement speed is too heaven-defying. The great elders of the Battle Demon sect muted their voices and tried not to let this news spread. Jing Xiefeng sighed faintly. He should have become a Bright World Warlock. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to reach the 9th floor of 9-story dazzling light pagoda. Ding Longjiang and Jing Xiefeng are well aware of how difficult it is to advance to the Bright World Warlock realm. They were already Pinnacle Glorious Sun Warlocks more than 2,000 years ago and are still stuck at the Pinnacle Glorious Sun Warlock realm. They have no hope of advancing to the Bright World Warlock realm. If they forcibly attack the Bright World Warlock realm, only death will await them. For Yang Feng to have promoted to a Bright World Warlock in less than 300 years naturally made Ding Longjiang and Jing Xiefeng envious and jealous. The astral boundary is the most mysterious place in the universe. It connects countless planes and contains endless mysteries, countless treasures, and countless evil existences. Those god-fiend powerhouses could find the coordinates of other planes from the astral boundary, then travel countless light years from the astral boundary to other planes and descend upon them with their true bodies. In theory, all planes are in fact in the same universe. As long as you fly out of the atmosphere and then fly in the vast starry sky, you can reach other planes without passing through the astral boundary. However, the distance between planes could easily be millions of light years, tens of millions of light years, or even hundreds of millions of light years. Even if a god-fiend powerhouse flew continuously, it was unknown how long it would take for them to fly from one plane to another. Chapter 735. Among the 20-plus young warlocks, there's a beautiful girl with short red hair, dressed in a red warlock robe, and exuding pride and confidence. She stands out like a crane among chickens, attracting everyone's attention. Qi Mei Xian and Wen Daijin's gazes swept past Huai Bingping, and then finally fell on Yang Feng. That's because Yang Feng is accompanied by Alexia and Yu Yin, two stunning beauties brimming with Western and Oriental charm respectively. Because of this, most powerhouses who want to go to other planes have to go through astral boundary and use the strange power of astral boundary to distort space to travel between different planes. Whether it is the Castle of Serenity or the Coffin of Darkness, they're treasures that can travel freely in astral boundary without being eroded by astral boundary force. As if announcing a natural decision, Zhu Lai said, "Zhuge Ding, it's good that you're here. Let's select the contestants. 2 wins out of 3. Heart of Fury and Graveyard of the Dead have already selected their candidates." The gray-robed old man glanced at the beautiful warlock in a red warlock robe. His eyes shimmered, and he uttered with a smile, "Old Zhu, this should be the most outstanding genius of this era. Qi Mei Xian of your Heart of Fury. She's really amazing. Even I can't see her cultivation base. It seems that she must have a top-secret method or secret treasure to conceal her cultivation base. Heart of Fury is really willing to pay a heavy price. What is her cultivation base? Any life form that enters astral boundary will be eroded by astral boundary force. Only some rare life, celestial bodies without astral boundary force can be inhabited. The middle-aged warlock in a gold robe is Zhu Lai, one of Heart of Fury's 2 Infinity Warlocks. It is he who led Heart of Fury's top young genius disciples to compete with Battle Demon Sect's genius disciples. If you want to fly from one plane to another in the starry sky, even if it is a Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse without a special secret treasure, it will take decades or even hundreds of years. Led by Zhuge Ding, Battle Demon Sect's Warlock stepped onto the dark stairs and walked over. In astral boundary, except for some special danger zones and celestial bodies, most places have no suppression force. At the same time, there were many astral creatures, planets with life, abandoned planets, fallen divine nations, and various other existences in the astral plane. Who is that man? It looks like those 2 beauties are his women. Ji Mushuan said coldly. I disagree. What do you suggest then? There are also 20-plus young warlocks following behind the old man. Among the young warlocks, there's a thin young warlock with a pale face, skin almost sticking to his bones, and countless runes engraved all over his body, exuding a strong sense of existence. At a glance, you can tell that he is not someone to be trifled with. Zhu Lai smiled confidently and said, "Early stage glorious son, saint?" To be able to cultivate to this level before the age of 300, he was indeed a genius. Unfortunately, if it's just her, then the Battle Demon Sect will definitely lose this time. Woodfall Star was a resource star where countless extraordinary plants grew. Those extraordinary plants could give birth to all kinds of treasures that warlocks needed for practicing cultivation. The huge castle is a top-notch secret treasure Fort of Serenity refined by Heart of Fury, and the huge coffin is a top-notch secret treasure coffin of the Dark of Graveyard of the Dead. In addition, human warlocks can also create various secret treasures to resist the erosion of astral force. The Fort of Serenity and the Coffin of Darkness are such secret treasures. Otherwise, without a secret treasure to protect them, if an Infinity Warlock rank existence stays in astral boundary for a long time, they will unknowingly be eroded by the astral plane and turn into astral monsters. The leader of the other group was an old man in a gray robe. He had white hair and a long beard. His eyes were narrow and long, as if he was still asleep, and there was a strange rune that looked like an eye inscribed on his forehead. Who are those 2 beauties? Woodfall Star is a resource star that Heart of Fury, Graveyard of the Dead, and the Battle Demon Sect are frantically fighting over. Between the 2 secret treasures Fort of Serenity and Coffin of Darkness, there's a square paved with marble. In the square, there are 2 groups of people sitting respectively. So beautiful! As one of the 10 great sects of the Great Cloud Dynasty, the Battle Demon Sect spends almost 2/3 of its energy exploring the astral boundary, looking for various resource stars and planes that it can control. A pitch-black warship engraved with strange runes flew over from afar and slowly landed on the ground like a meteor, facing the Heart of Fury and the Graveyard of the Dead's Castle of Serenity and Coffin of Darkness. A cold ray streaked past Zhuge Ding's eyes, and he sneered, "The Battle Demon Sect will send 3 people, and you will pick 3 people as well. 1-on-1, The winner could continue fighting until everyone on the other side was killed. If you agree, then let's fight. If not, then let's go to war. Ji Mushuan smiled and said, Haha, I have already sent someone to investigate. The strongest person of the Battle Demon Sect generation is a warlock called Huai Bingping. She has a junior glorious sun warlock rank cultivation base, has rich combat experience, and possesses powerful offensive secret treasures. Coupled with the Battle Demon Sect's Battle Demon secret method, she's definitely a troublesome little fellow. As soon as Alexia and Yu Yin appeared, they almost stole the limelight of the women present. Even Qi Mei Xian, who was similarly a peerless beauty, seemed slightly inferior when compared to the two of them, and she seemed slightly inexperienced. In the astral boundary, many celestial bodies are abandoned and have no value for development. However, some celestial bodies are full of all kinds of resources, some of which are even top treasures in the Zhangji Plain. Countless conflicts have broken out between the powerful forces in the astral boundary around these resource stars. The more resource stars a force has, the stronger it will be. Ji Mushuan still wanted to say something, when he suddenly looked up and said flatly, They're here. Far away from Woodfall Star, there was an enormous castle and an enormous pitch-black coffin that was inscribed with countless runes on a spacious, deathly silent, and desolate dead star that didn't have a shred of vitality. Gazing at the warlocks behind Zhuge Ding with lightning-like gazes, Qi Mei Xian and Wen Dinan locked on Huai Bingping at a glance. Zhuge Ding grinned, his eyes flashed brightly, and he retorted, I don't agree. As for warlock geniuses like Zhang Hantan, Zhou Feng, and Zhui Yifan, Qi Mei Xian and them didn't even spare them a glance. Alexia and Yu Yin are both stunning beauties with extraordinary temperament. Furthermore, they are both infinity warlock rank existences. Even though they hide their strength, they are still extremely beautiful. Standing next to Yang Feng, who has concealed his life force field, they look like two beautiful white swans standing next to a huge toad. The leader of one group was a tall and handsome middle-aged man dressed in a golden warlock's robe. Behind a middle-aged man stood 20-plus young-looking warlocks. The young warlocks are all handsome men and beautiful women, and they have extraordinary temperaments. The stronger a warlock is, the fewer treasures that can have an effect on them. Treasures that can benefit infinity warlocks are very rare and precious, which is why Heart of Fury and Graveyard of the Dead came to fight over the Fallenwood Star. Streaks of black light shot down from the war demon ship and formed a dark staircase that extended toward them. Haha, old man Jean, you'll know her cultivation base when the time comes, Zhu Lai said with a mysterious smile, and then his gaze fell on the skinny young warlock who looks like a human skeleton, and his eyes flashed with admiration. Less than 300 years old, yet he has already practiced cultivation to the intermediate glorious sun warlock. That's really amazing. This should be Wen Dinan, the strongest genius of this generation in Graveyard of the Dead. He cultivates the strongest and most difficult secret method of Graveyard of the Dead, the Dead Body Fusion secret method, and he has almost cultivated it to the minor accomplishment realm. That's really amazing. The young male warlocks of Heart of Fury and Graveyard of the Dead stared at Yang Feng with fire in their eyes. In the world of warlocks, there are countless mysterious secret methods and top-secret treasures. Top-secret treasures can even prevent infinity warlocks from seeing through the cultivation base of a Starry Sky warlock. However, these mysterious secret methods and top-secret treasures are extremely precious treasures that even many infinity warlocks don't have. Damn it, I really want to kill him. During the exploration, the Battle Demon Sect fought with the powerhouses of the astral boundary, resulting in constant casualties. The reason why there are only 4 bright world warlocks guarding the Battle Demon Sect's headquarters in the Zhangji Plain is that an infinity warlock who previously guarded the Battle Demon Sect's headquarters died in the astral boundary. Zhuge Ding took Yang Feng and company to the square and sat down. The dead body melting secret technique was the top secret technique in the Graveyard of the Dead and also the most difficult to cultivate. It had all kinds of incredible and unpredictable supernatural powers. However, it is also the most difficult top-secret method to cultivate. In the same era, there are no more than 3 people in Graveyard of the Dead who can cultivate this secret method, and they're all the strongest experts in Graveyard of the Dead. The old man in a gold robe is one of the 2 Infinity Warlocks of Graveyard of the Dead, Jean Mouchouan. He is the one who led the geniuses of Graveyard of the Dead to compete with the genius disciples of the Battle Demon sect. One of the most precious treasures of the Fallenwood Star is the Fallenwood Blood Essence, which would be produced about 700 grams of the Fallenwood Star every year. It can enhance the blood essence and physical strength of warlocks. The top Fallenwood Blood Essence is even of great benefit to Infinity Warlocks. Chapter 736. Jean Mouchouan uttered regretfully. Bright World Warlock? It's not that simple. At most, Shue Jean can evolve into a Kindred Earl. It's very difficult to promote to a Kindred Marquis. Unfortunately, the grade of his bloodline is still a bit low. It would be great if he had a Duke grade bloodline. Yang Feng's rise is too fast. Zhu Lai's eyes have been focused on the Battle Demon Plains Warlocks. He has no understanding of Yang Feng. After all, Yang Feng hasn't been very active in the astral boundary. Shue Jean waved his hand, and a necklace of 18 skulls engraved with countless blood-colored runes flew out and bit him. No matter how much of a genius he is, before he grows up, he's just a genius. To come here and throw away his life, how foolish. Unless the 2 Infinity Warlocks Zhu Lai and Jean Mouchouan use eye techniques, they might be able to see through the halo and see Huai Bingping. Zhu Lai nodded and said, "Okay, it's settled." After the Battle Demon sect became one of the 10 great sects of the Great Cloud Dynasty, it has never stopped exploring the astral boundary. In the astral boundary, it has fought with countless forces and competed for various resources. They are well aware of the rules of the astral boundary. That is, the weak are prey to the strong. The blue light shows that Yang Feng is indeed a disciple of the Battle Demon sect under 300 years of age. How is this possible? Die. Blood Flame Chop. A handsome young man with a pale complexion, short black hair, and an elegant temperament took a step forward, blurred, and appeared in the arena. A blue beam shot into the sky. Unfortunately, I've seen this move too many times. Die. That Yang Feng is dead. He doesn't stand a chance. The Blood Flame crossblades are extremely strange. Even if a Glorious Dawn Warlock is hit, they will bleed profusely and find it difficult to heal. At the same time, the Blood Flames will burn the Glorious Dawn Warlock's blood until the enemy is burned to ashes. Wait, Jean Mouchouan said flatly. Shue Jean, you go. Amazing. I didn't expect senior disciple Brother Shue Jean to be so powerful. Qi Xianer glanced at Yang Feng with disdain in her eyes. Yang Feng released Alexia from his embrace. As if he hadn't woken up yet, a languid expression on his face, under the envious gazes of many male warlocks, he casually stepped into an arena in the square. Furious, Zhu Lai's eyes widened, and he suddenly erupted with Junior Infinity Warlock rank life force field and swept towards Yang Feng. The Demon Fighting Sect was originally a warlock group with fighting as its core. They had gone through countless battles in the astral boundary to establish their fearsome reputation. Yes, Grand Elder. Zhu Lai's eyes flashed with anger and his body trembled slightly. Killing intent flashed in his eyes, but he forcefully suppressed this anger. A true blood vampire count, truly impressive, since Shue Jean has reached such a level. In the star boundary, if there was a force that appeared to be weak, there would definitely be countless forces that would swarm over and tear that weak force into pieces. Lightning was one of the strongest forces in the world. The destructive power of warlocks who cultivated lightning-attributed spells was extremely terrifying. Among the demon-fighting sects, 3 strong divine force-rank gods, there was the god of thunder Shao Tian. In the competition between genius disciples, the stronger one was the further back they would be placed. The first one to fight was the cannon fodder to test the strength of the others. Zhu Lai sneered. Moonlight Warlock? even if he has a secret treasure and formed a virtual world. But he is just promoted to a moonlight warlock. But his strength is at most comparable to an advanced moonlight warlock or a pinnacle moonlight warlock.
No wonder he was arranged to be the first to fight. There's nothing to fear. The dozens of afterimages erupted with terrifying blood energy, and blood flame-crossed blades containing the power to pollute and burn everything slashed towards Yang Feng. At this moment, a voice came from the side, and everyone's eyes focused on Yang Feng. The demon-fighting sect's disciples showed strange looks. They looked like they wanted to laugh, yet didn't dare to laugh. They quietly watched Xue Jin in the arena as if he was a clown. Ji Mushuan uttered, "This Yang Feng isn't simple. He's the most outstanding genius of this generation in the Cangji Plain. Not long ago, he suppressed the supreme geniuses of the Western world's 3 dynasties in the Time Sky City. He's a freakish genius who formed a virtual world in the great warlock realm. Not long ago, he advanced to a moonlight warlock in the Time Sky City. Since Zhuge Ding was a great elder of the demon-fighting sect and one of the most powerful existences in the demon-fighting sect, he naturally knew the rules of the astral boundary. As such, he spoke in a tyrannical and domineering manner. Why Bingping was also shrouded in a faint halo, blocking the 2 infinity warlocks from peeping at her. Zhuge Ding grinned, his heart filled with joy. The Enlay star is indeed as valuable as the Wood Luo star. The demon-fighting sect agrees to this competition. Yang Feng, give pointers to the disciples of Heart of Fury and Graveyard of the Dead. Let them experience the power of the demon-fighting sect spells." Ji Mushuan said lightly, "Okay, we'll use the Enlay star as the wager. The Enlay star is rich in brilliant lightning star cores, which are the most needed treasure for warlocks who cultivate lightning attribute spells. The Enlay star is no less valuable than the Wood Luo star." Holding Alexei in his arms, Yang Feng kissed her pretty face and said with a frivolous smile, looking like a profligate son of a rich family, "This contest is unfair. If the demon-fighting sect loses, we'll have a hand over control of the Wood Luo star. If the Heart of Fury and Graveyard of the Dead lose, you won't have to pay any price, which is unfair. If the competition is to continue, you must pay an equal price. Otherwise, the agreement of the competition will be considered as never having taken place. The demon-fighting sect is not afraid of any enemy. If the Thunder God Shao Tian can get enough top brilliant lightning star cores, his lightning divine country will become more powerful. At the same time, he will be able to refine more powerful lightning attribute god armaments." Zhu Lai and Ji Mushuan looked at each other, and then their gazes fell on Huai Bingping and sized her up carefully. Zhu Lai exclaimed in admiration, "Xue Jin is indeed a warlock genius with true blood, kindred bloodline. In less than 300 years, he is already promoted to a kindred viscount. It seems that your Graveyard of the Dead will have another bright world warlock in the future. Neither Heart of Fury nor Graveyard of the Dead is the opponent of the demon-fighting sect."
Even if the 2 warlock groups join forces, they are only on par with the demon-fighting sect. However, the 2 infinity warlocks Yu Wuxian and Huang Yihe of the demon-fighting sect stayed in the Cangji Plain. Coupled with the fact that Huang Yihe is certain that he has a good chance of winning the competition, he decided to settle the problem with a competition between disciples. Otherwise, the demon-fighting sect would have already fought with Heart of Fury and Graveyard of the Dead. Yang Feng flicked his finger, and 7-color Skyfire launched. A dragon-shaped 7-color Skyfire erupted in an instant and devoured Xue Jin in an instant. "Yes, great elder." There was a flash of doubt in Zhu Lai's eyes, and he asked solemnly, "Yang Feng, who is he?" With a chuckle, Yang Feng reached out with his hand, and a black radiance flashed in his right hand, forcefully swallowing the blood flame chop. As a strong divine force rank god, Zhuge Ding's battle prowess is among the strongest among Infinity Warlocks. Zhu Lai is just a junior Infinity Warlock. If he were to face Zhuge Ding by himself, only death would await him if he didn't escape. Zhu Lai was forced to swallow his pride because he was weaker than Zhuge Ding. Exclamations of excitement and exclamations came from the disciples of Heart of Fury and Graveyard of the Dead. A true blood-kindred Earl can completely crush a junior Moonlight Warlock. No matter how heaven-defying a junior Moonlight Warlock's battle prowess is, it is virtually impossible for them to defeat a true blood-kindred Earl. How dare you? Who are you? There's no place for you to speak here. As soon as Yang Feng stepped into the arena, a blue ray rose from the arena and shot into the sky. You are Yang Feng? The warlock genius of the Time Sky City, who suppressed the Western world? What a stupid guy. If you had stayed in the demon-fighting sect and practiced hard, you might have been able to become a bright world warlock. However, since you met me, then today is the day you die. Zhuge Ding's eyes shimmered fiercely, and he waved his hand, and resplendent divine light enveloped Yang Feng and blocked Zhu Lai's pressure. Overflowing with killing intent, he uttered, Zhu Lai, Yang Feng is the young sect master of the demon-fighting sect. His thoughts are my thoughts. You dare to attack him? Does the Heart of Fury want to start a war with the demon-fighting sect? When Dainu stared at Yang Feng with jealousy and endless killing intent in his eyes. When Xue Jin transformed into a true blood-kindred Earl, his eyes turned bloodshot, and the corners of his mouth rose into a proud smile. His figure fluttered, and dozens of afterimages appeared around Yang Feng. When Xue Jin saw that his strongest offensive spell was easily broken by Yang Feng, he was stunned, unable to believe his eyes. The 18 skulls ejected 18 powerful blood energy that entered Xue Jin, allowing him to break through the boundary and evolve into a true blood-kindred Earl. Jin Mushuan pondered for a while, and then nodded. Part of the resource celestial bodies that the demon-fighting sect owns are resource celestial bodies they found, while the rest are resource celestial bodies they seized from others. The handsome Xue Jin smiled ferociously and silently recited an incantation. Countless runes flickered, and a mist of blood floated around him. His eyes suddenly turned bloodshot. Kindred fangs extended from his mouth, and a pair of kindred wings unfolded on his back, exuding fluctuations of power infinitely close to that of a true blood-kindred Earl. Zhu Lai's eyes flickered for a while, and then he nodded in agreement. Chapter 737. No! Along with miserable screams, the warlock genius Xue Jin was burned to ashes by the dragon-shaped seven-color skyfire, leaving only a moonlight core behind. Jin Mushuan's complexion changed greatly, and he extended his hand and turned it into a giant black hand that extended towards the arena. Stop! Jin Mushuan, what are you doing? Zhuge Ding roared and pointed with his finger. A beam of black divine light shone directly on Jin Mushuan's giant black hand, shattering it in an instant. Strong divine force rank fluctuations of power diffused from Zhuge Ding and forcibly suppressed the life force field released by the two infinity warlocks, Jin Mushuan and Zhu Lai. Both Jin Mushuan and Zhu Lai are junior infinity warlocks, and they are extremely powerful. But they still can't contend against the strong divine force rank god Zhuge Ding. Jin Mushuan gritted his teeth and said, Zhuge Ding, aren't you battle demon sex people too ruthless? Zhuge Ding sneered. It's normal for there to be casualties when exchanging pointers with spells. Wasn't Xue Jin from Graveyard of the Dead just as ruthless and merciless? The battle demon sect is hostile to Heart of Fury and Graveyard of the Dead. As a result, who knows how many warlocks have died? In fact, the disciple competition is a means for the three warlock groups to eliminate the other party's genius disciples. It was because of this that Yang Feng was the first to act and insta-killed Xue Jin. This isn't a friendly exchange of pointers between geniuses, but a life and death struggle in the astral boundary. Jin Mushuan stared at Zhuge Ding and said coldly, Good, very good. Zhuge Ding, I will remember your words. When Mech, go and bring Yang Feng's body back. Yes, great elder. When Ming casually responded. With a flash of his body, he directly entered the battle arena. Yang Feng, That's a warlock genius who suppressed the Western world's 3 dynasties in the Time Sky City for you. To have promoted to a glorious sun warlock in such a short time, that's really amazing. Unfortunately, your opponent is me. From today onwards, all of your glory will completely disappear because you will become one of my favorite collectibles. Surrounded by black gas, when Mech stared at Yang Feng like a skinny devil, showed a ferocious smile, spread the fingers of a hand, and a magic ball covered in countless sealing runes appeared. The magic ball with countless sealing runes opened at once, and a wicked aura gushed out of the magic ball. A demonic corpse with a pair of horns on the head, engraved with all kinds of weird runes, and lifeless eyes exuding wisps of infinity warlock rank wicked breath flew out of the demonic sphere. When Zhuge Dingy saw the terrifying demonic corpse, his countenance changed dramatically, and strong divine force rank fluctuations of power gushed out from him. Infinity demonic corpse. Your graveyard of the dead actually gave the guardian demon corpse to him. Infinity Warlock demonic corpses are demonic corpses cultivated by Graveyard of the Dead using countless secret methods and resources. It is said that there are only 3 such corpses in Graveyard of the Dead. If a warlock who cultivates the Undead Melt secret method fuses with an Infinity demonic corpse, they can even erupt with Infinity Warlock rank battle prowess for a short time. Infinity demonic corpses are secret treasures of Graveyard of the Dead, and they are sealed in Graveyard of the Dead's headquarters all year round. Now that Mech has summoned the Infinity demonic corpse, Zhuge Dingy was naturally shocked. Looking at the shocked Zhuge Dingy, Jin Mushuan showed a look of pleasure on his face, and he also erupted with Infinity Warlock rank life force field. Zhuge Dingy. Secret treasures are also part of a warlock's strength. Since Mech can control the Infinity demonic corpse, that's his ability. We'll give it to him because of Graveyard of the Dead. Julai also smiled coldly and erupted with Infinity Warlock rank life force field to contend with Zhuge Dingy. The 3 powerful fluctuations of power confronted each other, and a terrifying aura pervaded the area. Although they released fluctuations of power, but none of the 3 powerhouses took action. They just confronted each other. After all, the 3 parties came here to solve a problem, not to kill each other. As long as they don't cross a bottom line, no one will take action. When Mech released the Infinity demonic corpse, he smiled ferociously at Yang Feng, blurred into motion, turned into a stream of black gas, and entered the Infinity demonic corpse. Idiot! Yang Feng smiled coldly, took a step forward, and appeared in front of the Infinity demonic corpse in a blur. He reached out with a finger and touched the space between the eyebrows of the Infinity demonic corpse. The true god Empyrean imprint suddenly appeared, and countless black runes turned into chains that pierced into the space between the eyebrows of the Infinity demonic corpse. Countless runes appeared on the Infinity demonic corpse. The Infinity demonic corpse trembled violently, and Mech's soul projection emerged. Wrapped in black rune chains, Mech's soul projection struggled frantically, trying to break free from Yang Feng's true god Empyrean imprint. However, no matter how he struggled, he could not break free from the seal of the rune chains. When Jin Mushuan saw this scene, his face fell, and he roared loudly, turned into a stream of light, and flew towards the arena, saying, "Stop! We admit defeat. We admit defeat in this battle. Mech is the strongest warlock genius in Graveyard of the Dead, as well as the hope of this era. He only has intermediate glorious sun warlock rank cultivation base, yet he has already inherited one of Graveyard of the Dead's 3 Infinity demonic corpses. If it wasn't for the fact that he met Yang Feng, a genuine bright world warlock proficient in countless secret methods, he could crush most glorious sun warlocks. Haha, Jin Mushuan, if you admit defeat, it won't count until Mech admits defeat. It won't work if you admit defeat." Zhuge Ding laughed out loud as he turned into a stream of light and blocked in front of Jin Mushuan. With a punch, he blasted Jin Mushuan away. Help! Along with a miserable scream, the soul of the arrogant when Mech collapsed. Yang Feng grabbed the infinity demonic corpse, threw it into a secret treasure, and sealed it. Eyes shot with blood, Jean Mouchuan uttered, stressing each syllable. How dare you? You bastards! How dare you kill a member of Graveyard of the Dead? Zhuge Ding revealed a ferocious smile, as a powerful and terrifying battle intent emanated from his body. So what if I killed him? This was a fair competition. It was your disciple who was inferior. Trash. Even if you have a top secret treasure, you're still trash. Each of the battle demon sect's top powerhouses is a fierce person who has grown through countless battles. Naturally, they aren't afraid of any battle. Yang Feng's indifferent voice came from the arena. Next, Zhu Lai narrowed his eyes and took a deep look at Qi Meixian, and his face alternated between blue and white. Qi Meixian, on the other hand, was nervous, and her pretty face turned pale. She was originally a proud daughter of heaven, a pinnacle glorious sun warlock. But when she saw Yang Feng suppress when Mech so easily, she no longer had the slightest confidence to defeat Yang Feng. Zhu Lai pointed to a starry sky warlock and said solemnly, "You go and fight Yang Feng." Qi Meixian heaved a sigh of relief and rejoiced. The face of the Heart of Fury disciple turned pale, and he knelt in front of Zhu Lai and begged bitterly, "Great Elder, please don't. How can I be Yang Feng's opponent? I beg you, please choose someone else." Trash. If you don't want to go, then go to hell. Zhu Lai pointed at the Heart of Fury disciple with a furious look on his face, and a red magic light fell on the disciple. The disciple was instantly torn apart and then devoured by violent flames. When the rest of the Heart of Fury disciples saw this scene, their hearts shook and fear flashed in their eyes. Zhu Lai pointed at another Heart of Fury disciple and said coldly, "You, go and fight Yang Feng." The Heart of Fury disciple gritted his teeth and uttered respectfully, "Yes, Great Elder." Jean Mouchuan's eyes flickered for a while, and then his gaze became cold, and he fell silent. When the Heart of Fury disciple flew into the huge arena, he immediately shouted loudly, "I admit defeat." With that, the Heart of Fury disciple blurred into motion and flew out of the arena. Yang Feng blurred into motion, flew out of the arena, and walked towards the battle demon sect's warlocks. At this time, the eyes of all the warlocks in Heart of Fury and Graveyard of the Dead focused on Yang Feng, filled with apprehension, fear, and killing intent. Zhuge Ding glanced at Zhu Lai and the other person and said flatly, "Okay, you can go. Remember to evacuate your people on the Onlay Star within a month. Otherwise, when our people arrive there, they will be treated as enemies and destroyed." "No problem." Zhu Lai's eyes flashed with enigmatic light, and he took out a white jade token from his bosom and crushed it. A dazzling white pillar of light suddenly rose from his place. In the middle of the white beam of light, a bolt of light seemingly condensed from boundless holy light flew out of the void, and then, under the guidance of the white beam of light, flew over at an incredible speed. The boat of holy light that was formed from boundless holy light bloomed with resplendent holy light. Countless little angels with snow-white wings, exuding an aura of innocence, who looked like young boys and girls, flew around the boat, singing hymns. There are countless angels standing on the ship of light. Among them, there are 3 male blazing angels exuding terrifying auras sitting on 3 jade thrones. Chapter 738. Zhuge Ding looked at the holy light vessel in the sky with a dignified look in his eyes, and an unclear premonition welled up inside him, and he asked coldly, "Zhu Lai, who are they? What do you want?" Zhu Lai replied with a cold smile, "They are Sir Blazing Angels under the command of the mighty warlock Emperor Dawn Lord." "Zhuge Ding, why don't you come and greet the angels?" "Warlock Emperor Dawn Lord." When they heard this, everyone's complexion suddenly changed dramatically. Even the calm Yang Feng, who seems to have everything under control, couldn't help but have his complexion change dramatically. Among the many planes, many of them had gods called the King of Dawn. After the emergence of the 8th Warlock dynasty's Dawn Royal City, wherever the human warlocks went, all the gods named Dawn Lords were killed by the 8th Warlock dynasty's Warlock Emperor, the Dawn Lord. After the collapse of the 8th Warlock dynasty, many more gods called the Dawn Lord appeared in the countless planes. However, there was only one Warlock Emperor Dawn Lord, the founder of the 8th Warlock dynasty and one of the human 8 Warlock Emperors, the Dawn Lord. The Tsangji Plains human warlocks have given birth to a total of 8 Warlock Emperors, although the Dawn Lord is recognized as the weakest. But in fact, the other 7 Warlock Emperors are excessively powerful, almost reaching the invincible realm. During the period when the other 7 Warlock Emperors were at their most tyrannical, wherever they went, Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses of other races retreated and hid. Those who dared to show themselves were either suppressed or killed by them. Among Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses, the Dawn Lord is above average in strength, but he was once defeated by Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses of other races, which is why he is considered the weakest among the human 8 Warlock Emperors. Even so, the Dawn Lord is still a genuine Warlock Emperor rank existence. When he was alive, he completely dominated the entire Tsangji Plain, as well as the countless subsidiary planes with the Tsangji Plain as the core. The light of human warlock civilization enveloped countless planes. The warlocks of the Western world originally didn't occupy the mainstream of the Tsangji Plain. But after the emergence of the Dawn Lord, warlocks from a Western world became the mainstream of the Tsangji Plain and dominated countless planes. If the 8th Warlock dynasty's Dawn Lord really emerged, then there wouldn't be any power in the Tsangji Plain that could resist his emergence. In front of the Warlock Emperor Dawn Lord, the Great Cloud Dynasty and the Western world's 3 Warlock dynasties were nothing but ants. If they didn't surrender, they would die. The domineering Zhuge Ding's face also stiffened slightly. He stared at the vessel of light in the sky with an uneasy expression. Except for a small number of planes owned by the Battle Demon sect, the coordinates of most of the planes have been discovered by the enemy. If the Battle Demon sect becomes enemies with a Warlock Emperor rank existence, it will die without a doubt. Yang Feng regained his composure and said unhurriedly, "Warlock Emperor Dawn Lord? Impossible." In his later years, he died at the hands of the Emperor's slayer, Zhongli Mie. This was a fact that everyone knew. He can't still be alive. In the vast universe, time is the strongest. Except for eternal sovereigns, no one can resist the erosion of time. Even the soul of a Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse will slowly corrode and eventually die. In the vast universe, who knows how many Warlock Emperor rank existences are hidden? One of the important reasons why they won't appear in the world is that they have lived for too long, and their soul has begun to decay. Once they appear, they may die in a short time. In his later years, the strength of the King of Dawn was also extremely weak. At that time, for some reason, most of the Tsangji Plains human warlocks united with countless powerhouses from the outside world and launched an attack on the Dawn Lord. In one fell swoop, the Dawn Lord killed 3 great Holy Step powerhouses and 13 Holy Spirit warlocks, and then eventually perished together with the great Holy Step powerhouse, Zhongli Mie. The war that resulted in the death of the Dawn Lord affected the entire Tsangji Plain. The supporters of the Dawn Lord and the Resistance Army, these 2 formidable forces, fought endlessly on the Tsangji Plain and other major plains, causing countless powerhouses to fall. This caused the human warlock civilization to regress by countless years. Zhuge Ding said with a cold smile, "That's right, the Dawn Lord can't use angels. I remember that the Dawn Lord was most powerful at the time, and it was his 13 apostles. I was almost deceived by you guys. Lowly mortals, look, what is this?" A handsome, blazing angel sitting on a jade throne waved his hand, and a ball of white light suddenly flew out and floated in the air. In the blink of an eye, countless runes condensed from the white ball of light and formed the word Glimmer of Dawn. A vast and seemingly endless pressure emanated from the white ball of light. Dawn Imperial Token. A thought emerged in the sea of knowledge of everyone present. No matter what kind of existence it is, they can understand the meaning contained in the white ball of light. Yangfeng looked at the Dawn Imperial Token with an enigmatic gleam in his eyes. Is it really the Dawn Lord? Zhuge Ding's eyes shimmered with a dignified shade. To force such a true meaning to emerge in the sea of knowledge of an infinity warlock, only existences above the Holy Spirit warlock rank can create such a queer power. Yangfeng uttered. So it's an angel of the great Dawn Lord. I am Yangfeng, a true disciple of the Battle Demon sect. May I know what brings you here? The eyes of the Battle Demon sect's people focused on the angel of the Dawn Lord. Lowly mortals, heart of fury and graveyard of the dead, have converted to our Lord and are his servants. You sinners, you dare to attack them? This is disrespect to our Lord, a great crime of blasphemy. Hand over all the resource, celestial bodies of your Battle Demon sect, and then convert to our Lord. Only then may your sins be pardoned. Otherwise, on behalf of our Lord, I will purify you today. The eyes of one of the three blazing angels radiated bright white light, and, looking like a god judging mortals, he declared from above. Along with Heart of Fury and Graveyard of the Dead's powerhouses, Zhu Lai and Jin Mushuan blurred into motion and blocked the path of the Battle Demon sect's party to the Battle Demon airship. Zhuge Ding glanced at Zhu Lai and Jin Mushuan, and his eyes shimmered with frigid killing intent. Zhu Lai, Jin Mushuan, do you want to violate the bet between us and become an irreconcilable enemy of the Battle Demon sect? Face twisted, Zhu Lai laughed ferociously. That's right, Heart of Fury and Graveyard of the Dead want to become an irreconcilable enemy of the Battle Demon sect. However, it's the Battle Demon sect that will die. As long as you, a strong divine force rank god, die here, the strength of the Battle Demon plane will be weakened by more than 1/3. Moreover, all the geniuses of the Battle Demon sect will die here. This is the reason why we want to have a genius-disciple duel with you. Jin Mushuan stared at Yangfeng with a ferocious expression and uttered coldly, Boy, you dare to kill 2 genius disciples of Graveyard of the Dead? After I capture you, I'll burn you to death and let you know how powerful Graveyard of the Dead is. When the genius disciples of the Battle Demon sect saw the 3 blazing angels, as well as the 2 infinity warlocks, Zhu Lai and Jin Mushuan, appear in the sky, fear streaked past their eyes. As a strong divine force rank god, Zhuge Ding is extremely powerful. However, with his strength, even if he burns his divine force, he can only contend against the 3 blazing angels at most. Zhu Lai and Jin Mushuan, the 2 infinity warlocks, are virtually invincible. Zhuge Ding looked at the holy light vessel in the sky with a dignified look in his eyes. With his strong divine force rank strength, if he wants to escape alone, even if he is besieged by 5 infinity warlocks, he has a great chance of success. However, all the warlock geniuses of the Battle Demon sect, including Yangfeng, will likely have to stay here. Yangfeng glanced at Jin Mushuan in them and said with a cold smile, Really? Fortunately, I always like to make more preparations. Since you're courting death, then I'll send you on your way. Fire. Ripples appeared in the space 5,000 kilometers away, and a resplendent beam of energy descended from the sky. It tore through the space and blasted towards the vessel of light. Divine decree, there's light. The face of a blazing angel fell, and he frantically stimulated his angel force and shouted. All of a sudden, the holy light vessel shone brightly and was shrouded in a halo. When the blazing sun-grade energy beam slammed into the holy light vessel, it set off ripples and finally collapsed together with the halo. In the distance, space distorted and 3 blazing sun interstellar battleships appeared from different directions. Beams of light from their main cannons almost instantly bombarded the vessel of light. Under the full support of the 3 blazing angels, the halo on the holy light vessel trembled for a moment and then collapsed. The entire holy light vessel was engulfed by the beam of light. Alexia unfurled her fallen sky wings and turned into a black streak of light as she pounced toward Zhu Lai, slashing at him with her sword. Zhu Gading also burned his divine force in a frenzy. With a roar, he turned into an incomparably violent storm that swept towards Jin Mu Xian, sucking him in. Jin Mushuan roared and squirmed, and a red-horned evil ogre infinity devil corpse appeared and merged with him in an instant. Jin Mushuan was originally a junior infinity warlock rank powerhouse, but when he merged with the red-horned evil ogre infinity devil corpse, his strength suddenly soared, and he exuded intermediate infinity warlock rank fluctuations of power. In an instant, a 100-meter-tall, red-horned evil ogre exuded an aura within the incomparably violent storm. Its entire body was covered in ghostly chi, and its fists carried an incomparably berserk power as it madly bombarded the storm. Under his fists, huge cracks appeared one after another in the incomparably violent storm. Chapter 739. Sneak Attack. It's no use. Zhu Lai smiled ferociously and waved his hand, and a scarlet mirror with a phoenix pattern suddenly appeared. The scarlet mirror flickered, and a 20-meter-long flaming phoenix pounced toward Alexia. Alexia's beautiful eyes shimmered coldly, and she slashed out with her sword, which emitted resplendent black light, and slashed the flame phoenix. The pitch-black darkness energy burned the flaming phoenix and cut it in two. The terrifying darkness energy forcefully extinguished the flaming phoenix. Almost in an instant, Alexia appeared in front of Zhu Lai and slashed at him with her sword containing endless dark force. Zhu Lai's face fell, and he waved his hand, and a scarlet bead suddenly flew out. As soon as the scarlet bead appeared, it hit Alexia's sword, and then exploded with a loud boom and blasted Zhu Lai and Alexia away. Alexia was only sent flying for a moment before she bounced back in midair and shot toward Zhu Lai. Under Alexia's frenzied attacks, Zhu Lai exerted all his strength and frantically cast all kinds of incomparably powerful spells, doing his utmost to resist her attacks. Infinity Warlock rank Fallen Angel. The Infinity Warlock rank Blazing Angel is actually his woman. When the many warlocks present saw Alexia suddenly erupt with power, they stared at Yang Feng with incredulity in their eyes. Infinity Warlock rank Blazing Angels are pinnacle powerhouses among Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses. Any Infinity Warlock rank Blazing Angel can become a bigwig who dominates a region. It should be noted that not long ago, the Battle Demon sect, one of Great Cloud Dynasty's 10 great sects, only had 4 Bright World warlocks supporting it. Everyone, let's kill them. Kill them. When the warlocks of Heart of Fury and Graveyard of the Dead saw Alexia fly away, their eyes flickered fiercely, and they stared at Yang Feng and the other disciples of Battle Demon sect and cast various spells barreling towards them. Countless devil corpses appeared in the square. These devil corpses were powerful beings summoned by Graveyard of the Dead's warlocks. Each devil corpse was the corpse of Starry Sky warlock rank existence or above. Heart of Fury's warlocks hid behind the demonic corpses and cast various powerful offensive spells barreling towards Yang Feng and company. Since you're my enemy, you can all go to hell. A devour black moon slowly rose behind Yang Feng. As if a black hole capable of devouring everything, it devoured the spells of Heart of Fury and Graveyard of the Dead. Wherever he went, the devouring black moon would sway slightly, and all the devil corpses would be devoured and annihilated. Profound. He's comprehended a profound meaning. He has comprehended profound meaning. He is a monster-level genius who has found his own path. Profound meaning, damn it. He's a monster-level genius who has comprehended a profound meaning and formed a virtual world. No wonder when Yuchi was insta-killed by him. When the warlocks of Heart of Fury and Graveyard of the Dead saw the devour black moon behind Yang Feng, Their countenances changed dramatically, and their eyes shimmered with despair. There were very few warlocks who had formed a virtual world. Among the younger generation of Heart of Fury and Graveyard of the Dead, only Qi Xian'er had formed a virtual world. As for profound meaning, none of them had comprehended it. Yang Feng took a step and appeared among Graveyard of the Dead's warlocks, and the Devour Black Moon suddenly emitted a fearsome, attractive force that pulled at the warlocks of Graveyard of the Dead. The warlocks of Graveyard of the Dead immediately turned into rays of light and entered the Devour Black Hole. The Devour Black Hole twisted, and their flesh and blood essence were instantly devoured, leaving only starry sky cores and moonlight cores behind. When the genius disciples of Heart of Fury saw this scene, their countenances changed dramatically, and they cast various spells and fled in different directions. Among them, Qi Xian'er was the smartest. She cast a secret method and flew towards the direction of the explosion of the Vessel of Light. Although the Vessel of Light was blasted into pieces and fell to the celestial body, but the three blazing angels were unscathed. "How dare you attack us? How dare you, Aunt?" The blazing angel stared at Yang Feng with flames in his eyes. With a roar, he flapped his wings, appeared in front of Yang Feng in an instant, and slashed at Yang Feng with a sword covered in angel flames. "Your opponent is me." With a loud shout, Yu Yin suddenly stabbed out with the black phoenix spear in her hand. Like a beautiful but dangerous black phoenix wrapped in strange black flames, she stabbed at the seraph's heart. The weakness of blazing angels was the angel heart in the heart. As long as the angel heart wasn't destroyed, they wouldn't fear being smashed to pieces. Moreover, without an attack containing law force, even if their fleshly body was destroyed, it would be almost impossible to destroy their angel heart. However, Yu Yin is an infinity warlock. Her attacks contain formidable law force. Even the blazing angel had to give up on killing Yang Feng, brandished his sword, and fought with Yu Yin. Another infinity warlock. He actually has two infinity warlocks as his women. No wonder his cultivation base has improved so much. It turns out that two infinity warlocks are his women. I'm clearly much more handsome than him, so why aren't there any infinity warlocks interested in me? When the male disciples of Battle Demon Sect saw this scene, they showed looks of envy. Even Zhou Feng and Zhui Yifan are no exception. Alexia and Yu Yin are not only beautiful, but they are also infinity warlock rank powerhouses. It is very difficult for ordinary moonlight warlocks to meet such infinity warlocks. Yet Yang Feng was able to take them into his harem, which is simply heaven-defying. Heresy, go to hell. The figures of the two blazing angels fluttered, and they turned into two rays of light shooting towards Yang Feng, killing intent surging in their eyes. "Haha, get in here." Bursts of excited laughter came from the battlefield, and violent gales swept the two blazing angels into a violent whirlpool containing endless gales in an instant. The two seraphim roared crazily as they brandished their swords and slashed continuously. Rays of resplendent light slashed into the violent hurricane, splitting it apart. Zhuge Ding transmitted his voice to Yang Feng. "Yang Feng, take them and escape. I can only hold them off for a day at most." As a strong divine force rank god, Zhuge Ding is extremely powerful. If it was one-on-one, he could defeat an infinity warlock rank blazing angel. But the two infinity warlock rank blazing angels are dawn blazing angels who control the law of dawn and angel force. Two dawn blazing angels are enough to defeat Zhuge Ding. Coupled with the intermediate infinity warlock rank Jin Mushuan, Zhuge Ding can barely hold off these three powerhouses for a day. After a day, if Zhuge Ding doesn't escape, then he will die here. As long as Yang Feng takes his people and escapes, the remaining infinity warlock rank powerhouses can easily escape as well. Curtain of the night. Yang Feng smiled faintly and waved his hand, and the strong divine force grade god armament curtain of the night suddenly flew out and instantly enveloped the land in endless night. Zhu Lai was startled, but soon discovered that apart from being blind, his other senses have not been weakened. He sneered in his heart at once. Idiot! Even if Infinity Warlocks can't see, their other senses are enough to support them in battle. What a stupid fool! In a breath of time, Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he appeared in front of Zhu Lai and slashed at Zhu Lai with the level 8 secret treasure sword of the Dark Dragon. Idiot! I've been waiting for you to deliver yourself to me. Go to hell. Zhu Lai smiled ferociously, turned around, and waved his hand, and the level 9 secret treasure Wicked Bone Banshee Queen Dart suddenly flew out and turned into a black ray shooting towards Yang Feng. Evil Bone Banshees were rare evil gods of the Evil God plane. Adult Evil Bone Banshees possessed Glorious Dawn Warlock rank strength and above, and could innately manipulate the bone essence of other life forms, and were proficient in the Law of Bones. Once an adult Wicked Bone Banshee Queen Dart is a Warlock Monarch rank existence. Once hit by them, even Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses will have their bone marrow extracted. The level 9 secret treasure Wicked Bone Banshee Queen Dart is a wicked secret treasure refined from the extraordinary life form Wicked Bone Banshee Queen spine and added countless precious materials. Even if it is a Warlock Monarch rank powerhouse, if they are hit by the Wicked Bone Banshee Queen Dart, all their bone marrow and power will be extracted. At the same time, the bone marrow and bone will explode inside the body of the target and take a strange shape. Even Warlock Monarchs with undying characteristics will be seriously injured and lose most of their power. Yang Feng is already prepared. The mountain shield he obtained from the Brilliant Sage's relic suddenly flew out, and mountain projections suddenly appeared and blocked in front of him like a giant shield. When the Wicked Bone Banshee Queen Dart stabbed into the mountain projections, it was immediately stuck by the mountain force, unable to budge. Almost at the same time, Yang Feng's god clones silently emerged from the darkness and stabbed the strong divine force grade god armament dagger of the night into Zhu Lai's back. When the strong divine force grade god armament dagger of the night stabbed into Zhu Lai's back, countless curses of the night divine system erupted in an instant and eroded Zhu Lai's body. Zhu Lai, who only possesses Junior Infinity Warlock rank cultivation base, rotted, aged, oozed pus, and his eyes widened. Unable to utter a word, a look of horror and despair on his face. Chapter 740. If it was a strong divine force rank god, they could burn divine force and have a 20% chance of resisting the curse of the Dagger of the Night. Zhu Lai is just an ordinary Junior Infinity Warlock. It is impossible for him to resist the stab of the Dagger of the Night held by the strong divine force rank ruler of the night. In less than 5 seconds, his soul decayed and turned into a corpse covered with countless curses. The ruler of the night is a top assassin, compared to the ruler of the night and the ruler of shadows of other planes, although they are slightly weaker in head-on combat, but they are strong divine force rank gods most adept at assassination. At the time, if the ruler of the night hadn't taken the initiative to enter Yang Feng's divine country and kill him in one fell swoop, Yang Feng wouldn't have been able to do anything to him. Unless it is a Holy Spirit Warlock or a secret treasure that specifically restrains the divine force authority of the ruler of the night, it is extremely difficult to kill an assassin god who wields the authority of the night. After killing Zhu Lai with a sneak attack, Yang Feng's god clone entered the night and silently appeared behind the blazing angel who is fighting Yu Yan. With the dagger of the night in his hand, he stabbed the blazing angel in the back. Divine decree, there is light. The blazing angel roared, burned divine force frantically, unleashed the law of dawn, and dazzling light of dawn spread in all directions. The divine domain of the night, formed by the god artifact curtain of the night, was immediately broken by the resplendent light of dawn. Illuminated by the light of dawn, the night divine force around Yang Feng's god clone was neutralized and emitted wisps of black smoke. Night divine force is greatly restrained by dawn divine force, which is why the light of dawn can easily dispel night divine force. Divine decree. Evil God shall be judged by divine decree. The blazing angel roared, and a strange ray suddenly shot out, hit Yangfeng's ruler of the night clone, and engraved an evil god mark on it. As soon as the evil god mark appeared on Yangfeng's ruler of the night clone, the speed of the blazing angel suddenly increased by 30%, and the blazing angel sword in his hand blazed with fire of purification and slashed towards Yangfeng. The god of dawn wielded the power of dawn, and the seraphs under his command were all angels of dawn. They wielded part of the power of dawn, and the flame of purification was the manifestation of the power of dawn. Under the power of the flame of purification, any existence would be directly purified and turned into dust. The face of Yangfeng's ruler of the night avatar flickered, and he blocked the blazing angel sword with the dagger of the night. Dang! The divine power of dawn and the divine power of night clashed madly, twisting and weaving. Yangfeng's ruler of the night avatar was flung hundreds of meters away. As if maggots, the fire of purification wrapped around Yangfeng's ruler of the night avatar, as if to burn it to ashes. The Kingdom of Dawn's power is indeed extraordinary. No wonder the Kingdom of Dawn's king couldn't stop him from banning it. Yangfeng's ruler of the night avatar sighed in admiration and burned divine force frantically, and night divine force surged and turned into black gas that extinguished the purification flames. The power of dawn can purify everything. There's almost no force that can restrain it. At the time, after the Dawn Lord became the Warlock Emperor of the 8th Warlock Dynasty, he went on a punitive expedition to planes with Dawn Lord gods, slayed them one by one, and issued an order that gods of other planes are not allowed to form the divine authority of the Dawn Lord. Even though the Warlock Emperor of the 8th Warlock Dynasty issued an order, but there are still people in many planes who covet the authority of the Dawn Lord, promote to gods of the Dawn Lord, and then are slain by the Warlock Emperor. When the blazing angel wanted to pursue Yangfeng, he was stopped by Yu Yin, and the two sides continued to engage in a frenzied fight. Alexia equipped the fallen angel armor, turned into a black stream of light, surged with formidable dark force, flew towards the dawn-blazing angel, and engaged him in frenzy. As soon as Alexia joined the battle, the dawn-blazing angel fell into a disadvantageous position. However, he radiates dazzling light of dawn at all times, and the fire of purification is extremely troublesome. Even though Alexia joined the battle, it is still very difficult to kill him. Yangfeng's ruler of the night avatar frantically burned divine force, and the curtain of the night released dark light that instantly devoured all light in an area of dozens of kilometers in radius. The protective light of the three blazing angels was also suppressed to a distance of 3 meters from them. In an instant, Yangfeng strangely appeared behind Jin Mushuan and silently stabbed the dagger of the night in his hand towards Jin Mushuan's heart. Jin Mushuan's trigger, secret treasure, shone brightly and formed colorful magic shields. However, in front of the dagger of the night, the magic shields were easily torn apart like paper, and the dagger of the night stabbed into Jin Mushuan's heart virtually in an instant. In an instant, all kinds of terrifying curses of the night pantheon erupted, and Jin Mushuan's complexion immediately declined. His body became covered in pustules, and his eyes shimmered with despair. Damn it! Light of purification! A blazing angel roared and pointed at Jin Mushuan with a blazing angel sword in his hand, and pure light of dawn entered Jin Mushuan. Under the purification of the divine light of dawn, Jin Mushuan's body seemed to be burned by flames, emitting bursts of black smoke. The water in his body evaporated, and his face twisted in pain. However, the various curses in the dagger of the night also collapsed and disappeared. The dagger of the night buzzed and was bounced away from Jin Mushuan's body. The dagger of the night is a strong divine force grade assassination secret treasure. It is eternally enchanted with countless curses of the night pantheon. It can pierce all magic shields, seal teleportation spells, and cast various curses on the target. However, It is not strong enough to fight head-on, and is easily restrained by the authorities of dawn and light. As if mad, the two blazing angels burned their divine force and slashed with their swords. Containing the power to purify everything, the fire of purification slashed at the hurricane Jugading has transformed into. Wherever the sword rays reached, the violent hurricane will be purified into pure particles. Every time a part of the violent hurricane is purified into pure particles, Jugading's injuries will worsen by a notch. However, he is a veteran, peerless expert of the battle demon sect. He forcibly burned his divine force and entangled the two blazing angels, making it difficult for them to advance. Yangfeng's ruler of the night avatar fluttered, countless runes appeared, and the darkness divine force on him faded in an instant. His eyes turned bloodshot, and wisps of bloody divine force diffused around him. The strong divine force grade scimitar of massacre appeared in his hand. As soon as Yang Feng grasped the scimitar of massacre, as if he has become the embodiment of the god of massacre who has experienced countless battles and slaughtered countless life forms, he appeared in front of the seriously injured Jin Mushuan in an instant and slashed at him. When the blade slashed out, Jin Mushuan felt as if the space around him was completely frozen and the world was shrouded in blood. His mind blurred, and a red line appeared on his body. No, as soon as the red line appeared, Jin Mushuan's eyes dimmed, and then he was swallowed by endless darkness, and he lost consciousness. Yang Feng grabbed Jin Mushuan's body and put it into his storage ring. The god of massacre wields the authority of massacre and is proficient in countless methods of massacre. The god armament scimitar of massacre has slain who knows how many powerhouses and devoured their souls. Moreover, Jin Mushuan was seriously injured by the dagger of the night, which is why Yang Feng was able to kill him with a single strike. After the battle in the divine country, Yang Feng's god clone refined the godheads of many strong divine force rank gods, making his battle prowess even stronger. The more godheads a god refines, the more difficult it is for a god to break through. Yang Feng's god clone refined the godheads of the god of fire, the god of war, the god of massacre, and the ruler of the night, making his strength skyrocket. However, in this way, it is almost impossible for him to promote to a mighty divine force rank god by relying on his own comprehension. After Yang Feng's avatar transformed into the god of massacre form, his figure fluttered, and virtually covered in blood, he appeared behind the blazing angel fighting Alexia and Yu Yin in an instant and slashed at the blazing angel with a blade containing countless exquisite laws of massacre. The dawn blazing angel is worthy of being the strongest weapon of war. Despite Yu Yan's spear piercing his wing, at the critical moment, he pulled back his sword and forcibly blocked the blade strike of Yang Feng's incarnation of the god of massacre. Yang Feng's true body watched the three powerhouses besieging the blazing angel and couldn't help but praise. Amazing. Blazing angels are said to be able to contend against warlock rank powerhouses who have established a virtual world inside them. Unfortunately, the dawn angel restrains fallen angels too much. Otherwise, the fight wouldn't have ended up like this. Alexia is a blazing angel among fallen angels. After equipping the fallen angel armor, her strength surpasses that of the dawn blazing angel. However, the dawn blazing angel's authority completely restrained the fallen angel, causing her to display strength that was even weaker than the dawn blazing angel's. Yang Feng's true body extended his hand, and a 30-meter-long pitch-black hand appeared out of thin air and shot towards Qi Xianer. In this area, the genius disciples of Heart of Fury and Graveyard of the Dead have been killed by Battle Demon Sect's geniuses one by one, leaving only Qi Xianer alive. Faced with Yang Feng's pitch-black hand, Qi Xianer clenched her silver teeth. World force diffused from her body, and she transformed into a great sun golden crow, exuding quasi-bright world warlock rank fluctuations of power. She opened her mouth, and golden crow fire slammed into the pitch-black hand and blasted it to pieces. Chapter 741. World Force. I didn't expect that I would make a mistake. Heart of Fury. To have such a warlock genius like you. No wonder you dare to fight a genius disciple of the Battle Demon sect. Yang Feng's eyes showed the shade of surprise, and he smiled lightly, took a step forward, blurred, appeared on the head of the great sun golden crow, and extended his hand to slap it. The great sun golden crow that Qi Meixian has transformed, and it suddenly felt a sense of danger. She struggled frantically, opened her mouth, and fired a beam of fire that can burn bright world warlocks to ashes barreling towards Yang Feng. Suddenly, a black whirlpool appeared in Yang Feng's right hand. When the pillar of fire entered the black whirlpool, it was completely devoured by the black whirlpool. Yang Feng's hand slapped the nearly 100-meter-long head of the great sun golden crow. Boom! The great sun golden crow that Qi Meixian has transformed into fell heavily to the ground, blasted open a huge crater like a meteor, and sprayed out a large mouthful of blood. Countless black runes filled the great sun golden crow that Qi Meixian has transformed into and completely sealed her power. After a dozen-plus breaths of time, the great sun golden crow that Qi Meixian has transformed into disappeared completely, and she reverted to her human form. Submit to me and live or die. Two streams of black gas lifted the seriously injured Qi Meixian, whose power has been sealed, like snakes. At the same time, Yang Feng's cold and unfeeling voice entered her ears. Qi Meixian hesitated for a while, and then finally gritted her teeth and said, I am willing to submit. Warlocks have a long lifespan, are knowledgeable, and enjoy glory, splendor, and wealth. Naturally, they don't want to die. Only warlocks who have received great kindness from their sex and are carefully nurtured along the way will have a sense of identity with their sex and be willing to live and die with them. The Heart of Fury is a warlock group that believes in the law of the jungle, and its internal strife is extremely fierce. Qi Meixian has experienced countless struggles, experienced countless hardships, and obtained countless fortuitous encounters before she became a peerless genius of the Heart of Fury. She doesn't have a high sense of identity with the Heart of Fury, which is why she chose to surrender so easily. There was a flash of surprise in Yang Feng's eyes. He took out a vial of liquid metal nanorobot elixir and injected it into Qi Meixian. Although the liquid metal nanorobot elixir has no effect on powerful existences who have already promoted to the Bright World Warlock rank, but it is very effective on Qi Meixian, who is a pinnacle glorious sun warlock. After suppressing Qi Meixian, Yang Feng's gaze fell on the center of the battle. At this time, the battlefield was divided into two parts. In one part, two blazing angels besieged Zhugading, while in the other part, Yang Feng's god clone, Alexia, and Yu Yin besieged a blazing angel. Besieged by Yang Feng's god clone, the blazing angel, who is barely holding on, may be defeated by the three powerhouses at any time. It's time! Yang Feng's true body smiled and flicked his wrist, and the shoot the heavens bow appeared in his hand. The 9 small worlds in his body madly extracted world force and poured it into the shoot the heavens bow in his hand, and a terrifying middle stage bright world pressure spread in all directions. Bright World Warlock. Junior disciple Brother Yang Feng has promoted to a Bright World Warlock? Bright World Warlock, how is that possible? When the genius disciples of the Battle Demon sect sensed the fearsome breath, they were stunned, unable to believe their eyes. A Bright World Warlock rank powerhouse can already become a great elder of the Battle Demon sect, enjoy endless honor, obtain great power, and wield the life and death of countless life forms. Zhang Hanshan's beautiful eyes flashed with enigmatic light, and she showed a complicated smile. Bright World Warlock, that's really amazing, Zhou Feng said with a wry smile. People really can't be compared. Yi Fun sighed lightly. Bright World Warlock, that's a gap that makes people feel so desperate that they can't even feel jealous. Zhang Hantan, Zhou Feng, and Yi Fun are personal disciples of the Battle Demon sect's 4 great elders. They are peerless geniuses selected from among the hundreds of thousands of geniuses in the Battle Demon sect. They watched Yang Feng surpass them step by step as a great warlock, and now he is promoted to a Bright World warlock. Zhang Hanshan's group of 3 had a fortuitous encounter in the Time Sky City and obtained an opportunity to promote to a Glorious Sun warlock. However, it is extremely difficult for a Moonlight warlock to promote to a Glorious Sun warlock. As for a Bright World warlock, it is even more difficult. Now that they saw Yang Feng promote to a Bright World warlock, they were both excited and envious. Their feelings were very complicated. The blazing angel who was fighting Yang Feng's god clone suddenly had an alarm in his heart, and he looked up in Yang Feng's direction. In a flash, an arrow capable of shattering space and suppressing everything shot towards the blazing angel like a meteor. The blazing angel, who was doing his best to fight the 3 powerhouses, barely managed to form a dawn light shield in front of him. The shoot the heavens bow's arrow pierced through the blazing angel in an instant and nailed him to the ground. Yu Yin silently recited an incantation and flicked her wrist, and the level 9 secret treasure lock dragon nail suddenly flew out and pierced into the blazing angel, sealing his power completely. Retreat. The complexion of the 2 blazing angels, who have already seriously injured Zhuge Ding, changed dramatically. They brandished their swords and forcibly cut apart the violent hurricane Zhuge Ding has turned into 2 rays of dawn, and flew away. At this moment, countless 7-color petals appeared in the void. The countless 7-color petals superimposed on each other, surged with power, and formed a 7-color rose seal boundary. The 7-color rose garden's garden master suddenly appeared. Sitting among the countless 7-color rose petals with the 7-color rose garden in hand, she has an otherworldly temperament, looking like a beautiful goddess who has descended to the secular world. The 2 dawn blazing angels brandished their swords and slashed at the 7-color rose seal boundary. With the power to incinerate everything, fearsome fire of purification burned the countless 7-color rose petals to ashes and cut open a path in the 7-color rose seal boundary. But the 7-color rose petals continued to appear and blocked the path of escape in an instant. With a flash of black light, Alexia's figure fluttered, and she appeared in front of a blazing angel and slashed at him with her sword. Yu Yan's figure fluttered, and she turned into a stream of light and blocked the other dawn blazing angel. Yang Feng's god clone changed again, and his divine force fluctuations changed into that of the god of war. God of war domain, comprehensive strengthening. Yang Feng's god clone barked, and divine force halos appeared on all of Yang Feng's allies. The divine force halos buff strength, agility, morale, soul force, and other powers. Even if an ordinary person was buffed by the various divine force halos, they would still possess the power to kill a level 1 warlock. Boosted by the divine force halos, the strength of Yu Yan's, Alexia's, Zhuge Ding's, and Yang Feng's god clones suddenly soared by 30%. Alexia was originally suppressed by the Dawn Blazing Angel's divine force. But after being buffed by the divine force halos of the god of war, she immediately suppressed the other Dawn Blazing Angel. Among the 4 strong divine force rank gods, the ruler of the night was the strongest in terms of assassination. The god of massacre was the strongest in terms of direct combat. The god of fire was the strongest in terms of destructive power, and the god of war was the strongest in terms of assistance. Besieged by the 4 powerhouses, the 2 Dawn Blazing Angels were at a complete disadvantage. The 7-color rose flowers flower master's 7-color rose flower sealing barrier completely sealed the 2 blazing angels within the barrier space, making it difficult for them to escape. Suddenly, an ultimate form, 6-winged, sun-devouring centipede flew out from behind Yang Feng's god clone, opened its maw, and fired a beam of bright sun god fire barreling towards a blazing angel. The blazing angel dodged frantically, but half of his wings were burned to ashes by the sun god fire. At this moment, bloody light shone behind Yang Feng's god clone, and Yangfeng's kindred Grand Duke avatar suddenly flew out, slashed the blazing angel with the divine blood sword in hand, and cut open a deep wound on the blazing angel at lightning speed. A large amount of golden blood flew out of the blazing angel's wound and entered the divine blood sword. Zhuge Ding transformed into a gale and formed a huge wind blade containing divine power of wind that slashed at the blazing angel and cut off half of the blazing angel's arm. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yu Yin stepped forward and stabbed her spear into the blazing angel's body. Taking advantage of this, she inserted the other level, 9 secret treasure, the locking dragon nail, into the blazing angel's body, sealing it. The level 9 secret treasure law dragon nail is a small secret treasure that can seal the power of infinity warlocks. The Great Cloud Dynasty's Secret Treasure Division can refine more than 100 such secret treasures every year. Although the lock dragon nail can be easily broken by infinity warlocks, but once it is inserted into the body, then even quasi-warlock monarch rank powerhouses won't be able to break free from the seal. Even infinity warlocks who have formed a virtual world will have their virtual world sealed, unable to provide any power. You heretics, you dare to blaspheme the great Dawn Lord's emissary. Then let's die together. The eyes of the remaining blazing angel flashed with anger. His breath became unstable, and his heart thumped, and he wanted to blow himself up. The instant explosion of an angel's heart is extremely terrifying. If hit, the explosion of an infinity warlock rank blazing angel can even seriously injure a warlock monarch rank powerhouse. At this moment, an arrow flew out from the chute the heaven's bow of Yangfeng's true body, pierced through the last blazing angel, and nailed him to the ground. Yu Yin stepped forward and added another lock dragon nail to seal the blazing angel. Chapter 742. After suppressing all the enemies, 7-color Rose Garden's Garden Master, Yangfeng's God Avatar, Kindred Avatar, Ultimate Form 6-winged Sun-devouring Centipede, Alexia, and Yu Yin blurred into motion and disappeared. The power hidden in the dark would make people even more fearful, and they would not be able to figure out the details. Alexia and Yu Yan's all-out fighting stance can easily remind people of Undying Mountain's fallen blazing angels and Great Cloud Dynasty's traitor Marshal Yu. Since Yang Feng doesn't want to deceive Zhuge Ding, he can only let them leave quickly and maintain a sense of mystery. Zhuge Ding looked at the Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses who suddenly disappeared and suddenly asked, "Who are they?" Yang Feng replied with a smile, "They're all my friends." Zhuge Ding gave Yang Feng a meaningful look. "You really have a group of good friends." Zhuge Ding looked at the 3 sealed dawn blazing angels, frowned, and a dignified shade flashed in his eyes, and he asked solemnly, "What do we do with these guys?" The 3 dawn blazing angels claim to be emissaries of the 8th Warlock Dynasty's Dawn Lord. If this is the case, then the Battle Demon sect may be wiped out by the other party at any time. Each of the Tsangji Plains 8 Warlock Emperors is extremely powerful. At the same time, they are ruthless and merciless. In his later years, the Dawn Lord became even more famous for his cruel methods. In the end, he suffered a backlash and was besieged by countless Tsangji Plains warlocks while he was weak. Although Zhuge Ding and Yang Feng worked together to quell the 3 blazing angels, but once he calmed down, he felt that the situation is very tricky. Yang Feng's eyes flashed fiercely, and he said coldly, "At this point, we might as well go all the way. Destroy Heart of Fury and Graveyard of the Dead as fast as possible. Seize all their resources. Heart of Fury and Graveyard of the Dead will never expect us to act at this time." For Yang Feng to bring so many Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses here, he harbored some ill intentions. If the Infinity Warlocks of Heart of Fury and Graveyard of the Dead dare to play any tricks, he can kill them directly. Every Infinity Warlock possesses great wealth. At the same time, every Infinity Warlock is a moving treasure trove. Now that the 2 Infinity Warlocks of Heart of Fury and Graveyard of the Dead have been wiped out, Yangfeng suddenly had the intention to annex them. Infinity Warlocks are the core and strongest fighting force of a warlock group. Heart of Fury and Graveyard of the Dead, the two warlock groups, have to join forces to be able to contend against the Battle Demon sect. Now that they have lost two Infinity Warlocks, they are at their weakest. Yangfeng would never let such an opportunity slip by. Zhuge Ding furrowed his brows and hesitated for a moment before saying, Heart of Fury and Graveyard of the Dead control two fourth-grade planes, Anta and Bola respectively. Although the Anta plane and the Bola plane are both low-class level 4 planes, far inferior to our Battle Demon sect's upper-class level 4 Battle Demon plane, there are still many gods in those two planes. Moreover, they had the support of the origin will of the plane in this plane, so it wouldn't be easy to take them down. This kind of major event must be decided by a meeting of the Great Elders. There are more than a dozen Great Elders in the Battle Demon sect. It is impossible for one person to decide a war against a warlock group of the same rank. Yangfeng's eyes flickered for a while, and then he uttered with a smile, In that case, forget it. Since the Battle Demon sect isn't willing to take action, it's better for Yangfeng. As long as he can capture the planes where Heart of Fury and Graveyard of the Dead are located, everything in the two Grade 4 planes will belong to Yangfeng's Undying Mountain. Zhuge Ding, I still have something to do, so I'll take my leave first. With the 3 sealed dawn-blazing angels in hand, Yangfeng's figure fluttered, and then he disappeared. Let's go. Zhuge Ding took a deep look at Yangfeng's back, and then took the genius disciples of the Battle Demon sect aboard the Battle Demon vessel and disappeared from the celestial body with a heavy heart. In astral boundary, a huge fleet composed of 3 blazing sun battle stars, 30 star destroyer battle stars, and 60 interstellar carriers flew slowly. In a laboratory on the huge blazing sun battle star, Yangfeng stood in front of a crystal pillar and looked inside. There's a person sealed inside the crystal pillar. It is a dawn-blazing angel. Yangfeng looked at the dawn-blazing angel nailed by the lock dragon nail and asked unhurriedly, I am the Battle Demon Sex Yangfeng. What's your name? Each and every one of the dawn-blazing angel's memories was completely sealed by an incomparably powerful power of dawn. Even Yangfeng, who is proficient in countless secret methods, cannot break the power of dawn and obtain information from the brain of the dawn-blazing angel. The dawn-blazing angel said, with a ferocious smile, You don't need to get any information from me. Since you dare to attack us, the great Dawn Lord won't let you get away with it. All the heretics who are related to you will die. Yangfeng sneered. Blazing angels subordinated to the Dawn Lord. You don't even dare to tell me your name? Or are you saying that the subordinates of the King of Dawn are all cowards like you? The blazing angel sneered. My name is Seabass. I am a dawn-blazing angel subordinated to the great Dawn Lord. Yangfeng smiled and continued to ask, Seabass, why did you come with Heart of Fury in them to make things difficult for the Battle Demon sect? The dawn-blazing angel just sneered. Without saying a word, he stared at Yangfeng with resentment in his eyes. Yangfeng then asked a few more questions, but the dawn-blazing angel didn't say a word and just sneered. Even when Yangfeng threatened to destroy his angel heart, he didn't react. Seeing that the interrogation had no effect, Yangfeng couldn't help but frown. Sure enough, the blazing angels created by gods are really troublesome. As the best weapons of war in the hands of the gods, those angels would be loyal to their gods before they fell. Other powerhouses can kill them, but they can't make them betray their gods. It was precisely because of this that most of the gods chose angels as their strongest weapons of war. Moreover, the most trusted ones of the gods were the seraphim that they created with their own hands. Yangfeng frowned slightly. It seems that a fallen angel pool must be created as soon as possible. As long as the fallen angel pool is successfully created and the 3 blazing angels are contaminated, I will be able to get information about the Dawn Lord and have 3 Infinity Warlock rank blazing angels under my command. After this battle, it seems that I have to make a trip to the Endless Abyss. The appearance of fallen angels was the result of demonic creatures in the endless abyss polluting the gods' angels and creating the first batch of fallen angels. To refine a fallen angel pool, you can only enter the endless abyss to look for materials. The power that fallen angels controlled was the power of darkness, while the power of angels depended on the different gods. They could choose to buff the power of different gods, and angels were far more loyal than fallen angels. Therefore, gods like to create angels the most, while the abyssal lords of the endless abyss can only create fallen angels. The three dawn blazing angels are loyal and devoted to the mysterious Dawn Lord. They are more difficult to deal with than gods. Yang Feng can only think of a way to transform them into fallen angels, and then get the secrets of the Dawn Lord from them. The huge fleet flying in the distorted astral boundary suddenly decelerated and then hit a twisted membrane. The twisted membrane set off ripples, and the huge fleet suddenly passed through the twisted membrane and appeared in the space. A blue celestial body about 10 times the size of Earth, but 7 times the size of Battle Demon Plain, appeared in front of Yang Feng. In an instant, the main cannons of the Blazing Sun interstellar battleships and Star Destroyer interstellar battleships that had already been fully charged flashed. Terrifying beams of light that could destroy everything descended from the sky and blasted toward the planet like divine punishment. In the center of Red Rage Plain, there is a floating continent. The floating continent is the headquarters of the Heart of Fury Warlock Group. There are warlock towers built on the floating continent, and countless warlock geniuses of Heart of Fury live there. The dazzling beams of light descended from the sky and bombarded the floating continent. The tallest few 10-story warlock towers collapsed and shattered under the bombardment of the Star Destroyer battlestars. The remaining 9-story warlock towers also collapsed and shattered under the bombardment of the Star Destroyer battlestars' main artilleries. What's going on? Enemy attack. Enemy attack. There's an enemy. Damn it. Who the hell is it? How dare they sneak attack us? Quick, activate the defensive barrier. Countless rays of light shone, and countless warlocks flew out from the floating continent and flew in different directions. The secondary artilleries of the Star Destroyer battlestars and the Blazing Sun battlestars shone brightly, and a dense rain of light barreled towards the warlocks. Hundreds and thousands of warlocks were hit by the rain of light. Their magic shields were broken, and they were run through like ants. Some warlocks with death substitution secret methods were lucky enough to escape, while even more warlocks died directly. This is the headquarters of Heart of Fury. Who are you people? A furious roar came from the floating continent where Heart of Fury is located, and infinity warlock rank fluctuations of power spread from the floating continent. We are from Undying Mountain. People of Heart of Fury who surrender will be spared, or else die. A cold voice came from the sky, and densely packed fighter jets and battle robots flew out from the interstellar carrier like a tide, forming a terrifying torrent of steel that flew downwards. Chapter 743. What big talk? Since the Undying Mountain wants to throw away their lives, then I'll fulfill your wish. A furious voice came from the floating continent where Heart of Fury's headquarters is located. In the outer space of the Red Rage Plain, stars suddenly lit up one by one. Divine kingdoms flickered and their figures appeared. A Grade 4 plane can accommodate no more than 100 gods. As an inferior Grade 4 plane, the Red Rage Plane can accommodate 60 gods. At this time, 23 stars lit up. They are the divine countries of the Red Rage Plane's 23 gods. One after another, huge warships filled with countless angels flew out of the divine countries. Heart of Fury has occupied the Red Rage Plane for thousands of years, but only 23 people have ignited their divine fire and become gods. Among the 23 people, only 3 were mid-level divine power ranked deities. There was not a single strong divine power ranked deity. However, the Divine Legion has forged a lot. In the god system, If you don't have the godhead of strong divine force rank god, then it will be very difficult to become a strong divine force rank god, even if you have the faith of a grade 4 planes intelligent life form. Of course, as long as warlocks grasp the method to ascend to godhood, it will be even easier to become a feeble divine force rank god than to become a moonlight warlock. The higher one went, the more difficult it was to make progress in the divine system. Many gods of the great divine power level only specialized in one kind of authority and one priesthood, in order to purify their own power and obtain the opportunity to advance to the great divine power level. The divine legion has been dispatched. These damned invaders are dead for sure. Go to hell. The warlocks hiding in the defensive barriers behind the floating continent revealed looks of excitement when they saw the dense crowd of angels rise into the air. Angel legions are known as the strongest weapons of the gods. Their fighting strength has been tested in countless wars. As long as the angel heart isn't destroyed, they won't die. Moreover, their combat experience can be accumulated, and they will evolve to become stronger and stronger. The dense crowd of Type 2 Undyings blurred, and then rushed into the midst of the Divine Legion, leaving afterimages behind. The Type 2 Undying plunged into the angel army like a black line, shuttling through the angel army. Wherever the black line passed, the angel hearts were sliced into pieces, turning into countless fragments that scattered on the ground. After the black thread crossed more than 10 kilometers in a row, a moonlight warlock rank fire blazing angel suddenly erupted, slashed the Type 2 Undying with a sword imbued with the authority of fire, and cut the Type 2 Undying in half. Violent flames erupted and burned the Type 2 Undying to ashes. Blade rays shone, and the great warlock rank angels, whose main force was the angel army, fell like raindrops. Countless angels were chopped into pieces. Only the moonlight warlock rank angels could contend against the 4th-generation battle robots. Countless angels were frantically fighting in the sky, but they were still being pushed back. Countless fragments of angels fell from the sky and scattered on the ground. Under the siege of the 4th-generation battle robots, the angels disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. How is this possible? Angels are one of the strongest weapons of war in the world. How could they be defeated by those mechanical puppets? How is this possible? Those are angels. How could the strongest weapons of war be defeated by those mechanical puppets? When the warlocks of Heart of Fury saw this scene, their eyes shimmered with despair. Yang Feng swept the battlefield with a glance and revealed a smile. Not bad. It seems that this plane has cultivated a few outstanding, blazing angels. On the starry sky battlefield, the angel army was almost immediately routed by Yang Feng's mechanical legion. However, amid the collapse, there are still 4 bright world warlock rank blazing angels fighting desperately to block Yang Feng's mechanical legion. However, if this continues, if the 4 bright world warlock rank blazing angels don't escape, they will be besieged and killed by Yang Feng's mechanical legion in the end. At this moment, 3 infinity warlock rank blazing angels open hatches, and the Gale Giant, the space breaker dragon whale, and the scarlet flame Feng Wang flew out in an instant. The Gale Giant took a step forward, countless runes flashed in his eyes, and gusts of wind shrouded him, forming a whirlwind blade that spun wildly. Accompanied by the law of wind, it appeared in front of a bright world warlock rank blazing angel and sent a fist barreling towards him. Countless wind blades barreled towards the bright world warlock rank blazing angel with overwhelming force. The blazing angel raised its sword to block, and sword rays containing the authority of nature slashed the Gale Giant's fist. The sword lights containing the power of nature were shattered by the Gale Giant's punch, and the blazing angel was sent flying. When a nature blazing angel was blasted away by the Gale Giant's fist, a swarm of Type 2 Undyings poured into the angel legion behind the nature blazing angel and unleashed a massacre. The space breaker dragon whale opened its maw, swallowed a berserk blazing angel, and sealed the berserk blazing angel in an alternate space inside it. When the scarlet flame Feng Wang pounced, a water blazing angel could only avoid the berserk scarlet flame Feng Wang, revealing the angel legion guarding behind it. As soon as the three Infinity Warlock rank weapons entered the fray, the angel legion could no longer resist and retreated in defeat, suffering heavy casualties. It's time. Yang Feng suddenly disappeared from a main seat of the warship, and then appeared in the void in an instant. Suddenly, the god armament curtain of the night flew out, turned into a night, and devoured the four bright world warlock rank blazing angels along with the space they are in. In an instant, Yang Feng's true body emerged from the night, teleported behind a nature blazing angel, and easily pierced through the nature blazing angel's defenses with the dagger of the night in his hand and stabbed him inside. Countless curses erupted in an instant, weakening the nature blazing angel, and then Yang Feng inserted a locked dragon nail into the blazing angel's body and sealed it. Although Yang Feng's true body can't manipulate the divine force of the night like a god clone can and become a peerless assassin who can assassinate Infinity Warlocks at will. However, he can still do all kinds of incredible things with the partial authority of the night of a god clone. A characteristic of gods is that they can bestow part of their authority to their divine chosen, God's darling, and saints. Yang Feng's true body can naturally obtain part of the authority bestowed by his god clone. In the night, with the help of the authority of the night, Yang Feng teleported and came and went like a ghost. Cooperating with the three Infinity Warlock rank weapons, he suppressed and sealed the remaining three blazing angels one by one. After the three bright world Warlock rank blazing angels were quelled by Yang Feng, the dense mechanical legion descended from the sky and shot towards the Red Rage Plains floating continent. The floating continent is the foundation of Red Rage Plain. Once the floating continent is breached, Yang Feng's mechanical legion can sweep through the divine countries of the gods one by one. The warlock towers on the floating continent lit up, and a dense number of barriers opened and resisted Yang Feng's mechanical legion. However, Yang Feng has already learned the location of the most important warlock towers on the floating continent through the Battle Demon Sect's intelligence. Furthermore, he destroyed most of them before they were launched. The defense of the floating continent weakened a lot. The Blazing Sun Battlestar's main artillery is extremely powerful. Even if a Warlock Monarch rank powerhouse doesn't use a secret treasure, they will be seriously injured if they face it head-on. Moreover, with its extremely long range, it is most suitable as a weapon to break through fixed defenses. It is somewhat difficult for the Blazing Sun Battlestar to deal with ordinary Infinity Warlocks one-on-one, and it may not even be able to win against Bright World Warlocks. However, its destructive power is much greater than that of ordinary Infinity Warlocks. It is Yang Feng's siege weapon, Undying Mountain. Since you dare to attack our Heart of Fury, then go to hell. A crazed roar came from the floating continent where Heart of Fury's headquarters was located. The earth split open, and a 3,000-meter-tall, golden-colored monster with a devilish head and incredibly thick legs suddenly appeared. It was radiating faint traces of holy light. As soon as the monster appeared, it took a step forward and appeared on a scorching sun interstellar battleship, as if it had teleported. Then it extended its foot and stomped down. Resplendent holy light shone, and fearsome power erupted and enveloped the entire Battlestar. Boom! The Blazing Sun interstellar battleship, which could fly at the speed of light and was made of countless top-grade alloys, exploded just like that. As if thousands of nuclear warheads exploded at the same time, endless light and heat engulfed the gold-colored monster in an instant. Blazing Sun Battlestars have a self-detonation function to begin with. Once they explode, the power of the explosion can seriously injure or even kill a Warlock Monarch rank powerhouse. No! A burst of miserable screams came from the floating continent. After the light dissipated, only two legs that looked like ordinary human legs, exuding Holy Spirit Warlock rank fluctuations of power, remained in the void. These are the legs of the brilliant sage. That terrifying monster used these two legs as its power source and was refined into a monster. A sealed box containing the left hand of the brilliant sage in Yang Feng's hand trembled, making him realize that the two legs belonged to the brilliant sage. Chapter 744. After the Gold Freak and Yang Feng's blazing sun battle stars perished together, the morale of Heart of Fury's warlocks plummeted. The frightening mechanical legion poured into Heart of Fury's floating continent like a tide and destroyed one warlock tower after another, as if crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. An Infinity Warlock rank aura suddenly rose from the floating continent and then disappeared. The Grand Elder escaped. We were abandoned. The Grand Elder escaped. We surrendered. We surrendered. Bursts of anguished screams and wails came from the floating continent down below. Yang Feng frowned slightly, and his eyes shimmered with a dignified shade. Escaped? What a decisive fellow, to be able to make a decision so quickly. How terrifying. Yang Feng only used a few Infinity Warlock rank weapons. The Infinity Warlock rank experts hid themselves, ready to besiege and kill the Infinity Warlock at any time. Once Heart of Fury's Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses dare to appear, they will definitely be besieged by Yang Feng's Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses. Infinity Warlocks are indeed difficult to kill, but that is in a one-on-one situation. 5 or 6 Infinity Warlocks besieging an ordinary Infinity Warlock. Yang Feng is quite confident. Red Rage Plains Plane will has already been analyzed by Battle Demon Sect, and Yang Feng's experts are already prepared. As such, he doesn't have to worry about plane will suppression. What a pity. Yang Feng just sighed regretfully, and then no longer cared about it. His attention shifted to the offensive of the Mechanical Legion. As long as Yang Feng's forces continue to grow, his Mechanical Legion will continue to grow stronger in a snowball fashion. It was precisely because of this that he would grab hold of all the forces that he could annex and continuously annex them to strengthen his own strength. Red Rage Plane is a grade 4 plane. Once it is seized by Yang Feng, this plane will become his base. The escape of Heart of Fury's Great Elder caused the morale of Heart of Fury's warlocks to collapse. The remaining Moonlight Warlocks and Glorious Sun Warlocks cast secret methods and fled in other directions. As soon as the countless Type 2 Undyings entangled them, the other 4th-generation battle robots surrounded them and bombarded the powerhouses with various attacks, killing them one by one. Within the 23 Divine Kingdoms, rays of divine light flashed as gods flew out of their divine kingdoms. Without looking back, they used divine spells and flew into the astral boundary. Once a god leaves the plane where he ascended to godhood, his strength will continuously weaken. Their connection with their believers would also be weakened by more than 90%, making it difficult for them to absorb the power of faith. In the end, they might even die from the collapse of their divinity. However, when a warlock was promoted to a god, after leaving the plane, they could use a special secret method to shatter their divinity and abandon more than 99% of their power. There is still a chance for them to get rid of the shackles of a god and become a non-divine being. Of course, once one became a deity, not all deities would choose to shatter their divinity, abandon their divine body, and abandon everything they had. If a strong divine force rank god abandoned everything, they would likely end up as an ordinary person. They would have to practice cultivation from the beginning again, and after experiencing countless hardships and dangers, they may not be able to reach the Infinity Warlock realm. Seeing that the situation was far from reassuring, the 23 gods of Red Rage Plane knew that they couldn't compete with Yang Feng in Red Rage Plane, and so they chose to escape. A defeated army is like a landslide. The fierce battle lasted for 2 hours. After 2 hours, Red Rage Plains' floating continent was completely occupied by Yang Feng's Mechanical Legion. The huge Mechanical Legion seized the opportunity to attack the divine kingdoms of the 23 gods, capturing them one by one. The 23 gods fled in a hurry. In addition to some treasures, they couldn't take away a large number of petitioners, saints, angel pools, divine force crystals, and other resources. Destroy all these divine nations for me. Yangfeng looked at the star-like divine countries and smiled coldly. He spread the fingers of a hand, and a black vortex suddenly appeared. A swarm of devourers poured out of the black vortex and rushed towards the divine countries. Not long after, the divine kingdom began to shrink at a speed visible to the naked eye. The divine countries of gods are refined from divine force, laws, semi-planes, and various rare materials. The devourers inside Yangfeng can devour anything. Every time they devour a divine country, they will become a fraction stronger. In astral boundary, a weak divine force rank god of red rage plane was flying. Suddenly, his complexion changed dramatically, and he screamed in horror and despair. No, my divine country! Damn it! Damn bastard! My divine country! Along with the miserable screams, the weak divine force rank god spewed out a mouthful of gold blood. His aura weakened to the extreme, and he fell unconscious. Divine countries are closely related to gods. Every divine country is constructed by gods using their divine authority, countless resources, divine force crystals, laws, and even part of their soul. The closer the connection between a god and a divine country is, the greater the power of the divine country. Similarly, once a divine country is destroyed, the god will suffer a huge backlash. Wisps of distorted astral aura slowly seeped into the god's body, making him look twisted and ferocious. Before long, a ferocious-looking glorious sun astral freak mixed with astral force and part of divine force was born. Yangfeng's devourers devoured the 23 divine countries one by one. When the devourers devoured the 10th divine country, they split, and their numbers doubled. After the 23 divine countries were devoured by the devourers became more powerful. Devourers are one of the strongest Shizu weapons to begin with, and they are weapons that can evolve continuously. It is for this reason that Yangfeng gave the precious 23 divine countries to the devourers to devour. In the deepest part of Heart of Fury's floating continent headquarters, in front of a red gate engraved with countless runes, stands a person. It is Yangfeng. Behind the red gate is Heart of Fury's treasury. Heart of Fury's great elder escaped with a plan. Who knows how many treasures in the treasury were swept away by him? A thought streaked across Yangfeng's mind, and he pushed open the gate of the treasury. At this time, as if a storm swept through the treasury, it is a mess. Most of the precious treasures were swept away, leaving only many magic crystals behind. Killing intent streaked past Yangfeng's eyes. He spread the fingers of a hand, and countless ant-like reconnaissance robots suddenly flew out and flew towards the treasury. That Heart of Fury's great elder is really a scoundrel. It would be great if he could be stopped and killed. The ant-like reconnaissance robots are linked to the database of Yangfeng's Level 4 optical computer network. They can freely use the data in the database to analyze and search for treasures useful to Yangfeng. Suddenly, a flying ant sent a prompt. Yangfeng followed the prompt and saw a bead engraved with mysterious runes scattered on the ground. It doesn't emit any light. This is a dragon origin bead. It seems that my luck is pretty good. Yangfeng took a closer look at the bead, his heart stirred, and he revealed a smile. Dragon origin beads are strange existences formed when part of the soul of a dragon powerhouse converges with the life magic energy of heaven and earth after they die. If the dragon source pearl was absorbed by puppets refined from high-grade soul stones, they would be able to transform into existences similar to the dragon clan. Dragon origin beads are very rare. Yangfeng has occupied the Ligue province, Yu province, and Bright Moon province, yet he hasn't found such treasures. This shows how rare such treasures are. If the mechanical black dragon that has been following Yangfeng until now can only evolve to the pinnacle glorious sun warlock rank, it will be able to break through the bottleneck and evolve into a bright world warlock or even an infinity warlock rank existence. Yangfeng's mood became very good. He doesn't care that the most precious treasure in the treasury was taken away by the great Elder of Fury. With this dragon origin bead, I can have another infinity warlock rank powerhouse under my command. Grade 4 Plane Bora. In the outer space, spatial ripples appeared in the void, and a red figure flew out of the void and flew towards a floating continent in the Bora plane. As soon as the crimson figure appeared, it was as if a barrier had been triggered. Powerful auras swept past the crimson figure, and they immediately knew the identity of the person who had arrived. Great Elder Yin Pengfei of Heart of Fury requests an audience. As soon as the red figure landed on the floating continent, wisps of infinity warlock rank fluctuations of power overflowed, and a middle-aged man dressed in a red warlock robe appeared. A gray ray flew out from the depths of the floating continent and enveloped Yin Pengfei, and he disappeared in an instant. In the next moment, Yin Pengfei appeared in a bright and luxurious palace. In the palace, there sits an old man dressed in a gray robe, with gray hair and beard, who looks like he is shrouded in darkness. The old man smiled faintly and said, "Old Yin, what brings you here?" This old man is Graveyard of the Dead's great elder Ning Wuxin, who is also an infinity warlock. There was a flash of resentment in Yin Pengfei's eyes, and he gritted his teeth and said, "Old Mo, our Heart of Fury was just destroyed." Graveness and killing intent flashed in Ning Wuxin's eyes, and he uttered coldly, "Who did it? The Battle Demon sect? Damn it, these bastards just besieged and killed 2 of our great elders, and then they attacked us. They're worse than pigs and dogs. They deserve to die." Both Heart of Fury and Graveyard of the Dead have special secret methods. As such, they immediately learned of the death of their great elders. The reason why Yin Pengfei fled so decisively is because Zhu Lai was killed. Chapter 745. When Yin Pengfei thought of the dense mechanical legion, he shuddered and gritted his teeth, saying, "It's a force called Undying Mountain. They were the ones who attacked us. They brought an endless army of mechanical puppets to kill us and defeated our angel core." Ning Wuxin's eyes shimmered with dignity, and he uttered solemnly, "Golems? Are they warlocks who specialize in the secret methods of the 6th Warlock Dynasty, Golem Dynasty? Among the Tsangji Plains' 8 Warlock Dynasties, the Golem Legion of the 6th Warlock Dynasty, Golem Dynasty, ran amok in the early stages of the Golem Dynasty. But later on, when living golems appeared, the Golem Legion withdrew from the stage of history. This did not mean that the mechanical puppet army was weak, but rather that the cost of the living puppets was too low, far less than the resources consumed by the mechanical puppet army. In contrast, the Golem Legion withdrew from the stage of history. The warlocks who specialize in the Golem Dynasty will never let go of the research of the Golem Legion. Yin Pengfei uttered, "I don't know." The other party came prepared. As soon as they appeared, they destroyed most of our warlock towers with worship-type weapons. After defeating our Angel Legion and destroying the Gold Holy Demon, I saw that the situation was far from good, and so I retreated. Ning Wuxin's eyes shimmered with dignity. The Gold Holy Demon was destroyed? The Gold Holy Demon is a gold freak refined from the legs of the brilliant sage, coupled with alchemy and various spells. It is a fearsome existence that can fight against true infinity warlocks. The Scarlet Flame, Feng Wang, Gale Giant, and other Infinity Warlock rank weapons in Yangfeng's hands can exert Infinity Warlock rank destructive power. However, if you want to fight a true Infinity Warlock, you need at least 4 of these weapons. The Gold Freak has the power to slay Infinity Warlocks. If it wasn't for the fact that it destroyed a blazing sun Battlestar and was swallowed by the Battlestar's explosion, Yangfeng would have to send at least 3 Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses like Alexia to kill it. Yin Pengfei uttered solemnly, "That's right. Old Mo, I suspect that the Undying Mountain colluded with the Battle Demon sect. Since they've already attacked Heart of Fury, it's very likely that their next target will be Graveyard of the Dead. Ning Wuxin smiled coldly. He looked at Yin Pengfei with a sense of superiority and said proudly, "Our Graveyard of the Dead will not be destroyed so easily by those beasts. If they dare to come, I will definitely kill them all and show them the power of Graveyard of the Dead." Although Graveyard of the Dead and Heart of Fury had been friends for generations, Graveyard of the Dead was much stronger than Heart of Fury. Ning Wuxin is an intermediate Infinity Warlock rank powerhouse, while Yin Pengfei is just a junior Infinity Warlock rank powerhouse. Although the two seem to be on equal footing, but in fact, Ning Wuxin is in charge. Now that Yin Pengfei did not even have the Heart of Fury, he had lost his foundation and had become a rogue cultivator. His status was naturally not comparable to that of Ning Wuxin, the Supreme Elder of the Graveyard of the Dead. Yin Pengfei raised his eyebrows slightly. He keenly sensed the sense of superiority hidden in Ning Wuxin's words. He had originally wanted to warn Ning Wuxin, but he swallowed the words back into his stomach. Old. Ning Wuxin has just opened his mouth, when suddenly a hair-raising premonition of danger welled up inside him, and he pointed at the sky. Powerful runes suddenly appeared on the roof of the palace and formed layers of magic shields. Boom! Amidst an earth-shattering explosion, an incomparably resplendent beam of light blasted onto the palace like divine punishment. Wherever the beam of light landed, everything was turned into ashes. Enemy attack. Damn it, there's an enemy. Panicked voices suddenly resounded in the palace, and magic barriers suddenly opened one after another. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of huge explosions rang incessantly. Inside the palace, Ning Wuxin's face became gloomy and filled with killing intent. To dare attack my Graveyard of the Dead. What reckless fools. Old Yin, you have to help me kill all of these reckless fools. Yin Pengfei pondered for a while before gritting his teeth and saying, "Okay." Now that Yang Feng has captured Heart of Fury, Yin Pengfei has no foundation. From now on, Yin Pengfei will have to struggle as a rogue cultivator and have to rebuild his force. When warlocks practice cultivation to the Infinity Warlock realm, they will either choose to join a force, commit all kinds of evil and plunder resources, or choose to establish their own force. Otherwise, they won't be able to get enough cultivation resources. When Yin Pengfei thought of rebuilding his own force, killing intent welled up inside him. "I am Lei Ming, the young master of Undying Mountain, Graveyard of the Dead. Submit to me or die." A frigid and domineering voice echoed in the space around Graveyard of the Dead. The warlocks and gods in Graveyard of the Dead heard the domineering and murderous voice. Two rays of light flew out from the depths of Graveyard of the Dead, stood proudly in the void, and Infinity Warlock rank fluctuations of power soared into the sky. Yin Pengfei focused his gaze and saw that the sky was filled with a seemingly endless mechanical army. In the sky, 48 stars shone brightly and revealed the divine country of the gods. A swarm of angels flew out of the divine country and fought with Yang Feng's mechanical legion. As soon as the ordinary angels came into contact with Yang Feng's mechanical legion, they disintegrated and turned into countless fragments that scattered in the air. Only some blazing angels above the Moonlight Warlock rank led the Angel Legion to resist and destroy one battle robot after another. The sound of explosions rang incessantly in the sky, and countless parts, corpses, and blood of angels fell from the sky and sprinkled on the ground. The gods of Graveyard of the Dead are much stronger than the gods of Heart of Fury. A total of 12 weak Divine Force rank gods and 2 intermediate Divine Force rank gods walked out of their divine countries, burned Divine Force, and enchanted the angels with various powerful divine spells. The angels enchanted by powerful divine spells have their fighting strength increased sharply. Ordinary angels enchanted by powerful divine spells even possess Starry Sky Warlock rank battle prowess. On the floating continent of Graveyard of the Dead, graveyard of the dead's warlocks recited incantations. Dragons, giants, devils, fiends, evil gods, devil insects, high elves, kindred, astral life forms, and other extraordinary life forms suddenly appeared. The strange demonic corpses rushed into the sky and engaged Yangfeng's mechanical legion. There are countless fighters in the sky. The extraordinary life forms have just taken off when a rain of light shot out from the fighters and blasted the powerless extraordinary life forms to pieces. When Ning Wuxin saw the dense crowd of fighters and battle robots in the sky, his scalp turned numb and his eyes shimmered with apprehension. So this is Undying Mountain. What a terrifying mechanical legion. The fighters and battle robots are unmanned mechanical golems. Not only do they possess amazing fighting strength, but their numbers are also terrifying. Ning Wuxin originally looked down on Yin Pengfei, who fled in the face of battle, but now his eyes shimmered with a dignified shade. At this moment, the doors of the 3 steel carriers opened, and the Gale Giant, the Space Breaker Dragon Whale, and the Scarlet Flame Feng Wang, the 3 Infinity Warlock rank weapons flew out and plunged into battle. As soon as the 3 Infinity Warlock rank weapons entered the battle, even with the gods casting divine spells in the rear, the Angel Legion was still forced to retreat. The 2 intermediate divine force rank gods had no choice but to burn their divine force frantically and cast powerful divine spells barreling towards the 3 Infinity Warlock rank weapons. When the 2 intermediate divine force rank gods burned their divine force frantically, their strength suddenly soared, and they suppressed the 3 Infinity Warlock rank weapons. However, the doors of the 3 steel carriers opened again, and the 3 Infinity Warlock rank weapons, the 6-headed gold dragon, the archaic sacred dragon, and the Archduke rank archdevil, flew out and plunged into the battlefield. As soon as the 3 Infinity Warlock rank weapons entered the battlefield, the Angel Legion, which was already unable to hold on, retreated again and again, suffering heavy casualties. "I shot with blood," Ning Wuxin bellowed. "Undying Mountain, you bastards, you're dead. Annihilation, devil body. Come out." Suddenly, from the shadows behind Ning Wuxin, a figure suddenly flew out. Holding the divine weapon, the dagger of the night, like a ghost, it pierced through the countless magic shields protecting his body and stabbed into his heart. Fearsome night divine force erupted in an instant, and various curses of the night pantheon appeared on Ning Wuxin. "You!" Ning Wuxin uttered a scream of horror, lost all his strength in an instant, and turned into a corpse. Strong divine force rank, ruler of the night. Yin Pengfei glanced at Yangfeng's god clone who assassinated Ning Wuxin, and fear welled up inside him. His figure fluttered, and he fled into the distance. Although he is a junior Infinity Warlock rank powerhouse, but against a strong divine force rank god, he is dead meat. Yangfeng's god clone has put on a special god armor secret treasure, and his god fluctuations have been adjusted to this world's god fluctuations. Although his strength has dropped by about 10% due to the plane suppression, but it is still enough to defeat Yin Pengfei. Yin Pengfei has just flown for hundreds of kilometers when countless 7-color rose petals suddenly flew out and formed a 7-color rose barrier, trapping him inside. A tyrannical aura suddenly rose, and Yu Yin, who looks like a goddess of war, flew over from afar and blocked in front of Yin Pengfei. Chapter 746. When Yin Pengfei saw Yu Yin exuding advanced Infinity Warlock rank fluctuations of power, his face fell at once, and he shouted, "Stop! I am willing to surrender and submit to Undying Mountain's young master Lei Ming." Yangfeng's god clone is a strong divine force rank god, the ruler of the night. Yin Pengfei is locked up by the 7-color Rose Garden's garden master, and there is still Yu Yin, one of Great Cloud Dynasty's 8 marshals, outside. This made him make a prompt decision. Yu Yin uttered coldly, "Let me use the lock dragon nail to seal your life force." Yin Pengfei frowned slightly and said in a deep voice, I'm Heart of Fury's Grand Elder, Yin Pengfei. As long as I submit to young Lord Thundercry, I'll be able to protect you. As long as I submit to young Master Lei Ming, young Master Lei Ming can easily master Heart of Fury. I can also have people take over Red Rage Plain to pacify the people and hand it over to Undying Mountain as soon as possible. At the very least, it will save you 100 years from taking over Red Rage Plain. When Yang Feng's true body aboard the warship heard this, his eyes shimmered with ridicule. Under normal circumstances, as Yin Pengfei said, it would take a lot of time and energy to completely annex a plane. However, Yang Feng's Mechanical Legion has a powerful artificial intelligence, which is controlled by the optical computer. Those key positions can be filled by intelligent robots. Therefore, the forces annexed by Yang Feng can quickly integrate into his force and transform into his power, nurturing battle through battle, like a rolling snowball, constantly increasing their strength. This was the terror of the Shizu Mechanical Legion. If it wasn't for the incredible Holy Grade secret treasures and Empyrean Grade secret treasures in this world, Yang Feng would have already crushed all his enemies. The Shizu Mechanical Legion is very powerful. But in this universe, there are Warlock Monarch, Holy Spirit Warlock, and Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses. In particular, Holy Spirit Warlocks can suppress the destiny of a race by themselves. As long as a Holy Spirit Warlock takes action, Yang Feng's foundation in Tsangji Plain will be uprooted, and he will have no choice but to retreat to lower planes such as Andrak Plain and Red Rage Plain. Otherwise, only death will await him. Holy Spirit Warlocks, even if they haven't formed a virtual world, are extremely powerful. In their race, they are invincible existences. It had been more than 100 million years since the birth of the first true ancestor in the God Blood Plane. In that 100 million years, the entire God Blood Plane had only given birth to 9 true ancestors. From this, it can be seen how difficult it is for a Holy Spirit Warlock to be born. Yin Pengfei, release your soul. Let my lord leave a soul imprint in your soul. Otherwise, you can die. With a flash of black light, Alexia, wearing the fallen angel armor blurred into motion, appeared behind Yin Pengfei, blocked his path of retreat, and spoke with biting, killing intent. When Yin Pengfei saw Alexia, his face flickered. An Infinity Warlock rank blazing angel. What a strong foundation, what ruthless methods. Infinity Warlock rank blazing angels are terrifying weapons that can contend against human warlock geniuses of the same rank who have established a virtual world inside them. They are not existences that an ordinary junior Infinity Warlock like Yin Pengfei can contend against. Yin Pengfei thought for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said, Fine, I'll open my soul and submit to you, young master. Infinity Warlocks are born from ordinary people. Once they're deprived of their power, they're no different from ordinary people. Except for some Infinity Warlocks. Many Infinity Warlocks are greedy for life and afraid of death, just like ordinary people. Such people are easy to subdue by Yang Feng. In the world of Warlocks, power has nothing to do with a Warlock's moral character, or good or evil. Yin Pengfei silently recited an incantation, and a projection that looks exactly like him and exudes soul aura suddenly flew out. The void distorted, and Yang Feng's true God Empyrean imprint suddenly flew out. Countless black chains flew out from the true God Empyrean imprint, stabbed into Yin Pengfei's soul, and formed a strange soul imprint in the depths of Yin Pengfei's soul. When the soul imprint took shape, Yin Pengfei felt a vague sense of danger in his soul, and he realized that his life and death are no longer under his control. Damn it! Retreat! When the intermediate divine force rank god of war saw that Ning Wuxin was insta-killed by Yang Feng's god clone as soon as he appeared, he roared at once, blurred into motion, and fled into the distance. An endless darkness swept towards that area, instantly engulfing the god of war of the Bola Plain. At the moment when the endless night engulfed the god of war, Yang Feng's ruler of the night, Avatar, silently appeared behind the god of war and stabbed the god of war in the heart with the dagger of the night in his hand. Before the god of war could even make a sound, he was eroded by the various curses of the god of war, and he lost the power to resist. Yang Feng's ruler of the night, Avatar, stabbed with his hand into the forehead of the god of war and dug out his godhead. Yang Feng's ruler of the night, Avatar, smiled and put the godhead away. The godhead of the god of war is exactly what I need. Gods are extremely powerful, but it is also extremely difficult for them to promote. To rely on the faith force of believers and their own understanding of certain authority is 100 times more difficult than the promotion of a warlock. The fastest way for a god to promote is to devour the godhead of a god who has grasped the same authority. If Yang Feng could devour the godhead of a mighty divine force rank god, he can easily promote to a mighty divine force rank god. If he wants to promote to a mighty divine force rank god by devouring a strong divine force rank godhead, he needs at least 10 strong divine force rank godheads who have grasped the same authority. For Yang Feng's god clone, the godhead of an intermediate divine force rank god is of great use. The god of war may be able to tangle with Yang Feng's god clone head-on, but when he chose to escape, he exposed his back, which was how Yang Feng's god clone succeeded in assassinating him. In the starry sky, when the god of war died, the warlocks of Graveyard of the Dead lost their will to fight and turned into streams of light that fled elsewhere. I surrender. I surrender. After a period of fighting, the warlocks of Graveyard of the Dead finally couldn't resist the siege of Yang Feng's Mechanical Legion and surrendered. Yang Feng's Mechanical Legion seized the floating continent and took full control of Bola Plains' floating continent. So, this is the Death Devil body. It's really a dangerous weapon. Besides, it's refined from a part of the brilliant Great Holy's body. If it is fully activated, I'm afraid it will be even more difficult to deal with than the Gold Freak. Standing in front of a 100-meter-tall monster without a head, with hands and feet refined from the remains of Warlock Monarch rank extraordinary life forms, and a holy body embedded in the center of its body, Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a dignified shade. In his storage treasure, the rest of the brilliant Great Holy's body resonated with the holy body embedded in the center of the Death Devil body. Clearly, that is the brilliant Great Holy's body. That Death Demon body was covered in all kinds of powerful seals. If it weren't for those seals, it would have been destroyed. Once it wakes up, it will release a terrifying life force field that can crush intelligent life forms level 3 Warlock rank and below. Regret flashed in Yang Feng's eyes. Unfortunately, I have an agreement with the brilliant Great Holy to help him resurrect. It seems that this weapon will have to be dismantled. With a wave of Yang Feng's hand, a swarm of devourers suddenly rushed towards the monster. Devoured by the devourers, the Death Devil body's various parts disintegrated inch by inch, and finally the brilliant Great Holy's body was decomposed. Yang Feng beckoned with a hand, and the brilliant Great Holy's body flew into his hand, and then was sealed in a jade box. After Yang Feng put away the jade box, a thought suddenly arose in his mind, and he was filled with apprehension towards the Great Holy Step Powerhouse. Great Holy Step Powerhouses are really scary. To be able to collect so many of their body parts, I don't know what spell this is. The brilliant Great Holy was an old monster from the first Warlock Dynasty era. Who knows how many tens of thousands of years he has been dead. His body, which has a trace of immortality, is a top alchemy material, and has changed hands God knows how many times. For Yang Feng to be able to collect most of his body parts, it is clear that an incredible spell is at work. In any case, I intend to break the agreement, so he won't harm me. As soon as Yang Feng entered Graveyard of the Dead's treasury, he saw the treasury radiating treasure light, which contained all kinds of treasures collected by Graveyard of the Dead since its establishment. Yang Feng looked at Graveyard of the Dead's treasury, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. No matter how many times I look at the treasury of powerful warlock groups, I won't get tired of it. Every time he opens the treasury of a powerful warlock group, Yang Feng can get many useful treasures. It is because of this that he will destroy a powerful warlock group as long as he has a chance. In this way, he can get enough cultivation resources. Other warlock groups, even if they are several levels stronger than Heart of Fury and Graveyard of the Dead, don't dare to rashly start a war with them. Once a war breaks out, it means that warlocks will die. Ordinary warlocks are fine, but if too many warlocks above the Moonlight Warlock rank die, it will harm the vitality of a warlock group. It is because of this that the Battle Demon sect doesn't dare to rashly start a war. With a huge mechanical legion as his backing, Yang Feng was able to crush his enemies all the way and capture Heart of Fury and Graveyard of the Dead without any regard for the cost. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.